Please be seated. House resumes. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6, the Right Honourable Dr. Denzil Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, permit me, of course, to rise on this auspicious occasion when, yet again, we are assembled here in the National Assembly of the Parliament of St. Kitts and Nevis to lend support to the discussions that are taking place on the Appropriation 2022 Bill 2021. And I make my response, Mr. Speaker, to the budget as presented by the Honourable Minister of Finance and Prime Minister and member for number 7, as we try to come to terms with the reality that we are facing here in St. Kitts and Nevis at a critical time in our country's development. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, that the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and its significant impact on the economy of St. Kitts and Nevis concealed very serious weaknesses in the economy of St. Kitts and Nevis, developed and created in the years following 2015 when the Labour administration left office. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the IMF report reveals that real GDP growth fell to as low as 0.9% in 2017, and it never reached the levels of 6.2% and 6.1% that we experienced in 2013 and 2014, respectively, the last 2 years that Labour held office. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal performance of the economy followed a very similar pattern after 2015 and before COVID-19 of 2020. So not only the real GDP growth would have fallen, but the fiscal performance of the economy followed a very similar pattern after 2015 and before the COVID-19 of 2020 pandemic. The overall fiscal balance fell from 3.8% of GDP in 2016 to a meager 0.3% in 2019, the year immediately before we felt the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. So that when in 2020 the economy recorded a massive deficit of 4.7% of GDP, this was not only because of the pandemic, but truth be told, as we often hear here, truth be told, it also reflected the downward trend in the overall balance that had taken hold in our economy since the Labour government left office in 2015. Mr. Speaker, this is the background against which we should view this year's budget. If we are to recover from the effects of COVID-19 crisis, we must not only focus on short-term, politically motivated and politically directed programs to bring temporary stimulation to our economy. We must, as a matter of urgency, we must reverse the deficiencies in the policy framework that have led to the steady decline in our economy since 2015. For instance, Mr. Speaker, if tourism is the major engine of growth, then we must commit the resources necessary to grow this particular sector. There are still many projects constructed under the Citizenship by Investment Program. For example, the Till-Off project, Embassy Suites down there in Potato Bay area, that have remained abandoned for many years, with no intervention by the government to bring a resolution to the issues, preventing their continued construction and completion, with a view to increasing the stock of hotel rooms available in this, our federation. This, of course, would have to be accompanied by the implementation of an innovative tourism marketing strategy, a significant expansion in tourism marketing activities, and the commitment of more resources to the tourism marketing activities. The commencement, Mr. Speaker, of operations of the Ramada Resort in Newton Ground, St. Paul's in the Capistrano region, and the reopening of a number of existing hotels would definitely generate jobs, Mr. Speaker, jobs that were lost during the pandemic, and create some economic stimulation in the short term. But their operations, Mr. Speaker, over the long term are not sustainable unless there is a steady flow of stay-over tourist visitors to our shores through sustained and well-targeted marketing. Marketing, of course, by the government and the private sector. Instead, Mr. Speaker, in a year in which we are trying to recover from a pandemic, in a year when we are trying to bring more life to our nation and lay the foundation for long-term development, there is a significant, I repeat, contraction in the resources committed to tourism marketing. I want you, Mr. Speaker, to turn with me to page 25, Mr. Speaker, of the estimates, the draft estimates. I want you, Mr. Speaker, to look at volume 1. Volume 1, E 11122, which speaks to the promotion and development of tourism. And you will see, Mr. Speaker, once you found it, you will see, Mr. Speaker, that this has been cut. This particular item, Mr. Speaker, has been cut by nearly $1.5 million, or over 4.5%, Mr. Speaker. Page 25. Okay. This, Mr. Speaker, has been cut by nearly $1.5 million, or over 4.5%, Mr. Speaker. And so this, in my view, is a betrayal of the hoteliers who have been encouraged to open or reopen their facilities, while government reduces its marketing efforts and exposes them to the high risk of huge cash shortfalls and thus premature closure. The overall effect, Mr. Speaker, is loss of jobs for employees, and not just those who are working directly in the hotels, not only those young ladies who are in the restaurants and looking after the rooms, etc., but what about the taxi operators? What about other people who are benefiting from the multiplier effect of having these hotels opened? This is why I said that the overall effect is the loss of jobs for employees. And this is a betrayal of our workers who, after many months in the wilderness, have found a few jobs in the hotels, but run the risk now of being laid off again if enough tourists are not attracted to the hotels, because the government's commitment to marketing and promotion of tourism in this country has been cut by nearly $1.5 million, or over 4.5% comparing last year, 2021, to 2022, which we are debating today. Mr. Speaker, this reduction in the resources provided for tourism marketing appears grossly irrational and needs explanation. Not only the Minister of Tourism, but the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance must give explanation to this. It appears irrational. It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I say this morning, at this very early stage, we demand an explanation on this side. Really, we need to know what's going on here. Sorry? And that is why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is Timo serious? Timo can't be serious with this kind of picture that is being revealed. Can't be serious, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I go on. The estimated heavy increases in tax collections could also stifle growth in the short term and hamper the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. It is estimated, for example, that tax revenues will grow from a projected $366.1 million in 2021 to $430.4 million in 2022. If you would follow me again, volume 1, page 5, Roman numeral 5 of volume 1, Roman numeral 5. Mr. Speaker, if you look at these figures, you will see, Mr. Speaker, that this represents a humongous increase in tax revenues of $64.3 million, or 17.56%, Mr. Speaker. We must bear in mind that on page 6 of volume 1, go further over to page 6 of volume 1, Mr. Speaker. You will see, Mr. Speaker, the government is projecting that the economy will grow some 11.28%, so that the estimated growth in tax collections, imagine that, the estimated growth in tax collections is more than 50% higher than the projected growth in the economy, the overall economy itself. Why is this so, Mr. Speaker? Again, people are saying, Timo can't be serious. Timo can't be serious. Is Timo fooling us? Mr. Speaker, as clearly shown on page 55, let us go back to page 55 where it was before. Going back to page 55, Mr. Speaker, the major taxes that are fueling this massive increase in tax revenues estimated for 2022 are income tax. Look at there. On the tax revenue, taxes on income, income tax, Mr. Speaker, which is expected to increase by $8.7 million. We hear about tax-free budget and so, tax-free. But what about tax increases? $1.7 million for house tax, which is 17.32%. 8.7 million, Mr. Speaker, for income tax, or 10.7% increase. House tax of $1.7 million, or 17.32% increase. Value added tax, the VAT in particular, the VAT, Mr. Speaker, on local goods and services would have increased by $9.5 million, or 22.58%, Mr. Speaker. And I go on to import duty by $13.5 million, or a whopping 26.25% increase. And value-added tax on imported goods, Mr. Speaker, by $5.9 million, or 10.68% increase. Mr. Speaker, I make reference to these because the mammoth increase in value-added tax is particularly worrisome. Worrisome because of its potential impact on inflation and price of goods generally here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Can our consumers bear any more high prices? Again, I repeat, because the senator opposite, Attorney General, doesn't seem to get it. I said the mammoth increase in value-added tax is particularly worrisome because of its potential impact on inflation and the price of goods. For example, even now, Mr. Speaker, take it off. The U.S. is facing considerable inflationary pressures that are already affecting us, and that could get worse, Mr. Speaker, if the supply chain issues that we hear of and speak of every day keep pushing prices upwards if they are not brought under control. That is what worries me, Mr. Speaker. The potential for price increases as a result of the inflationary prospect when you are collecting so much more taxes. Well, after all, especially on VAT and imported duties, if you're paying more, if you're collecting more in these areas, they're going to pass it on to the consumers. The prices must increase. Everybody knows that. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, he's talking about the 17%. Well, do something about it. This is a warning to us, Mr. Speaker. Because you see, at the end of November, I want to remind us that consumer prices in the USA had risen by 6.8% for that year. And this is the highest level of increase since 1982. Mr. Speaker, it's a fact. This is a warning to all of us. We must therefore, Mr. Speaker, exert great care before implementing policies that could put extra pressure on prices and thereby escalate the domestic rate of inflation to levels beyond international rates in 2022. Yesterday, I listened to the President of the Chamber before the budget was presented. And one of the things that she spoke about was the price of goods in the stores. We cannot afford for prices to increase. And if the government intends to collect so much more taxes, import duty, value-added tax, then it means that there's going to be pressure with regard to the inflationary situation not improving, but in fact becoming worsened, and thus affect the prices of goods, Mr. Speaker. And so I say again, it is against this backdrop that I wish to express concerns about the dramatic increase in revenue collections proposed for value-added tax, or the VAT. Mr. Speaker, I am especially worried because the proposed increase in collections of value-added tax on local goods and services of 22.58% is nearly twice the projected rate of economic growth, which is only 11.28%. This could only be achieved by an increase in the rate imposed in respect of value added on domestic goods and services. Hence, this is either an indication of padding or manipulation of the numbers, or it is an indication of the government's intention to increase the rate of value-added tax. Or as it is being said on the streets, that VAT will be added onto our utility bills.
What nonsense are you talking about?
Example, Skelec. This is what is being said on the street.
But the Minister of Finance talked yesterday and he said about that.
But that is what I'm saying.
Policy.
Is Timo serious?
He said that.
Or he's fooling us? That is why we ask the questions over there on the streets. Is Timo fooling us? Is Timo serious?
What street you talking about?
Mr. Speaker, in a period when we have learned from the pandemic the importance of domestic production, a hike in value-added tax on domestic goods and services would be counterproductive. I want to emphasize that.
You bring the rate of 17% on that and talking about increasing the rate?
Mr. Speaker,
You introduce it.
this anticipated increase in the intensity of revenue collections will bring severe hardships on our businesses and taxpayers, who in many cases have barely survived the pandemic and still face the risk of insolvency. It will also stifle the economic recovery process by pushing some entities out of business and by robbing many of the businesses of the money that they would have wished to devote to the rebuilding and improvement of their businesses, which lie almost in a state of no return. And that is why I say we have to be serious here when we come to this parliament with regard to repositioning the economy of St. Kitts and Nevis. We want people to make serious projections. We don't want to be fooled at all by this government. We want to make sure that what we are hearing is credible. Credible, Mr. Speaker. And I want to go on, Mr. Speaker. Page 5, Roman numeral 6, Mr. Speaker. Back to volume 1. Page 5, Roman numeral 6, Mr. Speaker. Look at the next page, Mr. Speaker. It shows that the Citizenship by Investment Program is projected to bring in revenues of $500 million in 2021 and $400 million in 2022, Mr. Speaker. Look at, Mr. Speaker, the non-tax revenue, the fourth item from the bottom of page 5, Roman numeral 6. That is nearly $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, in 2 years. 500 million in 2021, 400 million in 2022. 900 million, which is almost $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, in 2 years. When I see these numbers, I cannot help, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you will agree with me, I cannot help but feel a sense of profound pride. Profound pride, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been criticized. Criticized, Mr. Speaker. I have been attacked, condemned, and maligned because of this program that my government relaunched, Mr. Speaker, back in 2006. Mr. Speaker, when I have been proven right, but I have been proven right, Mr. Speaker, because as this program continues to bear fruit for our people and to stand out as a shining example of the creativity and innovation of the government that I led, I cannot help but ask myself, Mr. Speaker, what would have happened to this blessed country, especially during the pandemic, if I had not taken up an almost dead Citizenship by Investment Program, and if I had not given it new life, breathed life into it, and gave it a fresh start through redesign, rebranding, and the implementation of a most successful marketing strategy. I want, Mr. Speaker, to commend those who were there at the initial start of this rebranding. Mrs. Pemberton, in the CIO, the support that was provided before by Dr. Ballantyne and Sean Lake, those, Mr. Speaker, like Mr. Edmead Capse, who worked diligently, and all those who had confidence, who were the service providers, who had confidence, Mr. Speaker, in what we were doing. Not only the service providers, but the developers who came in the droves, and they presented project after project, so that we pulled the Citizenship by Investment Program from the doldrums. We viewed it, Mr. Speaker, by none other than IPSA, who placed Mr. Lescan here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We viewed the program in 2014, made 21, you don't even know, made 21 recommendations to put this program on a sound footing, Mr. Speaker. Lescan was the person who reviewed the program. You don't even know that. You don't, because you wouldn't be asking those questions of your colleagues. But I want to thank all of them for the confidence that they showed, Mr. Speaker. It is because of their confidence that I keep wondering what would have happened to our workers in these difficult times if the Citizenship by Investment Program had not attracted to our federation during my period in office the St. Kitts Marriott Resort, the Park Hyatt Hotel, the Koi Hotel, and the Ramada Resort and Residences, among others, and built also the Kittitian Hill Resorts, Mr. Speaker. All those I have named came under the rebranded Citizenship by Investment Program. And today, between this year and next year, we are here boasting of $1 billion returned as a result of the functioning of this particular program. Mr. Speaker, the overall fiscal balance is estimated at $4,015,718 for 2022. Again, go over to one page more, Mr. Speaker, page 5, Roman numeral 8. $4 million overall balance, in the middle of the page, Mr. Speaker. I don't have to ask what would have happened if the Labour government did not relaunch the Citizenship by Investment Program. We looked at the recommendations in 2014 before leaving office in 2015. 21 recommendations were made by Mr. Lescan of IPSA. And so I don't think I have to ask what would have happened if the Labour government did not relaunch the Citizenship by Investment Program. It is clearly obvious, Mr. Speaker, that without the $400 million projected for revenues from the Citizenship by Investment Program, the government would have faced a most gigantic and unsustainable overall deficit of some $395,985,282, Mr. Speaker. In other words, it is the CIP that has saved this government for the day. This, Mr. Speaker, along with the huge deficits in 2020 and 2021, which are recorded, would have pushed our country and our people into a pit hole of extreme suffering and desperation, Mr. Speaker. Oh, you got to thank God that Labour was in office at that time. Thank God that Labour was there. Huh? You all would have been in a pit hole, and our people would have been suffering and living in more desperation than how they are living in today as a result of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. But it was never the intention of the Labour government to continue the Citizenship by Investment Program indefinitely. Never. We never thought, Mr. Speaker, that we could bastardize the program in the way that it is operating today, Mr. Speaker. Our aim was to create Our aim was to create a sovereign wealth fund, a sovereign fund, Mr. Speaker, that would generate income for our people long after the citizenship by investment program would have ended. A sovereign wealth fund last year in this very chamber. I made reference to it. The IMF had already drawn up a number of possible models that we could use. And members opposite said they had never even heard about it. And they are part of the government then for 6 years. Mr. Speaker, I really don't think I need to ask what would have happened if we had not come on board with the program. Our aim was to create a sovereign fund that would generate income to our people long after the program would have ended. It was also our intention that the private sector investments generated by the program would have had a highly transformative impact on our economy. And what do I mean, Mr. Speaker, by the private sector investments generated by the program? Construction. For my entire life in this parliament, all the way back in 1989, you would have heard that if it is one economic activity, one sector that generated income, that had a multiplier effect on the economy, was construction. And so, with construction booming then, with the creative industries and entertainment taking a foothold in the domestic economy and impacting positively on the lives of our youth. But, Mr. Speaker, all those which took place when the program was booming in terms of the economic activities, they are not seen, they are not there. But there is no such evidence that this is happening as a result of the nearly $1 billion that we are having from the CIP. Nearly $1 billion between 2021 and 2022. And the economic spin-off that we expect. The construction booming again. The creative industries and entertainment taking a foothold in the domestic economy and impacting positively on the lives of our young people. There is no evidence, Mr. Speaker, that we are realizing any of such activities. Mr. Speaker, each year, the government reports receipts of hundreds of millions of dollars from the government fees in respect of the CIP, which indicates that the real estate developers are receiving even more money out of this particular program. But over the last almost 7 years, Mr. Speaker, that Team Unity has been in office, we have not seen many new investments by the private sector, especially in hotels and CBI-related projects. Where are they, Mr. Speaker? Where are they? If we are to truly transform our economy and bring significant benefits to the people of our country, then we must demand that the resources generated by the program be put to good use, help generate economic activity for the benefit of our people. And our young people, Mr. Speaker, must demand this, especially at a time like now, when we are so severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the time, Mr. Speaker, when those resources should be put to better use and ensure that our people's hardships would come to an end. We must also ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the funds committed to the management of the Citizenship by Investment Program are not diverted for other purposes and uses. And here, Mr. Speaker, I note that an extra $33.3 million was allocated to the office of the Prime Minister under item 05041 on page 58. Look at page 58, Mr. Speaker. Volume 1. Right. Which is management of Citizenship by Investment Program. And there is no explanation whatsoever that has been given. 5.8, volume 2. Just a minute. Volume 2, sorry. Section 3, Ministry Summary, if you look at that section. Office of the Prime Minister, under the subheading Responsibility Center. And you go down to Financial Summary, 05041, Manage the Citizenship by Investment Unit. You will see, Mr. Speaker, have you found it? Yes. Right. You will see, Mr. Speaker, that there is no explanation whatsoever. I've searched the presentation of the budget yesterday. I've looked through both volumes. And Mr. Speaker, there is no explanation whatsoever that has been given for this massive allocation of funds to the office of the Prime Minister. Look at page 05-8, under the heading Manage Citizenship by Investment Program. It has a massive $33.3 million as an extra amount beyond 2021 allocated to the office of the Prime Minister. And no explanation whatsoever, Mr. Speaker, has been given for this massive allocation of funds to the office of the Prime Minister. You understand? And yet we are hearing a cutback to the Ministry of Tourism. This is ridiculous. I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, the contraction or decrease or the cut of $1.5 million for tourism promotion and development. While there is a cut in that particular item, tourism being the growth sector at the moment of this economy, it is the opposite that we are seeing, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the allocation of $33.3 million extra in the office of the Prime Minister. And no explanation has been given. Mr. Speaker, we are facing very difficult times. And many of our people, they are suffering. Every single dollar makes a difference in their lives. And so we simply cannot afford to allocate $33.3 million in the estimates without adequate explanation Is it a case of squandering that massive sum of money in pursuit of political or other inexplicable objectives? What is it? What's the explanation? And the tourism minister and others should ask these questions. Why $33.3 million and you are giving me a cutback in mine? Why? Mr. Speaker, we simply cannot afford to allocate $33 million in the estimates in the office of the Prime Minister without explanation. Is this squandering that massive sum in pursuit of political or other objectives? People want to know, Timo. People want to know. Timo cannot be serious. Timo a fool all of us. When I examined the estimates,
Mr. Speaker,
I was very pleased to see. Yes. Oh, I didn't realize.
our parliamentary procedures require that if a member of parliament is going to be referred to in our speeches, that we give them the proper designation. And I would hope that Timo, that is being referred to, is not really one of our members. And I would ask the member opposite to refer to him by his proper designation, if that is so. If you may please you.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. I too have been listening closely, and of course, many times it requires a judgment call. And what I will say is this, that if I ever become satisfied that the reference or the use of a nickname is absolutely directed towards a member, I would intervene. I'm sure the member for number 6. Yes, so let's continue. The member said he's aware of it, so let's continue.
Right, Mr. Speaker, because you know, if I want to speak directly to any member of this great house, I would do so appropriately. That is not my style, Mr. Speaker. But I am saying, questions out there on the streets, Timo cannot be serious. Timo will fool us. No, I'm just telling you what is asked on the street. I don't know who they refer to. But there's a saying, whoever the cap fits, wear it. Remember that, Mr. Attorney General. So, Mr. Speaker, as I move on, when I examined the estimates, I was very pleased to see a very substantial increase on the personal emoluments. How much time do I have?
You began at 10:18, is that correct? 10:18?
We have it now. Another hour? Yes. Well, I don't know when we started. 10:18? And right. So I'm doing good on time. That's true. I better take some water. I just realized I have time for water. I would say, Mr. Speaker, when I examined the estimates, I was very pleased to see a very substantial increase on the personal emoluments. And so I assumed that our hard-working public servants and government employees, as well as pensioners, were going to enjoy an increase in salary. I want to say that again. Because you see, from my experience, when you have such a substantial increase under this kind of head, one would have thought that the first thing, and I saw the anxiety on the faces of the public servants there yesterday.
Anxiety
Yes, they're anxious.
and joy.
Anxiety, because they're uncertain. What are you coming with now?
Claps.
And then we heard nothing about the salary increase.
Double salary.
What we heard was a double salary, which I am not knocking. I am not knocking at all.
You're happy for that?
Well, I must be happy if people get more money to spend, to save, to invest. But it would be happier if all would have been able to enjoy such a largesse, I call it.
You mean just outside the public service?
Yes.
And double salary outside the public service?
But find a way. I'm not talking about double salary. It's money from the government. Find a way. Find all the time. Brother, sorry. Do you know how many people out there going to sleep at nights with their children hungry? Do you know how many months, 20 months, there are people out there who have not had any employment at all?
Subsidies.
Subsidies?
What should we be talking about it?
I left $900 million in the treasury. How do you mean you ain't got no money? What you all do with it? What you all did with it? $900 million in 2015 I left there. What the heck you did with it? Huh?
How much increase you give that 900 million?
You have not done anything that we had not planned for.
You give that 900
We planned to ensure that the debt was reduced. We had no choice. We left the money there.
when you need an increase in salary?
But Mr. Speaker,
That goes on.
the point I am asking is, people were assuming that our hard-working public servants and government employees, as well as pensioners, were going to enjoy an increase in salary.
900 million.
Personal emoluments increased from a projected, Mr. Speaker, $232.7 million, $232.7 million in 2021, to an estimated, Mr. Speaker, sorry, page 5, Roman numeral 7, in number 1, estimate 1, yeah. So I was saying, personal emoluments increased from a projected $232.7 million in 2021 to an estimated $291.2 million in 2022. And this, Mr. Speaker, represents an increase of $58.5 million, or 25.1 increase, Mr. Speaker, in 2022 over 2021.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on perhaps a point of order clarification.
Point of order, sir?
Yes, because I think perhaps the member for number 6,
I misleading.
perhaps the member for number 6 should maybe provide some clarification, because earlier he said that there has been an increase in the office of the Prime Minister for some $30-something million, and there's absolutely no explanation. He's now speaking to personal emoluments and salaries, which as far as I know fall under the office of the Prime Minister. And he has said he has noted an increase of some $50-something million. So it would seem to me as though on one hand he's telling the public he doesn't understand the increase under the office of the Prime Minister, but on the next hand he's saying that he has recognized and he is thankful that there is an increase in respect of personal emoluments and salaries.
So you are saying, sorry. So the member for number 5, who has risen on a point of order, are you saying that this increase in personal emoluments is explained, or explains, I should say, the increase in the office of the Prime Minister? Partly, does it explain it or not? And why is it not written to be so? I am not going to assume anything. I am not going to assume anything. It must be explained. It is not for me to explain it to anybody. You must do so. And that is why I'm saying, and I want to know if that is true. This represents an increase, Mr. Speaker, of $58.5 million or 25.1% increase in 2022 over what it was in 2021. And as I said before, this cannot be attributable to the double salary. It can't. Because the Prime Minister said that the double salary will be paid in December, not next year. And that is why I don't understand what he said.
What he said makes sense.
It is to be paid in 2021. We are debating here the budget for 2022. There's no reference whatsoever to that. Can't fool anybody. That is why people out there saying, Tibo can't be serious. He'll fool us. That's what people out there saying.
So what's your logical conclusion?
My logical conclusion, give us explanations. Give us explanations. It is for you to explain, because you can't come and say that your double salary that you are paying in this December, fiscal year 2021, is going to explain what you're going to have and as an increase in your emoluments for 2022. I don't think it is so. And if it is so, explain it. This, as I said, cannot be attributable to the double salary because the Prime Minister said that the double salary will be paid before Christmas of 2021. These figures, Mr. Speaker, are for 2022. And such a huge increase in personal emoluments is bound to have significant macroeconomic impact. And Mr. Speaker, it should not be simply included in any budget without any attempt to provide justification, Mr. Speaker. And he knows better. So what is really going on here is what we are asking. We demand an increase in salaries and wages. We welcome the double salary, yes. But the people are demanding an increase in salaries and wages. That is what they were hoping that they would have heard yesterday. More people, Mr. Speaker, will always benefit from more. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the double salary for civil servants in December of this year, it is welcomed. But I listened to the Prime Minister very carefully and I read the budget address over and over again to see if I missed anything. Because he made no mention, Mr. Speaker, of government employees that do not occupy civil service posts. Throughout the presentation, it is replete, continuously referring to civil servants.
GAE workers.
Civil servants, Mr. Speaker. It says clearly, Mr. Speaker, civil servants. I am going to go to that very page because he's have to feed in my notes. Let us turn to it. Let us turn, Mr. Speaker, to the budget address. Mr. Speaker, let us go to what was said and what is written in this document. If you went, Mr. Speaker, to paragraph 82 of the budget address, it says, Mr. Speaker, that the opportunity is being used to thank many civil servants who have worked very hard in spite of the difficulties encountered during the past 21 months. Civil servants, note I said that. In this regard, my government has determined that all civil servants on both islands will be rewarded with a double salary payment in time for Christmas. Mr. Speaker, he continues, we recognize that as a result of the pandemic, some of our civil servants are the only providers in their household. Continues, Mr. Speaker, many are forced to now singularly carry the financial burden of providing for their families. Civil servants. We are a compassionate and caring government that is highly focused on investing in our people. Our decision is therefore consistent with our people-centered policy framework and our twin objectives of investing in our people and putting our economy back on track. Our action would serve to reward our civil servants consistently, our civil servants who have been diligent in their service and help those who are finding it difficult to cope with their financial obligations. But it continues. Equally important is our focus on stimulating the economy at this time. And it continues. The investment in our civil servants would most definitely have a strong multiplier effect within the economy where the micro, small, medium, and large businesses would benefit. Mr. Speaker, where does it mention pensioners? Where? Show me, Mr. Speaker. This is it. This is the document. This is it. The document. Nowhere it mentions anything about pensioners. Mr. Speaker, nowhere is there any mention, Mr. Speaker, of pensioners being paid a double salary. Nowhere, Mr. Speaker. This is a fact. This is the document.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has not. He said the document was replete, and perhaps if he was to complete the exercise, because you've just gone, for example, to paragraph 83. I know. I know. It was a tiring exercise. Yes. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, and it has been cleared in every statement that the government makes, civil servants are really part of the cadre of employees and the government payroll, the pensioners, because first they have civil servants, then they go on the pensionable payroll. The standard had been everywhere, that every category of employees of the government are treated equally when it comes to the payment of double salary. In trade, all the releases would have said so. It's civil servants active, it will be step workers, it will be GAE workers, it will be pensioners, because they are part of the payroll of the government. Every paid employee of the government. And the member for number 6 knows much better and should know better and should not come and make this an issue today. So for the avoidance of doubt, pensioners, like every other category of employees of the government, be they called civil servants or they are called GAE, government auxiliary employees, or they are called step workers, all of them will benefit on the 21st of December, well in advance of the promised Christmas deadline, with the payment of a double salary.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, we are now having what appears to be a clarification. But the reason why one had to make sure that it is clear Because if you wanted it to be clear, you will write it. You will utter it. It's nearly 2 hours. We spent yesterday listening. You know how many pensioners went home or went to their bed last night? Almost in despair. Well, nobody mentioned anything to us. I am telling you, Mr. Speaker, up to this morning, people called me and wondered if they were being included. Whenever I paid a double salary, it was clearly stated, public servants and the pensioners, always, every time, Mr. Speaker, every time. And you know why there is suspicion? Because if you were to look at paragraph 83, page 36, Mr. Speaker, it says here, and I continue to read, in addition, my government will also make this payment available to the step workers.
Yes.
So how come he is saying, the Minister of Finance is saying, that when he says civil servant, he meant step workers, government auxiliary employees, pensioners, civil servants. But here, he sets out step workers and civil servants. What happened to the rest of them? Mr. Speaker, no! Look at your own presentation, Mr. Speaker. Nowhere did it subdivide the civil servants. He said that step workers and, but you just said, whenever you say civil servant, you mean step workers as well. You just said that. You just said that. No, don't disturb me. Don't disturb me. Mr. Speaker, let me continue. It is important for us to make this very, very clear. It is very, very clear that we know that all civil servants, pensioners, step workers, because step workers are not called civil servants. You may call them public servants, not civil servants. And you know better. You know better. I don't believe you had any intention of paying them. I don't believe so. I really don't. Because you are a very specific person. You understand? Mr. Speaker, let me continue. Because, you see, that is why people out there are asking, Timo can't be serious. You fool us. That is why they're asking, Timo can't be serious. You fool us. Because here now, all over, the Minister of Finance was presenting a budget to us. Not even one mention of pensioners. But he said, I mean them as well. I mean, come on, man. Let us be serious about this. And so, Mr. Speaker, when one examines the estimates, we see this. And that is why I said we needed to be certain that this would include our public servants, all categories. Civil servants, pensioners, JAE workers, step workers, and, as was also mentioned, those who are in statutory corporations. If their accounts would somehow support an increase, then this increase should be given. Doesn't say that the government is going to step in at all. If their accounts, if their situation is such, fiscal situation is such, that they can afford, then they may be paid by their board. So the government is going to give them, if the boards can't agree to it.
Why would the government do?
Why?
Why didn't you pay the GA?
They are public servants as well.
Why didn't you pay the annual?
It's true that they are statutory corp workers, but they are, Mr. Speaker, to some extent, government employees in a way.
In a way?
Yeah, they are statutory corporation workers, and usually they are categorized in that way. So we would also want to know if these persons are going to be given this opportunity like others.
It
Mr. Speaker, I was saying that the double salary for civil servants is welcome. I have made it clear that in the history where double salary was paid, everybody as public servants would enjoy it. Neither on the Labour nor on the PAM I saw any difference. And that is why I am heartened to understand that there is a serious consideration of including them, because it is important for them to be included. Mr. Speaker, because you see, all pensioners of the public sector and all persons of the public sector have felt the impact, Mr. Speaker, of COVID-19. So I am glad to hear this morning that I don't even know if I get a salary, to be frank with you. I don't even know if I get a salary. And the Attorney General would know that. He would know that. Even if they were not laid off, Mr. Speaker. A lot of people in the hotel sector would have been severely impacted. And maybe a lot of them, where civil servants are included in that household, definitely could have had a difference in terms of how they approach the season, knowing that there is something for them in terms of a double salary. But again, I emphasize, an increase in salary and wages is what people would have preferred. Mr. Speaker,
You want an increase too?
well, what category you put me in? Well, if parliamentarians are getting increase, why not? Not an increase, a double salary. Why not? Well, maybe I know. You should explain that. There's an increase on the remuneration for parliamentarians. That is why I said the Attorney General should know. Whatever you look forward to, I look forward to. I think that is important. So, Mr. Speaker, and I think we will come to that. Mr. Speaker.
Remember, could I say me too?
Because, Mr. Speaker, it's really an increase that we are looking for. That's what the people are saying that they really need. Mr. Speaker, when I spoke yesterday morning in an interview with ZIZ and Winifred, I did mention that the budget should not focus on short-term recovery from COVID, but it should really lay a foundation for correcting policy errors over the past 6 years and putting the economy on a path to long-term development. When we look at the budget, especially of the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Post, and Urban Development, and I want us to look at Volume 1 again, item E12, Mr. Speaker. E12, Volume 1, page 10, sorry. Page 10, Mr. Speaker. E12, Manage Public Infrastructure, Post, and Urban Development. And look on the transfer, and you basically recognize we see no serious attempt to stimulate the recovery or to address, Mr. Speaker, any long-term developmental issues. if there's going to be serious attempt to push development, increase spending, and help to generate some growth in the economy, you usually would look to this ministry and what is allocated to it, to look at what to expect in terms of development. And as I said, if you look at this item, we see no attempt, no recorded attempt to stimulate recovery or to address long-term developmental issues. I know, Mr. Speaker, again, if you turn with me to page 12-19 of volume 2, over a little more to 12-19. One minute. $12.19, maybe like in the middle of volume 2. If you look at that, Mr. Speaker, the estimates would show us that the funds allocated to this ministry, same ministry, has been cut dramatically. 12-19. 2. The funds allocated in this ministry have been cut dramatically from an estimated $51.8 million to $41.44 million. Comparing 2021 to 2022, there is what I consider to be a dramatic cut from $51.8 million to $41.44 million, Mr. Speaker. And this represents reduction of a mammoth $10.4 million or 20.1% in the midst of a pandemic, when we should be doing everything that is possible to speed up the recovery process and implement programs to eliminate the economic scars of this ongoing pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I want to submit this morning that this reduction is likely to be even more impactful because the capital budget under this ministry has shrunk by a most shocking 35.6% from $40 million in 2021 to $29.5 million. Right here on page 1219. And so we ask again, what is really the message that we are sending here? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
I do not think.
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order?
Yes.
Yes, I wish to stand on a point of order because the head E12 which the honourable member opposite refers to happens to be that of public infrastructure. And I do believe that it is important, Mr. Speaker, to place things into perspective. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that during the course of 2021, you had the continuation of, let me say, 2 major capital projects under this ministry, which the member for number 6, I think, can speak to. He can speak to the benefits of them, because I have absolutely no doubt that himself and his constituents enjoy the benefits of these 2 major capital projects. One, Mr. Speaker, you have the Island Main Road Improvement Project, and that project has come more or less almost to a conclusion. It's 90-something% completed. You have maybe about 2 bridges, one leading into his constituency, one in the Cranston area, one in the Stonefort area, which we still have some work to do. You have some road markings, etc., Mr. Speaker. He said that the level of capital outlay that you would have had for 2021, of course, would not be the same in respect of 2022. Additionally, you have the Old Road Bay project, a project of some $30-something million, which again, Mr. Speaker, is substantially completed. So again, you don't expect to see the same level of capital being spent in respect of that project. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that when you have capital projects, Mr. Speaker, it takes a while for some of these capital projects to be implemented, because you have to go to several different phases. So that each year, but I don't want you to mislead the House. You are. You ask a question and I'm giving you the explanation. I'm giving you the explanation. The Speaker will give you back your time. And so, Mr. Speaker, additionally, if one is then also supposed to look at capital projects and make a comparison in terms of the extent of the capital projects for 2022 and the impact that they are going to have on the economy, Public Works cannot be the only ministry from which you take that particular view. You have to look at the entire gamut of capital projects in respect of 2022. So that while you may see a decrease, Mr. Speaker, on the Public Works, there are other ministries, Mr. Speaker, under which there is an increase.
You have your time to come, Mr. Speaker. Don't take up my time. You're playing smart. You see. No, you can't be smart. You can't be smarter than me in here. Not inside here. Mr. Speaker, you have your time. You explain it when your time comes. You understand? So I was saying, Mr. Speaker, that this reduction is likely to be even more impactful because the capital budget under this ministry has shrunk. It's a fact. By a more shocking 35.6%, from $40 million to $29.5 million, and you can give your explanation when your time comes, not on my time. Mr. Speaker, I do not think I have to explain to this honorable House that the public infrastructure is critical as an instrument that governments everywhere employ to secure growth and development. So, if you're doing those projects and they have come to an end, well, after all, when nothing else is supposed to take place after that, the construction activities that it facilitates, Mr. Speaker, in the short term, is usually a source of increased employment. And so it supports my own argument. And significant economic stimulation. And so if the projects are well crafted, they enhance the future earning capability of the economy. So you are telling me because the Old Road Bay project and the Island Surface Main Road project has ended, that's it? Nothing at all for 2022? Well, where is it? Where is it? That is what I'm asking. Where is it? And why is The ministry,
Point of
who
order,
is
Mr.
responsible
Speaker.
for doing that, is not included.
Point of order,
Mr. Speaker, I want to continue that education is also critical to the long-term development of our nation.
Honorable members,
But the education system
honorable members,
has taken a
honorable
battering
member,
in recent
I am
years.
speaking. I'm speaking.
Yes. You're not going to come and just disrupt me like that.
Part of the problem that the Speaker has always had is that when we look at our standing, the rules of this House, the standing orders of this House, they do not specify time limits with respect to points of order or points of clarification. And so over time I've tried my best to allow members to speak as freely as I can, but you know, I would want members to bear in mind and to consider that I believe points of order or clarification should be very, very brief and succinct and speak to the issue raised, because the member opposite who is presenting has a valid point in that members will get a time to respond to issues raised. I am also aware that there are times that you need to respond immediately, and so I would not overlook that fact. It's important at times for matters to be addressed immediately once they're uttered, but I still feel or think that all members should bear in mind that they will also have an opportunity to rebut or to comment on or respond to something that is said by any member at any given time. Having said that, honourable member for number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I read into the record, section 39, subsection 5. A member who has spoken on any question may, with the Speaker's permission, again be heard to offer an explanation of some material or part of his or her speech which he or she claims has been misrepresented, but he or she cannot introduce a new matter. I have moved this budget, Mr. Speaker, and in the context of that, I am putting to you that the member for number 6 is misrepresenting what has been put. And the simple explanation, if you go through the budget year by year, every year is a variable. Because as projects are implemented, the figure required in any year will be reduced. And the second point I will make quickly, so that explains the fall. The roadwork, which was a major project at the start, the life of it, each year, portions of it are being done, so less is required. The second point, more fundamental, made by the member for number 5, is that capital projects are scattered across every regime of the government. And again, that explains...
That's exactly the point of order that the member for number 5 was raising. He's coming on it again. We've moved on.
39.5, sir.
You can't be disturbing me like that.
39.5.
You spoke for 2 hours yesterday. Nobody interrupted you.
Honourable
Why
members,
won't you interrupt before?
again, I don't think
Come
we are at...
Come on, man. Fairness is
Honourable
fairness. 2 hours you had yesterday. Nobody interrupted you. And you want to come and disturb me? Don't disturb me. Let me make my presentation. You have your
Honourable
wrap up to
members,
do.
order.
Come on.
Order. I don't
What are you
think...
doing this for?
I don't
Mr.
think... Honourable members.
What of this behavior? That is your typical behavior. Nobody must criticize you. Come on.
Honourable members, I do not think we are at any variance with what I have said. I do not have the authority to curtail the presentation of members if it's not specified under the rules. And so what I've said, I am basically asking members to consider when they are, once they have risen on a point of order, or to try to make it as brief as possible, because there will be other opportunities for them, for that member or some other member to respond to that point. That's the most I can do with respect to this issue.
Right. So, Mr. Speaker, you see, I've been here long enough, and strategies are employed. But the strategies, to some extent, can be interrupted. And that is what is happening here. I must speak. People have sent me here to speak. And I will speak. Nobody can shut me up. And I am saying, yes, you have capital projects. I am saying that there is significant reduction in the ministry that usually would pursue capital projects.
Mr. Speaker.
And capital projects, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you raise again on a point of order. Please.
Again are reflected in this particular line item that I made mention to.
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker, you raise on a point of order.
he will give an explanation, but I am speaking to the facts as they are.
Honourable Member for number 6, there's a point.
Well, I hope you're not going back to that, you know, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
I am moving on.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me point out that if you look at the budget estimates, there's a total of $180 million appropriated for capital projects in respect of 2022. So that the figure that was quoted by the member opposite only represents a percentage of the total capital projects to be undertaken by the government. And so he must put that into perspective. Now, in regards to the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, that ministry has a general oversight for all of the capital projects being undertaken by government. Yes, the ministry has its own share of capital projects, but it has general oversight for all of the capital projects, whether it is the tendering process for Bastia High School, the JNF, all of the Artisan Center, all of the different projects to be undertaken. The ministry has oversight for those. And so that must be placed into perspective, Mr. Speaker, not that one will expect to see all of the capital projects.
Okay, you made your point. Let me continue. You made your point. Let me make my point as well. And so, Mr. Speaker, we question why is there this significant reduction in that ministry. Is let go. He will give an explanation when it comes. And so, Mr. Speaker, I move on to education. I want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that education is also critical to the long-term development of our nation. But the education system has taken a battering in recent years. One of its premier institutions, Mr. Speaker, the Bastia High School, has been without permanent facilities for many years to the disadvantage of our students. Year after year, Mr. Speaker, we hear promises about the construction of a new school, but there has been no action, it would appear, to date. This, Mr. Speaker, has left me with the view that the school and the lies perpetuated about the school have already helped to bring team unity to office, and therefore serve no useful purpose to them anymore. He said, the lies, he said, perpetuated have brought him into office twice. Just said it. Twice, not just once. I was saying once. But he said that the lies have brought them into office twice. You just heard him. Mr. Speaker, this has left me with the view. Mr. Speaker, come on.
No. Hear me out. I was, again, if I'm not convinced that something is leveled at a particular member, I'll probably let it pass. Yeah, I have to be convinced he's so...
Mr. Speaker, so that is what I'm saying. So, this has left me, Mr. Speaker, with the view that the school and the lies perpetuated about the school have already helped to bring team unity into office. Twice. and therefore serve no useful purpose to them anymore. It is also clear, Mr. Speaker, that the school system was woefully unprepared to handle the problems associated with COVID-19. And this has resulted in random and frequent opening and reopening of schools or classes within schools to the disadvantage of the students. Hence, Mr. Speaker, I expected that in 2022, the resources would have been allocated to the schools to allow them to modernize their operations, make better use of technology, and enhance their capacity to deliver online education. Unfortunately, no additional resources have been committed to the education sector that I have seen. And it is projected that the allocation to that ministry will remain virtually unchanged in the region of about $103 million until 2024. And this, Mr. Speaker, is borne out. If you look again, going over to 13-13 of Volume 2. This, Mr. Speaker, is very short-sighted, in my opinion, especially because the IMF has expressed serious concerns about productivity growth in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. When I read these estimates, Mr. Speaker, I could not, therefore, believe my eyes. I could not believe that the funds for education are being held constant over the next 3 years, and that the funds for tourism promotion and for infrastructure development have been so dramatically reduced in a year after we have reopened the economy. And when we are looking forward to speeding up the recovery process and placing the economy on a sustainable growth path while living with COVID. Mr. Speaker, the education sector is in dire need of modernization if it's to lead that way in promoting productivity and competitiveness. And the tourism and infrastructure development sectors have been the primary catalysts for growth in our economy. These critical sectors, Mr. Speaker, are now being sidelined without any explanation as to how we intend to enhance productivity and what will replace tourism and infrastructure development as major engines of growth, major engines of employment, and major engines of economic activity. And while we see insignificant investments or allocations to the other sectors, we observe massive allocations to the Office of the Prime Minister that is fencing in the Office of the Prime Minister into wealth, but excluding all other ministries, padding the Office of the Prime Minister while neglecting, it would appear, the other ministries. Mr. Speaker, I was left to conclude that this is quite likely, Mr. Speaker, a game of politics, and that the government is putting political maneuvering ahead of the well-being of our people. The Minister of Education, with respect, is from the People's Action Movement, and his desire to see PAM enjoy the fresh air of independence and self-management is well known. The minister responsible for tourism is from the People's Action Movement as well. And he seems very concerned about maintaining the identity of PAM even in a unity government. Mr. Speaker, there is really no mention in the budget about renewable energy. None whatsoever. In a new economy, with our people living with COVID, but being modern in supporting innovation, technology, and green energy. How can we, as a nation, adapt to live with COVID and in a budget that is to prepare us for 2022 and beyond? No mention whatsoever is made of renewable energy. Am I reading wrongly? Did I hear rightly yesterday? Why is this blatantly excluded from the budget? And, Mr. Speaker, I have here an article that came from SKNIS. It is headlined, "Construction of largest solar farm in the Caribbean signals St. Kitts and Nevis' commitment to renewable energy." SKNIS. A whole budget was presented yesterday. A whole budget. No mention whatsoever is made of renewable energy. Is Timo serious, or is Timo fooling us? What really is going on? Look at this. This speaks of a massive development that is to take place. Here it is quoting the Deputy Prime Minister, who is our Minister of Energy. We are talking about 100 acres of crown land located in the Royal Bastia Valley National Park and costing $70 million for a microgrid that will bring into being one of the most modern, we are told, energy farm, renewable energy farm, solar energy farm in St. Kitts and Nevis. But there is no mention in the budget about renewable energy in this new economy that we are speaking to. Why is this blatantly excluded? But, Mr. Speaker, I am reminded that the minister responsible for infrastructure and renewable energy and the greening of the economy is not only from PAM, but he is the leader of PAM. And he has publicly stated that he thinks, and his elders and members of his party believe, it is his turn to become Prime Minister after next general election. And so I ask, Mr. Speaker, could this be the reason for the contraction or stagnation of the budgets of these important ministries? Yes, I've heard the Deputy Prime Minister respond. And what about agriculture? And what about agriculture and food security? Are we serious, Mr. Speaker, with declining support given to this, which should be our next growth and productive sector in the economy? Huh? I note that the Minister of Agriculture is also from CCM. And so I ask, is Timo serious? Is Timo fooling us? Mr. Speaker, should our country, in the midst of this devastating crisis, suffer as a result of the competition for power and the outright battle between the members, between the members of the so-called Team Unity government? Honorable members, I leave you to answer these questions for yourselves. I would only say that if it is true that the ministers of PAM and possibly CCM are being discriminated against in this way, then their ability to serve their constituencies that elected them is seriously impaired. And every day they remain in this unity construct, they plunge another nail in the coffin of PAM and CCM. However, Mr. Speaker, I would like to assure the supporters of PAM and CCM too that they can avoid the abandonment, Mr. Speaker, and neglect of their leaders by finding a home in Labour. They can find a home in Labour, Mr. Speaker. Our new leader, Dr. Terence Dew, who is there? Stand up, brother. He's right here. Our new leader. Our new leader, Mr. Speaker. Our new leader, Dr. Terence Dew, welcomes them, I can say. And the entire Labour Party welcomes them. Our party has a history of protecting the disadvantaged and bringing relief to all who suffer from discrimination of any shape or form. Mr. Speaker, our party is proud that we had the opportunity to choose our leader from among 3 outstanding and talented young persons of great leadership qualities. They can't do that. We saw democracy at work, alive and well, Mr. Speaker. And we have chosen Dr. Terence Dew as our leader. We have chosen him as our leader, Mr. Speaker. And the entire Labour Party now stands firmly behind him. Our party, the oldest in the English-speaking Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, is about history. It's about principle, and it is about philosophy. So that even when we change the persons in leadership position, there is no change in what our party stands for. I end this presentation, Mr. Speaker, by saying, yes, that this budget has proven that even in these difficult moments, when our people face so many hardships and the very survival of many of our enterprises are at risk, there is no reordering of the priorities of the government to put our people first. In the mind of this government, politics always trump the well-being of our people. Our people must now look forward to the opportunity to change this in the next general election. May it please you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6. Who would have spoken in a time of 13 minutes short of 2 hours, whatever that time is. Yes. I now recognize the Honorable Minister Wendy Phipps with her presentation. Senator and Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to, from the outset, indicate that I am rising to extend my full support to the Appropriation 2022 Bill 2021. As I do this, it would be remiss of me if I did not start my contribution by extending appreciation to the Financial Secretary and her team, who once again would have been placed in a rather precarious position in terms of the tedious and stressful and testy budgetary process which COVID-19 would have presented them for not 1 but 2 years in a row. In an environment such as COVID-19, it then becomes a necessity that financial forecasting be done in a measured and reasonable manner. And the reasons for this are simple: that COVID-19 continues to be fraught with unparalleled economic uncertainties that are brought about by the virus, its volatility, its mutations, and also the vagaries that COVID-19 demand that we, in the way we run government, continue to be cautiously optimistic in terms of the conservative nature of our spending and to avoid wastage where possible. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has succeeded in guiding us through this budgetary process in a manner that has produced a budget for 2022 that is, just as the team suggests, people-centric. And based on the provisions that are outlined, in my opinion, humbly, I see it that in so doing, we are watering the roots of our economic grounding that will enable us to get back on track on the path of growth and development on which we were traveling prior to the onslaught of COVID-19 in March of 2020. And I say all of this to point to several reasons in support of what I say. We have seen, for example, the largest ever budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Education to the tune of $104.5 million. This is unprecedented in the history of this country. The second reason I would give is the increase in capitalization for the Poverty Alleviation Program in order to bring further household support to persons who are displaced by the pandemic, whose households are earning less than $3,000 per month. And we are seeing that the figure that has been allocated is some $32.3 million. And the mover of the bill would have been careful to note yesterday that this amounts to an addition of some 1,056 persons being added. And you can refer to paragraph 7 and 86 of the budget address to see this for yourself. The severance payment fund. There's also been an injection in capital of an additional $5 million in order to continue to respond to the ongoing contraction in terms of the job market as a result of job losses. And the fourth area is the commitment to provide a third stimulus package to bring relief to persons who are struggling financially as a result of the pandemic. There are other areas throughout the budgetary considerations enshrined in the 2 volumes which will bear out the people-centered approach. But I would leave that to the other ministers who are yet to come in terms of defending their own ministerial allotments for the fiscal year 2022. We should consider ourselves, Mr. Speaker, in St. Kitts and Nevis to be very fortunate that thus far we would have weathered the socio-economic storms brought about by COVID quite well when we compare ourselves to other jurisdictions. About a year ago, we had several CARICOM countries who could not even meet payroll. These would have included countries such as Jamaica, St. Lucia, Antigua, and Barbuda. And at no time during this pandemic was this government ever in a crunch to meet salaries and to meet the allowances for pensioners, step workers, etc.
Yes. Strong point.
We also have to commend at the same time the leadership of our public health systems for guiding us through this pandemic. We acknowledge the dedication of frontline persons in health, especially the Chief Medical Officer and the Medical Chief of Staff, Dr. Cameron Wilkinson, and the respective teams that they lead. About 1 year ago, Mr. Speaker, we were at about 28 cases and 0 deaths, at a time when our borders would have only been reopened for less than 45 days. Where we are now, December 15th, based on the data that I would have gotten from the Ministry of Health, we are now at something like about 2,797 cases and regrettably 28 deaths, largely due to the arrival of the Lambda variant in our jurisdiction and the fact that we had to open our borders, and that most of the cases that have resulted in the exponential growth in positive cases would have been due in large measure to importation of the said virus into the Federation. Of course, we are cautiously optimistic that now, having opened our borders and recognizing that we cannot continue a practice of lockdowns and curfews, etc., to insulate ourselves from the rest of the world, that we still have to be careful and prepare as best we could for the Omicron variant, which has now overtaken jurisdictions like the UK and now the US as the leading variant to contend with. What this means, Mr. Speaker, is that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis must use everything in their arsenal to handle the ongoing impact of the virus, one being the vaccine and the other one being strict adherence to the non-pharmaceutical measures. Everybody in this country has a part to play, and nobody should be excused from doing his or her part. Everybody is responsible for him or herself and for their fellow citizens. And as such, that is a message that we should consistently drum into the minds and hearts of our people so that we protect ourselves, but also vulnerable individuals, especially our children and our elderly citizens. I could not go into this budget debate without commending the human service provided by the COVID-19 task force. This task force has been working now for just shy of 2 years, and it is unlike any other task force that we have ever seen in the history of this country. And by extension, that is so because of the fact that none of us have ever had to go through a pandemic before. The work of this task force is long, it is arduous, many times thankless, but it is something that is necessary and that was germane to where we are and still is required to take us forward. I cannot speak for every single member of the task force in terms of what they put in, because depending on their role, they might have commitments to a meeting once a week, consultations on ad hoc times throughout the course of the week. But for the Attorney General and myself, who function as the co-chairs of the Disaster Mitigation Council with oversight for the task force and NEMA, I can safely state that adopting responsibility for this task force is tantamount to having an extra portfolio. Beside Cabinet on Mondays, all of Tuesday, all of Wednesday is consumed by the task force. And every other day of the week, including Saturday and Sunday, we could put in an average of perhaps maybe 4 hours per day. So we continue to do what is necessary out of love of country, and at the same time to bear out our country's motto, country above self. As I said this, it would be remiss of me if I did not single out Mr. Abdia Samuel for his stellar leadership in this regard, because it has cost him sleepless nights. His phone never stops ringing. The support that he has been provided in terms of ICTs from Ophelia Blanchard, that is also commendable in terms of making sure that whatever day or night, time of day that you go on knatravelforum.com, you can get your matter dealt with in terms of persons who would need to access the platform to enter St. Kitts and Nevis if you're a visitor, or to return to St. Kitts and Nevis if you're a legal resident or citizen. So again, I commend them. And at the time when the history of this country would have been written in terms of the role of the task force, I trust that the historians of the day would give pride of place national understanding, and sincere gratitude to the task force. I know that when he rises to speak, the Honorable Attorney General will have more to say on that score. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we are having a budget at a time when God has favored us for 2 years in a row now, where we have not had a major hurricane. And thank God for his mercies, because if we had to deal with the pandemic and still deal with a Category 4 or 5 hurricane, as our local people say, Cropper may have smoked our pipes. But we are thankful that we did not have to go down that route. I would now like to get into a discussion on the role of the ministerial portfolio that I have the privilege of leading since June of 2020. And I would like to start with the Ministry of International Trade, Commerce and Consumer Affairs. But as I do this, permit me to give a brief synopsis of what the current business climate is like at the moment. And I would like to do that by starting with new business registrations in spite of the pandemic. For 2021 alone, we have seen 554 new businesses being registered. This, Mr. Speaker, shows confidence in the local economy in spite of the ongoing impact of the pandemic. The records indicate that in total we may have approximately 6,341 licensed businesses on the books. I am advised by the IRD that even though some of these companies may not be current in terms of their returns, they would not have been struck from the books because obviously they would have been impacted adversely by the pandemic, and the IRD will work with them in terms of getting the necessary reporting and returns in a timely manner. Some 17 of these new entities, Mr. Speaker, are manufacturers, and up until December of 2020, there were already some 160 registered manufacturers functioning mostly as micro-producers. By extension, out of the new businesses registered this year, some 323 are registered in the services sector, and up until December of last year, there were some 4,303 roughly that were registered in this sector. And finally, in terms of general business and trading, there were 214 new businesses registered, and up until December of last year, that the total figure of businesses under this category would have totaled approximately 550. The manufacturing sector. This is a sector that continues to be resilient, and we saw the signs of this as early as April 2020, when the US government would have requested that API Harrow reopen its doors even during our lockdown to make critical parts needed in the manufacturing of ventilators. By extension, Cajola Cristado and Jarrow also came out early, given that they are into, respectively, manufacturing of traps for the telecoms industry, and because of lockdowns and telecommuting in major countries, an increased demand had been built up as it relates to the traps for the telecom sector, so that persons can have the necessary telecoms infrastructure with which to continue their employment even from home. And by extension, when it comes to Jarrow, the manufacturing of transformers would have been critical, because as people remained home, there grew an increasing consumer demand for electronic devices for which these same transformers would be required. Presently, Mr. Speaker, there are some 691 manufacturing employees on the payrolls of the larger manufacturing plants, and they are as follows. Cajola Cristado 157, Jarrow 252, API Harrow 122, and Carry Brewery 160. We would have seen at the start of the year some slight contraction in the workforces of both Cajola and Carry Brewery. And when it comes to Cajola, some 11 workers have not returned to work whatsoever since the pandemic, and those persons would have already received their severance pay as required by law. In terms of Carry Brewery and indigenous manufacturing, which means non-American owned, as in the case of the enclave sector, what we are seeing is that in spite of the pandemic, as at the end of November, the factory was still able to produce at least 1 million cases of products. Currently, the production figures stand at 1.1 million cases, as opposed to the total production from 2020, which was 1,155,452 cases. The 2022 target for production is again 1 million, based on confirmed orders that are already in hand. Exports from Caribbean would have totaled about 40% of production for 2021, and this represents some 448,337 cases. COVID-19 would have also shown us the fickle nature of tourism. And of course, that would have been so by virtue of our borders being closed and us being dependent on cruise as well as land-based tourism. However, we are grateful that as of July of this year, we would have seen the return of cruise with the Seabourn Odyssey. And of course, in terms of airlift, we have BA, American Airlines, and Delta back on board, as well as some smaller charter services. I will not delve any further because the Honorable Minister of Tourism would deal with that. We have also seen, as I indicated before, that with this new uptick in terms of business registrations, that the majority of them are by young entrepreneurs. And as a result of that, the SVDC within the Ministry of Trade, specifically the Department of Industry and Commerce, would have processed some 101 tax waivers based on applications that would have been presented, and this represents a 38.4% in terms of the requests for tax waivers for 2021 as opposed to the previous period, 2020. By extension, the ministry would have also assisted some 49 enterprises with their own business plans so that they can get their business going. The socioeconomic shifts that we have also experienced, Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years due to COVID has caused us to remind ourselves that there's an imperative for us to move steadily and cautiously as we begin the process of economic restructuring that is responsive to the needs of our people, the stakeholders in the local business and investment landscape, our stakeholders in the multilateral trading system of which we are a part, and in terms of our sub-regional and regional member states' commitments when it comes to the OECS, the CSME, etc. So we are moving cautiously along those lines, and our programming for 2022 will bear that out. What I should also indicate at the same time, Mr. Speaker, that St. Kitts and Nevis is very much in the process of an economic rebalancing exercise that is being led for us by Deloitte, the international management consulting firm. And what has been coming out of the consultancies that we have had across ministries would have indicated to us that the recovery for St. Kitts and Nevis is being looked at under 4 major pillars. And these 4 major pillars are tourism and the allied services sectors, manufacturing, agriculture and fisheries, and information and communications technologies. So as a result of that, the imperative is therefore before us to ensure that the way we view these economic drivers has to change if we expect to remain competitive or return to a state of competitiveness and be on a growth path beyond COVID-19. If I can put in context the work of the Ministry of International Trade, the Ministry of International Trade in this regard is working assiduously with our partners in the CSME, the OECS Economic Union, the WTO, as well as within the EU as it relates to the economic partnership agreements, and the UK with the EPA that would have had to be negotiated after Brexit. And we are doing this to ensure that we preserve our traditional market access and at the same time the other trading arrangements that we might have bilaterally and otherwise. As a result of that, one of the deliverables that we have begun and which will continue in 2022 is the creation of the mobilization of the trade facilitation agreement of the WTO. This would have come into force in 2017, and at least 64% of the WTO member states would have already signed on to this, and we have, by extension, done likewise. And why is this important to us? It is important to us because of what we are recognizing in terms of volatility when it comes to the global trading environment. And at this point, I wanted to raise an issue. And I had it in my notes, but it is now even more important for me to emphasize it. And it has to do with a point made by the member for number 6 in terms of what this government is doing to address price hikes as a result of supply chain interruptions. And I would like to advise him and also the rest of this House and the general public that the Ministry of Finance, together with the Ministry of International Trade, has already begun the formulation of a special committee to address the impact that can and will be created by the global supply chain interruptions from which we are not immune. As a result of that, the committee would be comprised of the private sector, customs, trade, finance, consumer affairs, as well as stakeholders in shipping and logistics. And the charge of this committee is to look at prescriptives that can be put in place to control the price hikes that we might see and to bring relief to consumers. And the cadre of proposals will be presented to the Cabinet before the end of January so that we can make them as policy decisions going forward. It is not that the government is ignoring the fact that there are supply chain interruptions, but we have to do it in a logical manner. And even though it was not mentioned in the budget address yesterday, it is more ministerial specific in terms of the responsible ministries. And in this particular case, they happen to be Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Trade. Industry and Commerce, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the work of the Industry and Commerce Department is mainly carried by the Small Business Development Center. And this center, for those who may not realize, would have been the successor to NED, the National Entrepreneurial Development Division. And in the case of Nevis, that mandate is being carried out by SEDU, the Small Enterprise Development Unit within the Development Bank. Now, the SBDC is charged with responsibility of national entrepreneurial support to small businesses in St. Kitts and Nevis, and as such, we will be continuing in 2022 to get the amendments to the Small Business Development Act of 2009 finalized. After 13 years, we have recognized that the areas of support that are provided for in terms of tax relief, etc., would need to be expanded, especially as we are seeing the growth in the micro, small, and medium enterprise sectors. And of course, that transcends the 6 or 7 priority areas that would have been deemed the niche areas back in 2009. What we are also realizing, to Mr. Speaker, is that it is more than important for us to do so at this point because of the over 6,000 businesses I listed earlier that are on our books. More than 75% of them are classified as MSMEs, and we would have to give them all the necessary support that they require, that they can contribute to growth, to drive innovation and competition, widen the tax base, and create employment. In 2021, we would have begun pursuit of a pilot business incubator on the C.A. Paul Southwell Industrial Estate, and this is in order for us to be able to provide space to budding entrepreneurs who do not have a bricks and mortar facility to conduct business, and where they live, especially if it's not a consultancy type business, it cannot be done within the confines of their homes. That process is being done in tandem with the Urban Revitalization Committee of the Ministry of Sustainable Development, and as such I have to thank Mr. J. Austin Furrier for working with the ministry in terms of identifying these particular areas. Now, the Honourable Mover of the Bill would have spoken to these incubators within the context of the Ministry of Trade, and also by extension as it relates to the work of the Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Talent Development, and these could be found in paragraphs 37 and 38. A major deliverable for 2022 would be the completion of the National Manufacturing Strategy Review, because that document is now expired. Mr. Danny Atherton, a local consultant, is completing that process, and we are looking forward to its completion and activation so that we can follow through on our own commitments in terms of the Deloitte-led four-tiered approach to economic restructuring, for which manufacturing is one critical area. The Bureau of Standards. The Bureau of Standards, Mr. Speaker, by far is the brightest spot at the moment when it comes to the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. We have seen over the past 2 years a major turnaround when it comes to the Bureau of Standards. I would have reported on this in part last year, because the Bureau is the beneficiary of a multi-million-dollar project that is being funded in part by the 11th European Development Fund. And it is meant to provide, at the end of the transformation, for the development of the first metrology mass lab in the Leeward Islands, and at the same time to augment the chemistry lab, so that when it is done, this Bureau of Standards and Multipurpose Laboratory will be the first in the OECS to have 2 types of laboratory functions going under one roof, namely chemistry, microbiology, and at the same time dealing with the issue of standards. Now, the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement that I would have spoken to earlier is one area in which the Bureau of Standards would have an opportunity to really shine, and as it relates to the metrology mass laboratory in terms of product testing, etc., to ensure that the goods and services, especially food products that are presented to our people, are at the highest quality. And some of this I would have alluded to when the Bureau of Standards and Quality Act would have been debated in November. Together with that and the completion of the National Quality Policy, what the Ministry of Trade, and more specifically the Bureau of Standards, is presenting to our people is a transformation at the national level, where we would like to see the development of a top quality culture when it comes to standards in St. Kitts and Nevis. By this I mean that we will no longer tolerate having goods being brought into the country in a foreign language that nobody can understand. You're buying them, you can't read what's on the label, but they look cheap and they taste good. But we do not know the impact that it might have on your health later on. So, for example, as a result of that, the Bureau of Standards will be looking at the further development of the national quality infrastructure by adopting some 30 standards from the American Society for Testing and Materials, also from Codex, which are international food standards, and the International Organization of Standards. And on this score, I should indicate that this agency is the one that deals with ISO certification, for which we have quite a number of our plants already moving towards, starting with Cajola Cristado, that has already had ISO certification and receive support from the Bureau to maintain the standard whenever the time for review comes. By extension, we are working with Carib Brewery to also deal with their ISO certification, now that they're already on a path in terms of HACCP certification. And for the benefit of the public, HACCP refers to Hazard Analysis Critical Control Points, which would let us know when breakdowns take place in manufacturing, where that breakdown has taken place to prevent contamination and further harm that might come to the end users of these products, so that we can track them in a fast manner. The issue of price control, as well as monitoring for same and consumer protection, is the responsibility and remit of the Consumer Affairs Department. And of course, one of the objectives going forward for 2022 would be the Consumer Protection Model Bill, in keeping with Article 185 of the revised CARICOM Treaty. And I should indicate that this is intended to replace the Consumer Protection Act of 2003, which at that time when it was passed was meant to replace the old Sale of Goods Act. However, What we are recognizing is that there needs to be greater vigilance, there needs to be more advocacy when it comes to consumers to ensure that their education in terms of making purchases is maximized so that they're empowered to make the best decisions when it comes to purchasing goods and services at favorable prices and at top quality. The department is expected to therefore have greater focus in 2022 on public education, inclusive of spending habits, budgeting, purchasing power, etc., especially now that we are recognizing that our people will be impacted adversely or can be impacted adversely, because the committee I spoke to earlier is designed to guard against that in terms of the global supply chain interruptions that we are already seeing and the likely potential for price hikes in terms of consumer goods. Also to come in 2022 is a new piece of legislation dealing with landlord and tenants in terms of how that relationship should go, so there is no disadvantage taken of persons who are tenants when it comes to the quality of the housing that they are being provided. One of the hallmarks of this government is that we want to ensure that the standard and quality of life of our people is maximized, and one of the ways that we do that quite clearly is by the type of housing that our people live in. CARICOM Affairs and the CSME unit in the ministry, this department in the ministry continues to do its work. So far for 2021, we would have processed some 24 skill certificates, and of course overall between 2005 and 2021, it would be a total of 539. And the largest number of foreign citizens for whom we are processing these skill certificates would be Jamaicans. At the same time, I should also indicate that at last year's budget debate, I would have noted that we would have discovered some 11 instances of fraud when it comes to skill certificates, and every single one of them were out of Jamaica. And we had to become very tough with the government of Jamaica relative to this. They promised us they would put anti-fraud features in their skill certificates so that we can get around these instances, especially in an age where desktop publishing and all kinds of software can mimic the real thing. And I'm happy to report that the Jamaican government has kept its word, and so far for 2021, we have not had a single fraudulent skill certificate being presented in St. Kitts and Nevis, and we would like to keep it that way, because we would not want a foreign national to edge out any of our local citizens for a job based on a fraudulent skill certificate. We want to improve capacity, and we want to build on the skill sets of our people that they can take up more and more of the employment opportunities that are presented here. No offense to foreign nationals, but we have to look after our own first. Projects and initiatives for 2022, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Ministry of Trade, I should indicate that a total of 5,361,544 in total has been allocated to the ministry. And this represents a very, very tiny increase over 2021 in the amount of 0.33%. We would have within that HR provisions for 4 new posts, which are as follows, based on the larger volume of the estimates that all of us should have. And one is the Coordinator of Trade, Business Development and Consumer Services to modernize the overall efficiency of the ministry and the interface between the various departments. But the bulk of this person's work will be in terms of industry and commerce relative to the SBDC unit, so that we can give the type of support that is required to the growing MSME sector. To enhance the work of the Bureau of Standards, there's one additional post of a standards officer. And in terms of consumer affairs, there are 2 new posts, and I have to say that in quotation marks, one for a senior clerk, one for a junior clerk. Technically, the post will not be recruited because we have persons in the post already. The problem has been that when the supply office would have closed in 2013, 2014, thereabout, these 2 members of staff would have been brought over, but somehow they fell through the cracks and were never formalized in the estimates. So we are now making room for them. A number of posts between the SBDC and Consumer Affairs, by extension, have been renamed, but with no budgetary impact as a burden on the taxpayers of this country. The capital projects for 2022, there's one main one, as you would note in the estimates, and that is the sum of $400,000 that is being allocated for the continued upgrade when it comes to the Bureau of Standards. And I don't know how many persons have driven past the north side of the cemetery recently, but the Bureau of Standards, if you're to drive there, there's a big difference, a night and day difference. There's new fencing, solar paneling on the roofs, epoxy flooring that has gone in, the procurement of equipment, new computers, etc. This is a project that would have been started under the Honorable Member for number 4 during his leadership of the Ministry of Trade, and it continues under my stewardship, and we are very proud of the transformation that we are seeing taking place in that particular area, and we would like to bring it to completion as soon as possible. And to close out my discussion on the Ministry of International Trade, for the benefit of all and for comfort to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I should indicate that the Ministry of Trade has a number of quota contributions that are incumbent on us to satisfy on an annual basis with international agencies, including CROSQ, the CARICOM Regional Organization for Standards and Quality, General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, Caribbean Competition Commission, Caribbean Export, Pan American Standards Commission, COPAN, and also the Inter-American Metrology System, and we are current with all. In the remaining minutes I have, which is probably about 20 minutes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to devote the attention to the other side of my portfolio, which is the Ministry of Labor. And for 2022, a total allotment of just over 7,066,655 has been put forward, and this represents a decrease of 22.5%. And of course, as I would indicate later, the reason for this decline is because of issues having to do with the payout of COVID claims, most of which we have already dealt with. Now, what is the situation that we find ourselves in when it comes to employment? St. Kitts and Nevis has not been spared any negative impact by COVID-19 when it comes to our local job market. The ILO would have indicated that there has been a serious knock-on effect caused by the pandemic, which would have illustrated that even though some countries would have developed their own stimulus plans to provide income support or substitution support, there is still an estimate that there is US $982 billion still required to fill the gap in terms of job losses. And as noted by the mover of the bill yesterday, and also in the ILO's own reporting, what we're recognizing is that the large number of job losses that we are seeing, at least 65% of them are jobs for women, especially mothers, single mothers, and that is of great concern to us. And as a result of that, by extension, we are also recognizing that 65% of the recipients for the PAP program are female-headed households. So we represent basically the same picture as a microcosm to what is happening in the international community. This year, Mr. Speaker, the ministry would have taken part in the 109th International Labour Conference, and this conference would have been held virtually. There was none last year, and it was done in 2 phases, in June, and just recently concluded the second phase on December 11th, Saturday, December 11th. What has emerged from all of the discourses from the ILO member states is that in order for us to see a global restructuring and repositioning in terms of the international job market, is that the work of the ILO must be done under 2 major pillars, mainly skills and lifelong learning, and inequalities and the world of work. As a result of that, there are some 7 action areas that have emerged for which the Ministry of Labour looks forward to participating with the ILO in 2022 in bringing to fruition. And these 7 areas are promoting employment creation, fostering equal opportunity, ensuring adequate protection for all workers, accelerating the transition from informal trading to formal business operations, ensuring gender equality and non-discrimination, promoting equality and diversity and inclusion, and the last 2, realizing universal social protection and promoting trade and development for a fair globalization and shared prosperity. And as I said earlier, the Ministry of Labour looks forward to working with the ILO in terms of the various programs and projects that will bring these 7 areas to fruition to the benefit of our local workforce. If I could turn my attention to the status of COVID-19 claims, because it would not be appropriate for me to end this contribution to the debate without focusing on the latest stats that we have in front of us. And these stats are as at Friday, December 10th. The total number of claims that we would have received to date is 2,561. Total number of claims that are being processed at the moment, 1,277. Total number of severance claims processed to date, again, 2,561. Number of claims paid out, 2,556. Number of claims awaiting payment, 5. And the total amount paid out since the pandemic started and for which persons became eligible for severance payment is $42,441,288.98. Let me repeat that. $42,441,288.98. And I said this bearing in mind, Mr. Speaker, that the severance payments claim continue to be tedious, time-consuming, requires extreme accuracy, etc. And however, we would have recognized that the fund had been undercapitalized for years. If we look at the audit report for 2020 from the Director of Audit, we will notice that there's an entire section dedicated to the severance payment fund, I think starting from page 37. I don't have my copy open, but I think that is where it begins. And essentially, the Audit Department has assessed that the fund has been in the red as far back as 2011 because there's more coming out of the fund than going into the fund. And then when we would have had an amendment to the Protection of Employment Act, I think in 2013, to make provision for long service gratuities to the workers in the hospitality and manufacturing sectors, there was no separate capitalization done for that. So payments for long service gratuity to persons who would have worked at least 10 years are coming out of the same pot for the severance payment fund. To give you a picture of the domestic situation as it relates to persons who are employed in the local job market, data from Social Security as of November of 2021 indicates that we have an average of some 22,342 employees covered by Social Security at the moment. And this represents a 4.5% reduction in the rate of employees over 2020. And that figure nets off to be just over 1,000 employees. The exact figure is 1,064. We are also recognizing that even though we see the fall off in the jobs, we are observing the fact that a number of persons had more than one job. And in 2021, we would have noticed that there were 183 fewer individuals with multiple jobs. We are also recognizing that the pattern continues with the government being the largest employer. In the case of St. Kitts, government accounts for some 17,175 workers, and in the case of Nevis, it accounts for 5,167. And if we are to do that in terms of percentages, we will show that in terms of St. Kitts, that 17,175 represents 46.7% of the workforce covered by Social Security. And in the case of Nevis, with the 5,167, government workers, that represents 34.6% of the workforce being covered by Social Security. So I just wanted to put that into context. Now, I should also note that in terms of the Director of Audit's report, quite a bit of time was spent looking at the audit period of January to June of 2020. And for the benefit of the House and the public, I should indicate, as it would have already been broadcast in the news, that this same period is the period for which we would have seen an abuse of the severance payment fund, January 2020 to June of 2020, when some 5 recipients had received funds from the severance payment fund unlawfully to the tune of $128,000. This matter is now the subject of a criminal prosecution, so I will say no more on that. But if those of you who have copies of the audit report, that matter is discussed on page 45 of the audit report. And this is a matter that we wish to see brought to conclusion. We would have also noticed during that period that the Director of Audit would have recognized that there were some inefficiencies in terms of calculation of long service gratuity, as well as severance payments, and those would have happened at a time when the Labour Commissioner would have been out on extended medical leave. So I do not know what accounts for the deviation, but however, I wish to assure the public that whatever inaccuracies may have taken place during that window of time, that is not the practice at the moment. Because the Labour Commissioner is back on the job, we now have extra oversight from the Accountant General and his team in the audit department to verify every single claim that comes in. And while I'm on that score, I couldn't end my contribution without thanking Mr. Levi Bratcher and his team for the Herculean effort that they would have made in terms of assisting the ministry with the auditing of these severance claims that I listed earlier to ensure that persons who qualified got what they deserve and what they're entitled to under the law. At the same time, I would like to admonish all employers, especially those for whom claims have been delayed, when it comes to severance, that you cannot get your staff to get severance if you're collecting monies on their behalf and not turning it in. It is a criminal offense to deduct persons' benefits and contributions from their pay and not turn it in. Because in a number of cases we have seen where persons have been, much to their sorrow, having to wait late to get their severance pay sorted out. It was because of the fact that their employers practically stole from them. Because there's no other way to define it. If you take out people's money and then don't turn it in, you deprive them of the protection that they have under the law, and by extension, you prevent them from getting well-needed resources to tide them over once they have lost their jobs. And this is not the kind of thing that the ministry welcomes, and we will do whatever is necessary under the law to assist Social Security in prosecuting the offenders. Coming up in 2022, I should add, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we are looking forward to the implementation of the Unemployment Insurance Fund, which the Honourable Minister for Social Security will pilot through the House early in the new year, and that will ease some of the burden that we would have when it comes to persons who would have lost their jobs. It is not meant to be a permanent fund, but meant to cover a displaced worker for a maximum of 90 days while they actively seek employment in another area. So that is something that we are looking forward to quite a bit. The tripartite committee is expected to conclude review of the recommendations that we are making when it comes to the severance payment fund, the LSG, etc., going forward, based on what COVID would have taught us. In terms of projects and initiatives for 2022, the ministry will continue to work on that area in terms of ensuring that benefits are paid where necessary, public education is done in terms of workers' rights, etc. We will also be working with the Bureau of Standards to adopt, where necessary, the core conventions of the ILO that would have already been ratified by St. Kitts and Nevis from the time that we joined in 1996, so that we will have more accountability at the national level, and that the culture of quality will extend right into the places, into the workplaces of St. Kitts and Nevis. We would also be concluding stakeholder consultations on other matters having to do with occupational safety and health, as well as a number of CARICOM model legislation. HR provisions, we have not made any requests for any new HR provisions because, in our opinion, the staff of the Department of Labor are adequately handling the tasks for which they are being paid and for which they are charged to carry out. However, in terms of capital projects, as I noted earlier, the major one is that of the capitalization of the severance payment fund to the tune of $5 million for 2022 in order to cover additional claims for persons who are being displaced by the ongoing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. I also, Mr. Speaker, wish to note before I close that the Ministry of Labour is also current with its own quota contributions, specifically to the ILO and also to the OAS via the Inter-American Network for Labour Administration with the acronym RIALA. In closing, I would like to thank the Labour Commissioner and her team for the amount of work that would have been extended and expended in terms of the satisfaction of the claims and the processing of claims that are unprecedented in our history when it comes to COVID-19. It is a lot of work. The work is still ongoing. And I also give special commendations to our step workers because the Ministry of Labour has been blessed with a cadre of step workers, all of whom are efficient workers. And as a result of that, we would have started in 2021 and will continue in 2022 to fill the vacancies within the Ministry of Labour with the step workers that we already have. They have proven themselves and we would wish to see them formalized. Mr. Speaker, that concludes my support of this budget for 2022, which I give unequivocal support to. I consider, as I started at the outset, to indicate that, in my opinion, the budget is people-centered, and by extension, for the ministerial portfolios that I have the privilege of leading, it is my intention to lead in that regard and to ensure that the plans and programs for 2022 as it relates to the Ministry of International Trade, Industry, Commerce, Consumer Affairs and the Ministry of Labour are carried out in such a manner that we put into effect all that we have committed to as it relates to the advancement of our people. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, the Honourable Wendy Phipps, Senator and Minister. Honourable members, we will adjourn for lunch. I propose we come back at 2 p.m. promptly. This Honourable House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. today.
Tonight, then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the star, dancing in the night with a tail as big as a kite, with a tail as big as a kite. Said the little lamb to the shepherd boy, do you know what I know? You know what I know. Ringing through the night, shepherd boy, do you know what I know? You know what I know. A song high above the tree, with a voice as big as the sea, with a voice as big as the sea. Deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la, la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly, fa la 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 la, la 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 la. Don't we know our gay apparel, fa la 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 la. Troll the ancient Yuletide carol, fa la 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 la, la 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 la. See the blazing Yule before us, fa la 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 la, la 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 la. Strike the harp and join the chorus, fa la 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 la, la 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 la. Follow me in merry measure, fa la 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 la. While I tell of Yuletide treasure, fa la 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 la, la 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 la. They told me, pa-ra-pa-pa-pum, a newborn king to see, pa-ra-pa-pa-pum. Our finest gifts we bring, pa-ra-pa-pa-pum, to lay before the king, pa-ra-pa-pa-pum, ra-pa-pa-pum, ra-pa-pa-pum. Oh, so to honor him, pa-ra-pa-pa-pum, when we come, baby Jesus, pa-ra-pa-pa-pum. I am a poor boy too, pa-ra-pa-pa-pum. I have no gifts to bring, pa-ra-pa-pa-pum, that's fit to give a king, pa-ra-pa-pa-pum, ra-pa-pa-pum, ra-pa-pa-pum. Oh, shall I play for you, pa-ra-pa-pum-pum, on my drum? Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In a land, snow bells glistening, a beautiful sight, I'm happy tonight, walking in the winter wonderland. Down the way is the bluebird, yet to stay is the new bird. He's singing a song as we go along, walking in the winter wonderland. In the meadow we could build a snowman and pretend that in the winter wonderland.
Oh, come, all in favor, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold him, born the King of angels. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him, Christ the Lord. Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt his word. A trail of hope, the weary world rejoices, for yonder break a new and glorious morn. Fall on your knees. Oh yeah, the angel voices love those Jingle bells. I love those Jingle bells. I love those Jingle-bells. I love those Jingle bells. Sing it. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Look, we dashing through the snow on a one-horse open sleigh. All the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells and bobtails ring, making spirits bright. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. I love the Jingle bells. I love the Jingle bells. I love the Jingle-bells. I love the Jingle bells. One Christmas Eve, casually I was walking down the street. One Christmas Eve, casually I was walking down the street. I was attracted by the voice of a little boy. As he strolled along the street, no shoes on his feet. As he walked, he continued to repeat, listen, mama, I want you to tell Santa Claus to bring a trumpet and a concertina for me. I'm so lonely and I've no children close by me. Why you don't know how happy your son will be. Hey. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Mama, drink if you're drinking. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. This is Christmas morning. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Yo. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Mama, with your
Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot on days of old lang syne? Happy New Year! Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? In days of old lang syne, my love, in days of old lang syne, should all acquaintance be forgot on days of old lang syne? Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot on days of old lang syne? In days of old lang syne, my love, in days of old lang syne, should all acquaintance be forgot on days of old lang syne? Hey, get up, hey, ha. Dang, dang, ding, dang, ding. Whoa, whoa, ding, dang, dang, ding. Ding, dang, ding, dang, dang, ding. Dang, ding, dang, dang. In days of old lang syne, my love, in days of old lang syne, should all acquaintance be forgot in days of old lang syne? Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? In days of old lang syne, my love, in days of old lang syne, should all acquaintance be forgot in days of old lang syne? Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? Sing the song. Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? Should all acquaintance be forgot in days of old lang syne? Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? Get down. Hey, should all above the deep and dreamless sleep, the silent stars go by. Yet in the dark street shines
standing verdant beauty. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, you stand in verdant beauty. Your boughs are green in summer's glow and do not fade in winter's snow. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, you stand in verdant beauty. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, much pleasure doth thou bring me. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, much pleasure doth thou bring me. For every year the Christmas tree brings to us both joy and glee. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, much pleasure doth thou bring me. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer are the very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it flows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. You'll go down in history.
I have no gift to bring. Ba-ra-pa-pa-pam. That's fit to give a king. Ba-ra-pa-pa-pam. Ra-pa-pa-pam. Ra-pa-pa-pam. Oh. I play for you. Ba-ra-pa-pam-pam. On my drum. Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In a land of snow bells whistling. A beautiful sight, I'm happy tonight. Walking in the winter wonderland. Down the way is the bluebird, yet to stay is the new bird. He's singing a song as we go along. Walking in the winter wonderland. In the meadow we could build a snowman and pretend that he is Parson Brown. You say, are you married? We'll say no, man. But you can do the job while you're in town. Play best with fire, have a dream by the fire. Facing the flame of the plans that we made. Walking in the winter wonderland. 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 Oh, come, all in favor, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold him, born the King of angels. Oh, come let us adore him. Oh, come let us adore him. Oh, come let us adore him, Christ the Lord. Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt his word. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices, for
love the Jingle bells. I love the Jingle bells. I love the Jingle-bells. I love the Jingle bells. Sing it. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Look, we dashing through the snow on a one-horse open sleigh. All the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells and bobtails ring, making spirits bright. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. I love the Jingle bells. I love the Jingle bells. I love the Jingle-bells. I love the Jingle bells. One Christmas Eve, casually I was walking down the street. One Christmas Eve, casually I was walking down the street. I was attracted by the voice of a little boy as he strolled along the street, no shoes on his feet. As he walked, he continued to repeat, listen, Mama, I want you to tell Santa Claus to bring a trumpet and a concertina for me. I'm so lonely and I've no children close by me. Ma, you don't know how happy your son will be. Hey. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Mama, drink if you're drinking. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. This is Christmas morning. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Yo. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Mama, mama, would you like to join your sonny? I am over here in this very lovely country, darling, for the Christmas. I hope everything is happy. Come and join the chorus, cause we going to have a party. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. This is Christmas morning. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. I say drink if you're drinking. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. This is Christmas morning. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Wine if you're whining. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Mama, drink if you're drinking. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. But don't drink if you're driving. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Drink a rum. Drink a rum. Drink a rum. Hey, get them. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Drink a rum, Lord. Give me. Drink a rum, Lord. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. This is Christmas morning. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. I said drink if you drink. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. This is Christmas morning. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Baby, drink if you drink. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. I said wine if you're whining. Drink a rum and a punch of cream. Drink a rum. Drink it. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prosperos años.
Feliz Navidad. Oh, 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 Feliz Navidad. Oh, oh, oh. Feliz Navidad. Prósperos años y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let it receive the King. Let every heart prepare you. And underneath you sing. Come on and sing. And underneath you sing. Come on and sing. And underneath you sing. Joy to the world, the Savior reign. Let men their song employ, while fields and floods, rock hills and plains, repeat the sound and joy. Repeat the sound and joy. Repeat the sound and joy.
You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not shout. For I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making a list. He's checking it twice. He's gonna find out who's naughty or nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. He knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows whether you're good or bad. So be good, for goodness sake. You better watch out. You better not pray. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot on days of old lang syne? Happy New Year! Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? In days of old lang syne, my love. In days of old lang syne. Should all acquaintance be forgot on days of old lang syne? Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot on days of old lang syne? In days of old lang syne, my love. In days of old lang syne. Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne?
Meditation will come.
Order. His Honor, the Speaker.
House resumes. Honourable Member for St. Christopher. Oops, thank you. Honourable Member for Nevis. No, I know. I'm speaking now to Honourable my colleague from Nevis. He kind of caught me off guard there. You know. Yeah, the timing was perfect. Perfect. Yes. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3, Akilabayo and Nisbet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, today I rise to lend my support to the 2022 budget, which we know was presented to us yesterday by the Prime Minister, and delivered under the theme, investing in our people, putting St. Kitts and Nevis back on track. These are more than just words, Mr. Speaker. This budget as a whole looks after the health, looks after jobs, looks after the livelihood of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the Ministry of Finance, led by the Financial Secretary, for advancing such a robust budget, especially in these difficult pandemic times. Unquestionably, Mr. Speaker, this budget demonstrates what strong economic leadership can deliver. It demonstrates what prudent economic management can deliver. And it reinforces this government's commitment to building a stronger, safer future for all residents of St. Kitts and Nevis. Mr. Speaker, having analyzed this budget, I have come to the conclusion that despite the various difficulties, financial and otherwise, triggered by COVID-19, this Team Unity government has maintained all social safety net programs and has invested significantly in the fundamental and critical areas of our citizens' lives, namely health, education, agriculture, and national security. We have put people first. We will always put people first. During this time, Mr. Speaker, our job as a government was to mitigate against what could have been an incomprehensible, serious, consequential impact of the pandemic. We have remained vigilant, and this budget puts in place those investments needed to continue to keep our people safe. Mr. Speaker, this budget proves yet again that this Team Unity government is committed to delivering on our promise that all citizens, not some citizens, Mr. Speaker, but all citizens are truly engaged in our journey towards a stronger, safer future. A commitment made during our general elections campaign and being delivered on ever since. Mr. Speaker, given the investment this budget puts in to protecting the health and livelihoods of our people, I am certain that it will be well embraced. It is with much pleasure that I now turn my attention specifically to the ministries of which I have oversight, commencing first, of course, with the bigger ministry, the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, when the coronavirus was declared a global pandemic in March of 2020, St. Kitts and Nevis, like the rest of the world, faced an unprecedented and colossal health challenge. We quickly adopted a life-first strategy, and I am pleased that we are still seeing the benefits of that early action that we took. The pandemic has revealed the importance of ensuring a resilient healthcare system that can respond quickly and effectively to associated challenges. When challenged, Mr. Speaker, our health system, and more importantly, and we can't stress this enough, the people who work in the health system prove themselves more than equal to the task. We proved, Mr. Speaker, that we have the people and the skills to effectively respond to this crisis while maintaining the core functions of the health sector. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this moment to thank all those health professionals and all of our frontline workers who day after day fight to protect health of our people. I want to thank them for their service and to thank them for their many sacrifices. It is because of their efforts, Mr. Speaker, that our country, the smallest country in the Western Hemisphere, withstood the first and the subsequent waves of COVID-19, becoming a global model for the successful containment of the virus and attaining much international acclaim. Mr. Speaker, our fight against COVID-19 was strengthened by the over 53,000 adults and 15.3% of our children, 11 to 17, who came forward with confidence and took the first dose of the life-saving COVID-19 vaccines. Mr. Speaker, our citizens must be commended for complying with the necessary and recommended non-pharmaceutical protocols, which have enabled us to contain the virus prior to the arrival and rollout of safe and efficacious vaccines, namely the Oxford AstraZeneca, which was rolled out in February, and the Pfizer-BioNTech rolled out in September 2021. Mr. Speaker, these efforts have received worldwide acclaim and confirm our federation as a leader in the global community by being the first independent territory in the Caribbean sub-region to achieve the World Health Organization's benchmark of having at least 40% of our population vaccinated against COVID-19 by the end of 2021. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this benchmark was actually realized in early September of 2021. And I'm sure you would concur with me that this is indeed a remarkable accomplishment. So whilst the WHO says we give all countries until the end of 2021, that's the end of this month, to reach that 40% benchmark of persons being vaccinated against COVID-19, St. Kitts and Nevis was able to achieve that by early September 2021. Mr. Speaker, the Pan American Health Organization acknowledged the Federation's achievements by publishing an article on the Federation's strong leadership in the vaccine rollout in an article with global reach, Mr. Speaker. This is significant praise indeed for the efforts of our people in coming forward and being vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, the successful rollout of the COVID-19 vaccines within the Federation is based upon an exceptional best practice mechanism, the National Immunization Program, and we can't get lost on that. Vaccines are not new. We have been doing this for years. We actually have our National Immunization Program, which has been tested and proven to be an excellent system. This is a mechanism responsible for the high rates, over 96% of childhood vaccination in St. Kitts and Nevis. So much more, Mr. Speaker. St. Kitts and Nevis have also won the coveted PAHO-organized Henry C. Smith Award for the best immunization coverage in the region of Americas, something we achieved back in 2018 and now again just recently in 2021. So of all of the region of the Americas for PAHO, St. Kitts and Nevis stands #1 for our national immunization program. And I must congratulate the team within the community health nursing in particular, who continue to lead on the charge of our national immunization program, and even now with the rollout of our COVID-19. So kudos to Nurse Irish and her team for their continued hard work and for this award as well. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to extend the Ministry of Health and the country's sincere gratitude to everyone within the Health Ministry, our frontline workers, and all of our citizens for the role they continue to play in this fight against COVID-19, and for exhibiting a heightened spirit and solidarity for our country. I thank each of you for playing your part. I thank you for adopting and adhering to the essential new norms of mask wearing, physical and social distancing, and hand washing and hand sanitizing. Mr. Speaker, we have a reason to speak of success, but the reality is that the pandemic is far from over. With the emergence of the new Omicron variant, it is important that we all continue to comply with the recommended pharmaceutical as well as the non-pharmaceutical measures. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, full and complete adaptation of these simple protective measures, including higher uptake of the vaccination, would certainly promote a greater sense of comfort and normalcy among us. Mr. Speaker, we have been fortunate to have the critical support of the Health Emergency Operating Center as part of a well-oiled, coordinated NEOC COVID-19 response. The HEOC has guided and directed us, enabling us to make often tough, but nonetheless informed decisions, and they have kept us safe. The pandemic, as I said, Mr. Speaker, is far from over. In fact, we have been observing the resurgence in cases daily and the continued increases in the loss of lives globally. Some of these countries have massive resources, yet, Mr. Speaker, their infrastructure is proven incapable of combating the virus. It is extremely and painfully clear that many nations are today being overwhelmed and to some extent are reverting to the previous situation. And while we have only 9 active cases at the moment and 28 deaths, I would like to submit, Mr. Speaker, that 1 death, even 1, is too many. It is therefore important that as a small island federation, we continue to assume a renewed commitment to our own health and well-being. We must continue to comply with protocols and measures that have brought us safely to this point in conjunction with the efficacious vaccines. There is evidence and a strong correlation that persons with comorbidities are susceptible to the wrath of COVID-19. And so I wish to encourage those in particular to do what you have to do to protect yourself. Follow the measures, both pharmaceutical as well as non-pharmaceutical. Your life is in your hands, and I urge you to take full use of everything that's available to you to protect yourself and your family against this dreaded disease. Mr. Speaker, the year 2021 has not only tested our resolve, it has also challenged the continuity of vital programs and functions within the Ministry of Health. The ministry, therefore, had to ensure that it was able to exercise its fundamental mandate and coexist with the dreaded pandemic, while at the same time protecting its gains in other critical aspects of health. It must be borne in mind, Mr. Speaker, that in its 2020 manifesto, several promises were made to make our health system stronger and more resilient. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we reaffirmed our commitment and significant buy-in to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 3, family health, good health, and well-being. We are a government and a team who believe in keeping our promises, Mr. Speaker, and in doing so, we embrace the principle of leaving no one behind. The Ministry of Health is committed to providing health care for all, embracing the basic tenets that care is available, care is equitable, and care must be accessible and affordable for all its people. Mr. Speaker, it would be instructive for me to remind this gathering of the Health Ministry's pertinent deliverables under the Team Unity government. These accomplishments are worth documenting, having placed a strong focus on these areas in true alignment with the ministry's motto, people first, quality always. I am pleased to expand on these deliverables of the ministry's strategic plan as we simultaneously focus on the COVID-19 pandemic and ensure a resilient health system during a post-COVID-19. We do this while maintaining our focus on maternal and child health, communicable diseases, routine immunization, and the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases. Now, Mr. Speaker, long before being a member of this honorable House, I have heard all of the reports and startling statistics as they relate to the chronic non-communicable disease and their potent threat to health and country. Now, as Minister with responsibility for health, I am seeing the glaring statistics and observing the adverse effects that NCDs have on individuals, families, communities, and our health system. Mr. Speaker, I am, however, extremely pleased to share that having engaged in robust outreach activities to reduce the incidence and impact of non-communicable diseases, the Ministry of Health has realized significant returns. Our epidemiological statistics have revealed that over the period of 2015 to 2020, the average mortality data, that is, the number of deaths associated with diabetes and high blood pressure, are notably trending downwards. And we now see 63% as opposed to 83% in that rate. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed incredible data. More lives saved, more families able to be with their loved ones for longer. This is certainly indicative of the fact that the ministry is doing what it promises to do, influencing lifestyle changes, scaling up screening, and detecting new cases of NCDs and linking those cases to management and care. Further, Mr. Speaker, this achievement can be linked to the new project, capacity building for the prevention and control of chronic metabolic diseases in St. Christopher and Nevis, which is expected to be completed in April of 2024 and will realize further significant benefits, noting that this project has been adopted by the World Health Organization chronic care model. Indeed, we have adopted the three main approaches to reduce the impact of chronic diseases on the global health system. These are integrated care strategies and practices, strengthening our care capacity for chronic metabolic diseases at medical institutions, and enhancing the public's self-management capabilities relative to metabolic diseases. It is also important to note that owing to the government's strong cooperation with the Taiwanese government, the Ministry of Health secured the additional vital service of a volunteer diabetes educator from Taiwan who has been working closely with the staff of the health promotion unit and engaging in outreach at community health centers to empower persons with diabetes to successfully manage their condition. This has resulted in decreased numbers of persons with diabetes who would normally rely on the system of care. They now have the tools that they need to manage their care at home on their own, and for this we are grateful, Mr. Speaker. In addition, the ministry just recently launched the In Your Kitchen cooking series and cookbook, consisting of simple and healthy culinary recipes to help families manage their food budget, motivate persons to use fresh, locally grown produce, and enjoy healthier diets. This too was in collaboration with a successful initiative that was between the Ministry of Health and the Taiwan ICDF. The ministry's flagship, SKN Moves, which was launched in August of 2019, has been instrumental in our plan to address the onset of NCDs through increased physical activity and exercise, capitalizing on healthier food choices, and engaging in regular medical health checks. Mr. Speaker, we certainly thank all who continue to buy into this initiative to promote better quality of life. Mr. Speaker, the ministry also endeavor to complete other initiatives by the end of 2022 to mitigate against NCDs. These include the reactivation of the NCD Commission, an entity that will provide oversight of the prevention and management of NCDs in the Federation, the implementation of the sugar-sweetened beverage policy, which have been reviewed by PAHO, and the implementation of a National Tobacco Control Act. Both of these initiatives are aimed at reducing consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages and decreasing the use of tobacco products in the Federation, as such products present a high predisposition to the onset of NCDs. Further, the recommendations of a food consumption project financed by the FAO and the University of the West Indies, entitled Improving Household Nutrition Security and Public Health in the CARICOM, which was conducted in February of this year, will be implemented in 2022. The survey would have sought to capture home-based dietary consumption with a view to improving local food systems at the government and the community level. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to turn my attention to communicable diseases. I have been able to participate in PANCAP meetings, and I'm proud to report that St. Kitts and Nevis is on its way to attaining the UNAID 90-90-90 targets of 2030, which refers to 3 key steps that are essential to both better health and care for HIV-positive people and to limiting new infections and the further spread of the HIV. The first, 90, that's 90% of all people living with HIV should know their status. The second 90 means 90% of all those who are diagnosed with HIV must be on sustained antiretroviral treatment. And the third 90 refers to 90% of those on treatment having an undetectable viral load. Compared to 2020, the Federation is making strides toward the attainment of the target, having documented in 2021 an overall uptake of 10%. Mr. Speaker, our increasing accomplishments relative to the UN targets provide credence to this year's theme: end inequality, end AIDS, end pandemic, through a stronger commitment to strengthening the prevention, management, and control of HIV and other sexually transmitted infections, including syphilis. We are really making a significant difference. Mr. Speaker, we are pleased that the Federation has been able to maintain and sustain an inviolable WHO certification of 100% elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and syphilis status, owing to the progressive work of maternal and child health practitioners. Of the total number of pregnant women tested for HIV during the last 5 years, only 4 were positive for HIV. This is attributed to quick diagnosis and antiviral therapy and no incidence of mother-to-child transmission of HIV. Now I turn to mental health and substance abuse. Mr. Speaker, the ministry continues to place a strong focus on mental health, particularly during COVID-19. This aligns with the government's mission to transform healthcare outside hospitals and facilitate service integration at the primary care level. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, we have seen an increase in mental health clients. Based on the report from the community health nurse, there is a hidden population of mentally ill patients who have fallen out of the system due to stigma, lack of family support, and inadequate supporting facilities. Mr. Speaker, this is why the ministry believes the integration of mental health allows us to bridge the mental health gap. The Dr. Arthur Lake Mental Health Day Treatment Center continues to become increasingly functional, and the ministry has recruited 2 mental health trained nurses to fulfill the psychiatric needs of the country. The ministry intends to strengthen the service with the finalization of the mental health legislation and the mental health gap implementation plan, as well as providing resources to build capacity through the training of support staff. Mr. Speaker, the ministry also intends to address the existing deficits of the psychiatric unit at the JNF General Hospital during the Phase 3 development of the JNF Hospital, which will commence in 2022 following the approval of the designs. Mr. Speaker, the ministry continues to do all it can to train, retain, and supplement our human resource capacity. As such, several health personnel are now engaged in various training opportunities at the local, regional, and international levels in alignment with the Human Resource for Health HRH Plan of Action 2018 to 2022. The ministry has also implemented the PAHO National Health Workforce Statistics Platform to promote better interfacing, monitoring, and accountability of human resources. One of the main challenges faced by the ministry, however, is that of insufficient local nursing staff, particularly specialist nurses, which necessitates significant recruitment activities from other countries, mainly the Philippines and Cuba. I therefore, at this time, Mr. Speaker, wish to make a call for all persons, anybody, there's so many people out of jobs right now, and there is so many available positions for nurses. We need more nurses, and so I'm asking persons to enter the profession of nursing. There are so many opportunities and training, and you'll be able to attain a BSN at the local CFBC free of cost. Currently, there are adequate numbers of general medical practitioners as well, Mr. Speaker. However, just like there is a shortage in specialist nursing, there is also a shortage locally for specialist medical practitioners. And the ministry has had to rely on its cooperative partnership with the Cuban government for mainly specialist medical personnel. What have we done as a ministry? We have engaged in closer collaboration with the Human Resource Department to target specialized training and develop and strengthen our human resource capacities. Consequently, I am pleased at this time to say several medical specialist positions were approved in the budget estimates, including the areas of urology, oncology, as well as the ear, nose, and throat specialists. Mr. Speaker, the ministry understands that innovation, digital transformation, and adequate knowledge sharing will deliver an efficient health information system. As such, the ministry is accelerating its efforts to build out and fully execute its health information system at all hospital and community-based institutions. This will help us to address the gaps in communication for an enhanced client information and referral system within the health sector. Mr. Speaker, this process has commenced with additional employment, retraining of staff in collaboration with the Ministry of Information and Communications Technology. We are cognizant of a growing and evolving need to develop and integrate systems that seamlessly aggregate information, create a database across components of the ministry, eliminate redundancies, and improve accessibility to clients' data. We do this because our priority is always to maximize the care clients receive. Included in this IT build-out will be the laboratory information management system and a perinatal information system which will be fully implemented, and once fully implemented will enhance maternal and child health as well as HIV case interaction. Some $1.5 million worth of health information system infrastructure will be completed by the first quarter of 2022. This is something that's important to us, as we understand that without proper data, you won't be able to serve our clients within both the institutional and community and vice versa. And so we find it a significant need for improvement, and we are therefore ensuring that this is executed on in 2022. Mr. Speaker, it should be recorded that the government has invested a significant amount of funds to procure essential COVID-19 related equipment and supplies for the Ministry of Health at a cost of some $22.9 million. And just to give you an idea, we were able to acquire such items as ambulance, vehicles, ventilators, transport stretchers, pulse oximeters, infrared thermometers, and a host of other equipment at a cost from March 2022 to November 2021 of somewhere around $4,465,000. We had to rent space for quarantine, and that ran us in the amount of $171,535. We had to augment our professionals and our human resource, of course, with persons from Cuba, as well as salary for other professionals, the overtime for staff, transport of staff during the pandemic. This ran us somewhere around $4,632,000. Mr. Speaker, I can go on with the amount of monies that have been spent. Testing alone for COVID-19 has cost the ministry $2,840,000, Mr. Speaker. And we can't take that lightly in terms of the monies that are spent. And whenever we ask, we are able to receive those monies to ensure the health and safety of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so, Mr. Speaker, we continue to ensure adequate financial provisions are made for procurement of vaccines and other essential supplies, recognizing that the COVID-19 may be with us for a protracted period of time. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is incrementally realizing the scale of transformations required to ensure that we can provide quality of care for everyone at our primary and secondary level. This also includes increasing the scaling capacity to improve preparedness and response time during public health emergencies. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the theme of the recently celebrated Universal Health Day 2021, Leave No One Health Behind, Invest in Health Systems for All, is only achievable through a primary healthcare approach, which provides us with the platform to deliver quality, comprehensive care to all. We therefore will expand the Health Emergency Operating Center's capacity and improve our diagnostic capabilities at accident and emergency, the operating theater, radiology unit, oncology unit, hemodialysis unit, and the laboratories with new and enhanced equipment, particularly at the hospital level in 2022. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, we are already in the process of being able to receive new hemodialysis machines at the Joseph and France General Hospital, and we would see that increase by 5, thus giving us the capacity to be able to dialyze another 12 patients, or approximately 12 patients, all at the same time, thus reducing extended waiting time for clients. Now, that has been one complaint that we have received. And just to put it into perspective, our dialysis unit, the hemodialysis unit, starts operation every single day from 5 a.m. in the morning, and sometimes they run up until midnight, making sure that all of our clients can be treated. By adding these extra hemodialysis machines, it means that we can have more patients using the machines all at the same time, thus reducing the amount of time spent within the unit. I know, for instance, our patients from Nevis, they come over on the boat the first thing in the morning, but they have a small wait for persons who are already on the machines. Then they have to go on the machines and then have to travel back to Nevis. The time spent in between, plus the time on the machines, by the time they're done, they're exhausted. And so we are hoping by being able to add additional machines that we'll be able to give better service to our diabetic patients. In addition, the ministry, supported by the Ministry of Finance, continues to invest in new and more effective chemotherapeutic drugs for patients with cancer to the tune of $12,346,153.90 over 2020 to 2021, thus enhancing longer lives and quality of lives for those persons affected, as well as mitigating against the associated travel and other costs. Mr. Speaker, the cost of healthcare is not cheap. But the ministry, with the support of the Ministry of Finance, continues to ensure that we invest in the best healthcare solutions for our people. And just yesterday, we would have heard the Prime Minister indicate that for those persons, especially those without insurance coverage, we are decreasing your costs by 50% for hemodialysis as well as your oncology services. These are not cheap, and that cannot be taken for granted what the government is doing, especially for people in a time of illness. When you're at your most vulnerable, we're making sure we provide that assistance. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of capital projects that were undertaken by the Ministry of Health in 2021 to support aspects of the ministry's mission to provide quality health care to the population of St. Kitts and Nevis. Naturally, the main projects, of course, just like any other, were delayed because of COVID-19. However, we were able to complete some of our projects, and those that have been completed and will be implemented include the complete refurbishment of the Newtown Health Centre, the installation of an RT-PCR laboratory at the JNF Hospital with added staff, the installation of new equipment at the ophthalmic unit of the General Hospital, acquisition of new equipment of ventilators, cardiac monitors, point-of-care devices, birthing beds at the hospital. We have transformed the maternity ward of JNF into a fully baby-friendly maternity ward. We have also completed the design phase of the new JNF project, which will see us demolishing the entire old infrastructure at the back of the facility and reconstruct a new building and provide better services. We were able to have this done by design collaboratives out of Barbados. We have also completed the design of the cardiac catheterization lab at the Joseph and France Hospital, which is aimed at addressing the increasing local needs of clients with heart issues. We've completed the JNF sewage treatment plant refurbishment project, which is something that's important to me because I know, especially within my constituency, that sewage have always been a problem. The drain runs from the hospital through Limekeel down to the Limekeel Bay, and persons would complain about the stench that comes from that drain. However, we have made some very good improvements to our sewage treatment plant. I actually visited the plant and got an idea of how it works. So now you can rest assured, and the persons in the Limekeel area in particular can rest assured that the water that leaves the hospital is now clear, clean, free, because we've installed brand new pumps, agitators, blowers, control box and treatment system. So the water is treated before it is then sent down through the drains down to the Limekeel Bay. We have also completed the scope of work, which is another important project for me, the scope of work for the Cardin home renovation and refurbishment. And we have also completed the installation of a brand new incinerator at the Joseph and France Hospital. However, even with the changes that we've made to the incinerator, we understand that the people of Buckley's still have an issue with the smoke in particular once we're using the incinerator. So I've asked the hospital management to find a different solution for us to be able to avoid having that smoke enter into the Buckley's area. So we will look for off-site burning in particular from the JNF hospital to avoid the smoke entering into the Buckley's community. In 2022, there are a number of capital projects that we wish to be able to see to completion with the assistance of Public Works, of course. We expect to see the completion, Minister Hamilton, of the new health centre in St. Peter's. It's already about 70% complete, but we expect that it will be completed in 2022. As part of our continued health sector improvement, we will continue to work closely with Public Works to build out the design of the new Bastia Health Center, which will include the vital components of a main community public health facility, including environment and maintenance units. Yes, I know you will be happy to hear that, Minister Powell. We will also focus will also be placed on improvements to the infrastructure and service delivery of our health institution. And as I said earlier, there's going to be some work done at Carding Home, which will include both repairs to what is already there, that is electrical upgrades, repainting of the buildings, remodeling the bathrooms, remodeling the kitchens, upgrades to the nurse's office, upgrades to the laundry department, etc. As well as we will construct a new wing at the Carding Home that would include 50 additional rooms, 25 private rooms, 20 single, 5 double occupancy, 25 beds shared, open space, a critical care area for the residents, a nursing station, nurses and staff lounge, a residence lounge, kitchen and storeroom. These will be added to the Carding Home in 2022. And as I've also indicated, we completed and have approvals for the drawings for the phase 3 of the Joseph and Franz Hospital, and we will expect to see that commencing in 2022. Phase 3 would see the mortuary and the pathology labs being done in alignment with international standards to accommodate the appropriate storage of cadavers and performance of autopsies. Our central medical stores will now be able to accommodate the storage of drugs and medical supplies in accordance with required standards. The laundry will be able to facilitate the effective and efficient laundry requirements of the institution. Our kitchen and the kitchen stores areas will be built according to standards to accommodate the appropriate culinary and dietary requirements and services of the Joseph and Franz Hospital. And I must add that just this year, we also added a dietitian to the kitchen staff at the hospital. Our central sterilization unit will be built to international standards to facilitate proper and quality assured sterilization of the hospital equipment. And our maintenance workshop will be built to accommodate the maintenance and repairs of personnel and their functions. Mr. Speaker, we will also be commencing with the construction of a basic cardiac catheterization unit. The unit will include essential cardio equipment to align with international standards. So in concluding this aspect of the presentation on health, Mr. Speaker, it is true that the pandemic has highlighted specific vulnerabilities of certain population groups, as well as exposed several structural weaknesses within the healthcare system. However, it has also proved an enormous opportunity to substantively reform and transform the healthcare sector into a system that continues to evolve towards a high rate of preparedness. And Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health is doing just that. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am also very happy to inform this Honorable House and the general public that as part of the stewardship role of the Ministry of Health and in collaboration with PAHO, the Ministry of Health is currently undergoing an exercise to strengthen and transform the health system. The reasons, simple but important. With all of the infrastructural development that is happening within the Ministry of Health, the services, the care, the policies, procedure also need to be transformed in just the same way. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the Ministry of Health is going through a complete overhaul assessment done by PAHO helping us to identify all of the gaps within our services at institutional base, our hospitals, at our health centers within the community, and even at our administrative level. The ministry is adopting the essential public health function approach for a more scientific, comprehensive, and people-centered vision for public health to face the challenges of the 21st century. The central purpose of this approach is to engage central stakeholders and sectors as much as possible, thus guaranteeing a broad and pluralistic intersectorial perspective of the new 2022 Health Strategic Plan in our quest for a safer and stronger future. Mr. Speaker, this is something that is important to me because we continuously hear the complaints about the Ministry of Health. And I am one who firmly believes that you can't do the same thing over and over and expect different results. And so we will take every effort within the Ministry of Health to completely revamp the health system, starting with personnel right up to infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. And so I've already communicated with the staff within the Ministry of Health that we can expect changes within the Ministry of Health. Changes, we know, is something that is not always accepted readily by individuals because it means changing the way you normally operate. But changes must happen if we are to improve our health system. And in my opinion, you can't take old habits into new infrastructure and new polished buildings. I think it's important that with the new buildings must come with a new attitude, a new outlook, new policies, new procedures. And so that assessment is ongoing to ensure that we are indeed bold and proactive as well as innovative as we look forward to the future within the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to my other ministries, and I would wish to start first with the newly established Ministry of Entrepreneurship, Entertainment and Talent Development. This ministry, Mr. Speaker, is bold in its approach and commitment to ensure economic freedom for our creatives and innovators. In short, this new ministry is about jobs. It's about creating those jobs for the future. It's about providing real hope and real opportunities to our young people. Our pursuit of economic transformation and job creation through the development of entrepreneurship in the creative and innovative industries is aligned with the government's targeted approach to further extend the diversification of the economy and build economic resilience through revenue generation and increased employment. As the ministry has embarked on normalizing structures within the creative sector in 2021, there has arisen many challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic in and of itself has presented most of these challenges, and the ministry continues to strategize ways and means by which these obstacles can be circumvented. Amid these difficulties, the ministry has taken a forward approach to the development of the creative sector, and in so doing has yielded various results which will prove for years to come to be beneficial to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis as a whole. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has identified 4 sectors as priority for business development and economic diversification. These are film and photography, music and entertainment, the arts, which includes performing, theatrical and visual arts, and technology and innovation. Mr. Speaker, our young people, we hear it all the time, that our young people are so talented and they have so much potential. And it is from these sectors that the future of our nation will come to light. Mr. Speaker, the ministry have examined the challenges, identified the shortcomings in the government systems, and devised projects, programs and policy initiatives to best cater to the needs of persons in this sector. We believe that a strong creative sector results in a strong economy and seek to employ the best possible resources to boost the creative sector. Every initiative undertaken by the ministry is guided by 4 fundamental pillars. Firstly, funding. We recognize that the pandemic has resulted in many of our creatives being incapable of gaining income from their creative talents. Even before the pandemic, financing creative businesses were challenging. The ministry has identified funding as the primary barrier to the creative sector and has embarked on initiatives that improve access to funding for the creative and innovative industries. These initiatives include partnering with angel investors to provide interest-free loans, catalyzing local and foreign investment in the creative and innovative industries, and mobilizing resources. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is in dialogue with the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Corporation, which operates in tandem with the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank and the Republic Bank, to provide guarantees for loans to these institutions for the creative sector. Some of the products that they are offering are a classic guarantee for 10 years for businesses existing for 2 years or more, with a 75% maximum guarantee. Working capital guarantee for 5 years for businesses existing for 2 years or more, and with a 80% maximum guarantee. And then there is a startup guarantee for 10 years for businesses existing for 3 months to 2 years, with a maximum 80% guarantee. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the film and photography, the ministry have been given the approval for the creation of an incentives program in the form of a production expenditure rebate program. Similar programs have been used worldwide and recognized by governments as an efficient and strategic tool to attract high-value inward investment, strengthen local production sectors, and build skills, employment, and infrastructure. This rebate program will work as a cash rebate for expenditures while filming on location. Producers undertaking qualifying expenditure can expect to receive a predetermined contribution to that investment. This system repays an amount of qualifying production expenditure back to a producer according to a predetermined formula. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is also collaborating with the cable. And in our partnership with the cable, the ministry have been able to provide creatives with the option of upgrading their internet service package for only $97. They will be able to receive the extreme package of 160 megabytes down, 35 up, which is usually at a cost of $500. And so, for $97, you'll be receiving an upgrade to your internet service, something that usually costs somewhere around $500. So that cost savings, we know, will be very much appreciated by the creatives. And it's very simple. All they are expected to do is to register with the ministry, and their details will then be submitted to the cable so that they can be provided with the service. Through our ongoing partnership initiatives, the ministry can connect creatives to the appropriate avenues to improve their access to funding. Secondly, regulations. This is the second pillar. The ministry seeks to optimize the legal and regulatory environment to reduce barriers and provide the foundational pillars for a thriving industry. What we have done so far is the ministry have been at the forefront in the charge for the safe restart of the entertainment sector. We will continue to work closely with the relevant authorities in this regard. We have heard the voices of the people within this sector and acknowledge that entertainment is the biggest income generator for the creative sector in particular. However, although we have resumed the entertainment industry, I want persons to be mindful to the fact that COVID-19 still remains a reality. This does not mean that a new normal for entertainment cannot be established, and we are already seeing that. Mr. Speaker, in terms of duty-free or reduction waivers for creatives, we acknowledge that creatives need the necessary tools to ensure the success of their businesses. Therefore, we have considered the need of all year-round import waivers to ease the burden of importing creative products. We are in the final stages of the policy build-out to guide this initiative, and we expect to be functional in the first quarter of the new year. Thirdly, enforced legal protection. The Ministry is working closely with the Eastern Caribbean Collective Organization for Music Rights, ECHO, as well as the Intellectual Property Office to ensure that the work of creatives is adequately protected and that persons within the sector receive the appropriate compensation for the use of their creative talents. The Ministry, in collaboration with the IPO, is also aggressively pursuing the signing of at least 5 treaties that will mitigate risks, provide the necessary protection, and expand their rights as creative. We are also in the process of finalizing our code of practice for film and photography. The code of practice will apply to all forms of production, including feature films, television, commercials, drama documentaries, music videos, still shots, you name it. As long as those are shot on location in public places in St. Kitts and Nevis, the expectation is that they do not disrupt our normal activity. The aims of the code are to ensure that the industry can film effectively, efficiently, and flexibly in St. Kitts and Nevis. The third pillar, capacity building. The Ministry seeks to enhance entrepreneurship education and creative talent development by linking creatives to the right institution. We have collaborated with other ministries as well as the CFBC on initiatives such as the Academy of Women Entrepreneurship, the OAS Development Cooperation Fund, which are providing a project for training and funding of web development for small businesses, the Eastern Caribbean Green Entrepreneurship Initiative, as well as with our collaboration with Social Services and Gender Affairs, with the Taiwanese funded project for economic empowerment of women in Latin America and the Caribbean in the post-pandemic era. Outside of the above mentioned, the Ministry in 2022 will roll out a number of educational programs aimed towards building the awareness, knowledge, and understanding of the needs and mechanisms needed to operate and benefit from a structured creative sector. We anticipate that this will increase the positive output of exportable talent from the Federation. Some of the areas that these trainings will cover: songwriting and production workshops, script development programs, making money in music, business of film bootcamp, book publishing essentials. Mr. Speaker, we'll be touching various areas within the creative sector in order to take our creatives to a new level of doing business and solidifying their marketability on the regional and international stage. Finally, public awareness. The creative sector is not a fly-by-night industry, and the Ministry has a wide variety of projects in store geared at changing the general perception of the creative sector. As Minister, I believe that only when the creative sector is viewed as a sustainable business model and not just a hobby-based industry can true growth and economic success be achieved. The Ministry will therefore endeavor to do its part in the public awareness campaign and bring stronger focus on the sector. One such way is through the launch of the Month of the Arts. This is anticipated to launch a visibility campaign in a very colorful manner through projects such as virtual campaigns, a federation-wide mural project with groups, students within our local visual arts, as they paint 4 murals with the theme, "We are creatives." We also expect to have writing competitions in poetry and prose, art competitions, and much more. These art-based projects will not be limited to the month of the arts, but the ministry aims to have a constant and consistent presence in the communities of St. Kitts and Nevis. The thinking behind these projects is creating a visible presence in the market locally, regionally, and internationally by allowing the creatives within the Federation and the diaspora to participate in and partake of the projects that help create market value. Mr. Speaker, after much deliberations and a lot of research, the ministry took a decision to introduce a new approach, one that would expose the magnificent talent of our young creatives, and of course, the not so young. We want to see our creatives become the next generation of inventors, investors, artists, and the list can go on. This diverse talent base should not remain at the local level, but must transcend to the regional and global. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to announce that the ministry will launch the very first TV channel in the second quarter of 2022. This TV channel will be used as a platform, and of course we're doing this in collaboration with the cable. It will be used as a platform for our creatives to expose and export their talent, as well as to bring public awareness to the real way of doing business within that sector. The advent of what we are coining the Moent TV creates a space for creative products to be put on display for a wider audience. All creatives have the potential to be content creators, even though some may require guidance and training in order to achieve this. The platform for dissemination of exportable talent is being fast-tracked to get creatives back on their feet, creating and earning. And as I said, we're doing this in collaboration with the cable, who, as we speak, are ensuring that once that channel comes online, it would not just be for the local consumption, but it would also be able to be seen regionally and internationally as well. So our creatives would be able to get that type of exposure needed so that their talent can then be exported as well. And so we are very proud of this initiative, and we know for a fact that it will yield benefit for our creatives. And so I'm making that call even now for persons within the creative industry to be able to start thinking about your content. Come in and talk with us, so that your content will be seen not just locally, but also regionally and internationally through this very initiative. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to collaboration, because without collaboration with the private sector, as well as other government ministries and agencies, we would not be able to provide the type of services and the type of assistance that is needed by these creatives. We will continue to collaborate with the Ministry of Culture, because we believe that it is critical, as our culture is an inseparable and integral expression of who we are as a people, an expression of humanity and creativity. And so we will continue to work very closely with them to ensure when we are exporting our creative talents, that a lot of that creative talent also express our own culture here in St. Kitts and Nevis, giving persons a unique view of St. Kitts and Nevis. We're also collaborating with the Chamber of Industry and Commerce, who will be able to help us achieve our objective of providing opportunity for commercialization and diversification of goods and services through their internship programs and through other means. They have made the commitment to us to partner with us, and we appreciate and we will be using a lot of that collaborative work with them in 2022. As I've said before, the ministry is closely working with the Intellectual Property Office, and they will be playing a vital role in providing the necessary training in key areas. We've already discussed a major project that is planned for the first quarter, which will target the following expected outcomes: equipping our creators with the proper copyright-related rights and trademarks, and as well as with the information necessary to be able to build their brand and collect revenue from the distribution of their creations locally and internationally, live or online. Creatives will also be better able to understand the need for the use of contracts and other formal documents necessary for the proper conduct of business in their sphere. All participants will have a greater understanding of the interrelated nature of work of creatives and other stakeholders in the provision of services to the public. There will be greater understanding of the rights of minors in the entertainment sector and, of course, assistance with business plans specifically for the creative sector. Mr. Speaker, implementing this project will be important considering the wealth of local talent in need of development. While we have a high percentage of locally created content, we must ensure that this material and content is at a high level to meet international industry standards and that what is produced is properly protected. We must ensure that creatives understand the value of intellectual property, what the international standards are relative to their chosen field, and how these standards can be met in the context of the local environment. Mr. Speaker, defining and fostering the development industry standard practices would only resonate to the benefits of St. Kitts and Nevis creators and would also allow them to have access to funding. Mr. Speaker, the vision of this ministry is to transform the entertainment, creative and innovative industries in St. Kitts and Nevis through entrepreneurship and economic value creation, to provide that enabling environment that will allow the creative industries to grow and our creative people to thrive. The rapid growth of the creative industry over the past decade is testament to the increasing impact and reach of our creative industry and people. Mr. Speaker, these are the jobs of the future. These are the future opportunities for our young people. Mr. Speaker, I wish now to turn to information and communications technology, specifically the Department of Technology. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, the Department of Technology has undertaken some key initiatives that will lay the foundation for the digital transformation of the government. We've heard so much about this digital transformation. We are also aware that the IT is considered one of the pillars for our recovery here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and we understand the importance of this digital transformation for us to be able to recover, but not only recover, but to also move forward and upward as a country. This is about providing our people with better service and better ways to access their government services. One of the key areas identified as part of the overall transformation journey is enabling of our digital government. As part of this process, the government engaged the consulting firm of Deloitte & Touche to assist with defining a whole-of-government technology strategy as well as a cybersecurity strategy framework. Both must go hand in hand, and I think in St. Kitts and Nevis we are aware of the importance of a cybersecurity strategy, as we know what would have transpired just earlier this year. The Department of Technology and Technology as a whole strategy maps out the people, the process, and the technology initiatives that are required to enable digital government. The cybersecurity strategy framework defines the strategies to be employed to ensure the safety, integrity, and availability of government's data and information as it transitions to delivering online and digital services. This defines a structural approach to technology implementation, protecting and securing government information, strengthening government-wide area network, and broadband connectivity across the whole of government. Mr. Speaker, The Department of Technology is moving forward with its many initiatives to make sure we ready ourselves for this digital transformation. And I am pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that beginning in 2019, the department had embarked on a journey to pursue the ISO 27001 certification for some of its core business processes. By doing so, the department sought to demonstrate to its stakeholders that there are policies and systems in place that conform to international standards that will allow the department to respond appropriately to information security requirements. Support for this initiative was provided by the Taiwan ICDF. After an intense 2.5-year preparation period involving training, planning, implementing, and continuously improving its information security management system in accordance with the ISO standards, the department underwent an assessment at the end of November 2021. This assessment was carried out by the British Standard Institution, the Taiwan branch, on November 22nd, 29th, and 30th, 2021. Following the conclusion of the assessment, the BSI assessment team has made the decision to recommend the registration of ISO 27001 certification for the Department of Technology with the following scope: the provision of the management, operation, and maintenance of computer services, related computer server room, and data communication network infrastructure within the Department of Technology. On behalf of the government, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Taiwan ICDF and the Embassy of the Republic of China, Taiwan, for their support provided to the Department of Technology in pursuing this initiative. We are readying ourselves at the Department of Technology to be able to execute a fully digital economy and a digital government. Another initiative that would see our come to fruition in 2022 and much talk about within the telecommunications space is the Internet Exchange Point. The presence of an IXP has the effect of increasing network resiliency and improving user experience while lowering telecommunication costs. It also provides a central point at which critical national information technology services can be delivered. These include e-government services, cybersecurity protection, emergency management, financial or digital money services, and distribution of educational content. Simply put, if you go onto the internet, once the IXP is up and running, your data does not have to go to Miami to come back to St. Kitts. So you don't have to send an email to you, Mr. Speaker. When I send an email to you, Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't have to travel all the way up to Miami to come back to you. Instead, right here in St. Kitts, we'll be able to do the exchange of that data information and therefore make it faster and more efficient for you to be able to do whatever you need to do online. To implement the IXP and deliver these services, external experts from the Caribbean Network Operators Group will assist the department with the implementation of the project. This is a non-profit organization dedicated to building technical capacity and exchanging information and experiences related to the management of telecommunications networks in the Caribbean region. CaribNOG collaborates with regional and international organizations and stakeholders to facilitate capacity building in the form of technical workshops, seminars, research papers, and direct technical assistance. The IXP initiative will provide an opportunity for the government of St. Kitts and Nevis personnel and local technology service providers to develop new capabilities and offer a new range of network infrastructure services to the St. Kitts and Nevis market. Given the centrality of the IXP to these services and the opportunity it provides for local capacity development, the St. Kitts and Nevis IXP can be classified as a strategic resource for national development. It is expected to stimulate the development of the local ICT sector and internet industry and contribute to job and business creation. It will also contribute to the efficiency and effectiveness of government's digital transformation process, especially with respect to delivery of e-government services, cybersecurity, business continuity, and resilience of the government's network. As I said previously, St. Kitts and Nevis Department of Technology in particular is readying itself for the digital transformation and to be able to execute on the digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 global pandemic resulted in an increased demand for digital government services and accelerated the transitioning of online services to online services. Mr. Speaker, in particular, the Ministries of Health, National Security, and Finance are some of the ministries that have taken steps to leverage online technologies to provide citizen services. These initiatives include the COVID-19 Vaccine Information System, which is an internal government-based database system that will collect and manage personal information in relation to the COVID-19 vaccination program. This database helps us manage the data of vaccines administered in St. Kitts and Nevis. We are also developing for the Ministry of Health, that sounds so strange for me to say developing for the Ministry of Health, but nonetheless, another hat. We are also developing for the Ministry of Health contact tracing and a case management application that would help us with the monitoring and management of the COVID-19 positive cases. Everyone know of the KNA Travel Form, which is the online portal for submission and processing of immigration, customs, and health documentation for all incoming travelers. We've also assisted with the expansion of the Traffic Department online services to include the administering of driver's license, examinations, and provision of test results, and an online portal for the processing, management, and reporting of COVID-19 income support and fuel subsidy programs, all of which I am proud to say were developed by the e-government unit within the Department of Technology. And so we have the human resources necessary to be able to build out on many of our digital transformation efforts. And as I keep saying, the Department of Technology have over the past year been readying itself for this digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the key focus will be on establishing the appropriate governance structures to drive the people, process, and technology initiatives in support of the digital transformation, establishing a digital culture, defining digital service standards, and defining and initiating the digitization process. Activities that will enable digital government will be assigned high priority for implementation. These activities will include strengthening the cybersecurity in government, enhancing the connectivity and network infrastructure, the continued build-out of the digital platforms to support e-service delivery, collaboration and data and information sharing. The department will also work with the legal department to review, update, and create legislation to enable digital transformation initiatives. With respect to digital platforms, the department will continue to provide support to the ministries and departments to digitize their services and offer services online. At the same time, the department will continue to provide digital training through our Digital Academy to public servants to assist with building digital capacity as well as allow them to be able to be reskilled. Mr. Speaker, I've covered my ministries, and I'm very proud of my ministries. And I've said a lot so far about my ministries. And I've come to the end of speaking about my ministries. But, Mr. Speaker, I must speak to how this particular budget will also deliver for the people I'm here to represent, and that is the people of constituency number 3. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that in conversation with the Ministry of Sustainable Development, I have been given the commitment that the build-out of Lagreed will start in 2022. I have been told that the approvals have been granted to begin the infrastructural work, that is the roads, water, and electricity. I am also advised that the Ministry of Sustainable Development will also be finalizing all of the land title issues for the people of Lagreed. So I know I have been getting questions, especially during my one-on-one sessions about Lagreed in particular, and I'm so happy to say that I have been told that the commitment have been made through capital projects within the Ministry of Sustainable Development to see this come to completion in 2022. So the people of Lagreed can be rest assured. I have also been in discussions with the Minister with responsibility for infrastructure, who has given his commitment to ensure that the areas such as West Farm, Shadwell West, Doers, Buckley Circle will be able to see roads being completed in those areas. The Ministry of Sustainable Development have clearly marked the roads in those areas, and so now it's just for Public Works Division, the Roads Division of Public Works, to come in and complete that work. Mr. Speaker, I can't go to a one-on-one without hearing of two main things: lands, housing. And I've been given the commitment that in 2022 we will see the distribution of lands within the constituency, as well as the commitment from housing that we will see some work begin on persons being able to have their homes built within the constituency in 2022. And so I just want the people of Number 3 to understand that these things have been committed and will be seen through fruition. Mr. Speaker, I've already spoke about the areas within my ministry that touches the people of Number 3, such as the improvements that are being made to Carding Home. Having had the opportunity to use the Carding Home yard, very big yard, as a playground when I was younger, I know these improvements will be welcomed and persons will look forward to the opportunities that will be provided for this project as well. And again, I must stress on the work that we have done with the sewage treatment plant at JNF, which now removes that problem of the stench coming from the drains that left from JNF down to the Limekeel Bay. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that in the areas for which I am proud to have ministerial responsibility, and for my constituency of Number 3, this budget truly delivers. This budget does invest in our people. This budget does put St. Kitts and Nevis back on track. This budget does provide more jobs, real jobs for our people. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is why I wish to commend this budget to the National Assembly, and I expect it to be passed without any issues. I know even the opposition are very happy with this budget, and they're looking forward to the execution of this budget in 2022. And so, I've used up all my time. Exactly. I did not go over. It has not been exactly yet. And so with that, I commend this budget to the National Assembly. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. You did have another 5 minutes. Okay. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 11. Honourable Alexis Jeffers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise this afternoon to make my contribution to this Honourable House on the bill currently before this Honourable House and being debated, and that is a bill to provide for the services in St. Christopher and Nevis for the fiscal year commencing 1st January 2022 and ending on the 31st of December 2022. Mr. Speaker, as I rise to make my presentation, I do so, and I would want to say from the onset that I lend my fullest support to this bill. Being a member of this Honourable House, on this side of the House that is, I can do nothing other than saying that I am supportive, because Contributions have been made by myself, by my ministry, and all other ministries within this administration. And so the content of this budget and this bill is certainly consistent with my belief. I also want to give commendation to the mover of the bill and also the persons within the Ministry of Finance, Permanent Secretary, Assistant Permanent Secretary, all of the other ministries and the management of those ministries that would have contributed to this budget preparation and presentation. And I do so because, Mr. President, in these difficult and challenging times, it is always a challenge, if I were to use that word again, to come up with what is workable and what will work for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, given the challenges that we are facing. But these challenges that we are facing require some creativity on everyone's part. And I do believe that a lot of reasonable thinking would have gone into the compilation of this budget, and that is why they must be commended. Mr. Speaker, the budget for fiscal year 2022 has as its caption, investing in our people, putting St. Kitts and Nevis back on track. And that, of course, is, in my opinion, a very appropriate caption to be using at this time. And I will say to you, Mr. Speaker, that never before in the history of this federation, and this is a relatively young federation, Mr. Speaker, never before in the history of this federation have we had to deal with the type of challenges that we have to deal with in 2020, 2021, and even going beyond this point in time. And that is why this particular caption encompasses exactly what we are facing today. Investing in our people, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, brings into focus the caring nature of this government. You understand, it is about people, and everything that you've heard thus far from this side of the aisle is about people. And you know, if I may just say at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, I have heard about people matter more and people matter most and that type of thing. As a matter of fact, I don't want to knock a Calypsonian who would have said that people once used to matter more. And that might be true. But this budget, Mr. President, has taken the entire thing a step further. And we are saying, and we have been saying for a number of years, that everything that we have done as a government, as an administration, is about people. So it therefore suggests to me that we have gone beyond the point of people mattering more, but people matter most to this government. People matter most to the government that I'm a part of on the island of Nevis. And we have been saying that for years. And when you look at this budget, which is people-centered, then it tells you that people has to matter most in what we do and what we say. As a matter of fact, this pandemic has certainly brought us to a point where that is rather apt at this point in time, where people definitely matter most. And that is why I want to commend everyone once again who would have been responsible for putting this budget together. It certainly addresses the needs of the most vulnerable among us. The most vulnerable persons among us have been captured in this budget. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, people matter most will continue to be borne out in our actions and in our in our debates and dialogue. People will continue to matter most. Mr. Speaker, spend some time on people matter most because this pandemic has not been an easy one for all of us as a people. And when you listen to the presentation that was made by the mover of the bill yesterday and Minister of Finance, one has to say that the presentation that was made and the response that we would have heard thus far from the other side suggests to me that the other side is also in agreement with our thinking and our belief that people has to be at the center of what we do and say. Mr. President, this government has certainly demonstrated that it cares. Why I say that? Not one soul have been sent home as a result of this difficult period that we're facing. Not one soul. And I believe it was said yesterday that the head of the household, for example, is important to our thinking, our belief, and our decision-making process. Everyone in any household here in St. Kitts and Nevis are important to all of us, whether you're working or whether you're not. If you're working, of course you're collecting your salaries. If you're not working, there have been a stimulus package that have been put together by this administration to capture those who are not working at this time. Not everyone, but as many persons as possible. But let us think about it, Mr. Speaker. Imagine, head of a household was sent home by this government at some point. Imagine, just imagine. It hasn't been done, but just imagine. That head of household, the only person working, you have, for example, 1, 2, 3 children. Just imagine sending home that man or woman, whomever, put them on the breadline. Just imagine that they have been sent home and being unable to provide for their family. Just imagine. And if it is that head of household has to pay all of the bills, have to pay the mortgage, have to send their children to school, and you send them home, it multiplies their difficulty or their difficulties. And that is why I come back to what I said as I started. That is why it is important to note our stance as a government. We believe in people. We put them front and center in our decision-making process, and that is why no one was sent home. And that is why, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, we have to continue to ensure that our people are taken care of. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, the case was made this morning. Didn't hear anything about pensioners. Well, not even pensioners were affected. As a matter of fact, pensioners can go to sleep at nights, comforted by the fact that this caring government has ensured that irrespective of the financial difficulties, they continue to collect their pension. And it's by law. But not only that, the law is what it is. It applies to Antigua too. But I understand persons there have been having challenges in collecting there in Antigua, but not here in St. Kitts Nevis. And so long as this team unity government is at the helm of the administration of the affairs of this country, the assurance can be given that persons will be looked after and persons will not have to live with uncertainties as they go forward. Mr. President, this government has continued to undertake various infrastructural development and projects, even though there have been difficulties. We continue to do so because of the management of the finances and the affairs of this federation. And I'm proud to be a part of this particular cabinet at this time, this administration, because all of us sit together as a cabinet and we look at the difficulties that are before us. But that has never ever dissuaded us in making the right decisions to ensure that our people continue to be looked after. Mr. President, I want to look at some of the things within my ministries. Before I get there, though, I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, sorry. I keep saying Mr. President, but understandable, that's right. It's understandable. Yeah. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to you that we continue to perform as a government. That is what we were elected to do. And that's what we continue to do. Mr. President, I want to say at this point in time that when I became the minister responsible for agriculture, fisheries, and marine resources, there were challenges. It was June of 2020. Challenges not only with the pandemic that we were facing, but challenges on a whole within the ministry and departments that were entrusted to myself and the team that I'm privileged to lead. And while I say team, I see members of my team here. I see the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Ron Dublin Collins would have come, and my assistant there at the ministry. And I thank them for coming. The reason being, the support is needed, and the support is good. And I want to say at this juncture that I've had tremendous support from my team there at the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resource. And teamwork, as they say, make the dream work. And we've had tremendous support among us in the ministry, and there have been collaboration, and we've been cohesive in our approach to revitalizing this sector. Sector would have had its challenges over the years, but we have never used those challenges as excuses. We've always faced our challenges head on. And Mr. Speaker, that is why I believe, as I go through my presentation today, you would realize that we have had some tremendous successes over the last year. And of course, we'll lay out our programs going forward, plans and programs, that is, to ensure that we continue to, for the lack of a better term, keep the momentum in agriculture. Keep the momentum, because there is some momentum at this point in time. And why I say there is some momentum is because when you speak to farmers here on the island of St. Kitts, when you speak to farmers on the island of Nevis, throughout the Federation, you hear persons are saying that they have a good feeling about agriculture, a feeling that perhaps existed before, but there was a point in time when there were some challenges and persons would have drifted away from the sector, of course, but we have made it a pivotal part of our decision-making process to ensure that we are providing the support to our farmers and fisher folks. And that is why I said the momentum is coming back. We'll keep it, and we'll continue to build on it as we go forward. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to agriculture. Because agriculture, we do believe, can be that fulcrum, that pivotal sector that can provide the type of development that we have always envisaged here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Of course, over the years, there have been other sectors that have had more attention being placed to those sectors. For example, upon the closure of the sugar industry, persons would have gone into the hospitality and tourism sector. Many persons went into that area. Of course, it was thriving, and it has been thriving over the years. But what I can say is that over the last year, 18 months thereabout, there have been persons coming back into the sector. Why? I can say to you, Mr. Speaker, that every single one of us at some point during the day have to eat something. And we have always been preaching that we must eat local, buy local, eat what we grow what we eat. So we have to plant. If we are thinking about import substitution and eating wholesome, locally produced food, then we have to plant. And that is why agriculture has been getting the type of attention that it has received over the last 18 months and moving forward. Remember, I just said we are regaining the momentum. We are keeping the momentum, and we'll build on the momentum, because we feel once we capture our farmers, once we capture those stakeholders who are involved in this sector, we don't want to lose them. We do not want to lose them. So that is why this ministry continues to interact and engage our farmers and our stakeholders to make sure that that momentum that we are seeking to build on, we continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, agriculture and fisheries present us with a great opportunity for growth and development. The sector, for far too long, has faced a number of structural and other impediments to the realization of its full potential. Some of these impediments include low production and productivity, limited market access, underdeveloped value chains, and dependence on rain-fed agriculture. The ministry has initiated serious efforts to comprehensively address these challenges. Mr. Speaker, let me from the onset establish the importance of the agricultural sector to our economy. Efforts that have been exerted in this sector over the past 18 months are geared towards regaining the prominence of farming, given the fact that we all must eat, as I just said, and the food must be of a sustainable quality and quantity. During this past observance of World Food Day, which was the 16th of October 2021, the theme for World Food Day was, and I quote, "Our actions are our future. Better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and of course that would lead to a better life." Mr. Speaker, I love this theme. It captures production, captures nutrition, it captures the environment, which is so important to us, and all that I said before will lead to a better life. So it is a simple but powerful theme. And so, Mr. President, I don't want to sound like I'm preaching now, but since I'm speaking agriculture, I turn to the Bible to some extent and say, good book, excellent book, yes. What passage of scripture I can use to capture the essence of what we are trying to accomplish in agriculture? I turn to Luke chapter 9, verse 62. And those among us who are Bible scholars will tell me, even before I say it, what Luke 9:62 says. It says, "No one who puts a hand to the plow and looks back is fit for service in the kingdom of God." No one who puts a hand to the plow and looks back is fit for service in the kingdom of God. And like I said, I didn't come to preach. But when you speak of plow, you're thinking of agriculture, and you put your hands to the plow, you're actually working, you're tilling the soil, and it is saying to us that you should not look back. So once we have gained the momentum, once we have that momentum in agriculture, this is not a time for us to look back. This is a time for us to look forward and to build on what we have started in agriculture in terms of transforming the sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in putting your hands to the plow, it means that there must be some level of commitment to what your purpose is. And so at this point in time, quitting is not an option. At this point in time, excuses are not an option. At this point in time, Mr. Speaker, What is the option we are looking at is production and productivity in the sector, so that the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis can realize its objectives of 1, feeding its people, 2, import substitution, and 3, ensuring that our lives can be transformed in a way where we know we are eating locally produced food, food that is wholesome and beneficial to us. So, Mr. Speaker, our aim in agriculture is to ensure that we are exerting the efforts that are needed to enhance and transform the agriculture and fisheries sector, even while doing so keeping in mind the challenges with climate change, our growing population, the rise in food prices, disruption in supply chains, and environmental stresses, which all have significant impacts on food security. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I will say to you and this honorable House that adaptation strategies and policy responses, including addressing water challenges, land use patterns, food trade, post-harvest food processing, food prices and food safety are all being considered as we continue to press forward. I will go on, Mr. Speaker, and say to you that the ongoing training and investment in the sector are strategically targeted towards the promotion of sustainable agricultural technologies and methodologies, building resistance to shocks or resilience to shocks, and ensuring increased production in crop, livestock, fisheries, and agro-processing. As I mentioned agro-processing, Mr. Speaker, let me look a bit closer at agro-processing, because we do believe that this is an excellent area that can be exploited to the benefit of agro-processors and the entire country as a whole. And so, Mr. Speaker, our agro-processing unit holds a bright future with great growth potential. Currently, the unit produces and sells 47 different products to leading supermarkets, duty-free shops at Port Zante, the RLB International Airport, major hotels, OT and St. Kitts and in Nevis, and other popular tourist sites. The income from the sales of these products provides support to the unit, which helps in its sustainability. Mr. Speaker, there are great opportunities for us as we forge ahead, and so within the last year we have sought to complete the work at the agro-processing unit at Nevis, and we would have invested in excess of $375,000 to replace the roof, replace floor tiles, repainting of the building, so as to provide a much cleaner environment, thus ensuring food safety standards are maintained. Mr. Speaker, in value-added agriculture, we will certainly increase our focus on the production and manufacturing processes, marketing and services that increases the value of our primary agricultural commodities. For example, we will use technologies to preserve and add value to specific local agricultural commodities such as guava, hot peppers, mangoes, etc., that can have a production surplus as they are processed into jams, jellies, concentrates, chips, pepper sauce, wines, etc. We will also continue the processing of raw traditional commodities such as cassava and banana into flour for the production of baked products such as bread and pastries. As I mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, we see great value in this particular area in that it can certainly provide employment opportunities. Additionally as well, it can provide great opportunities for the establishment of small businesses that can and will be achieved through a value-added system as it generates higher return, allow for the penetration of new markets, and potentially high-value market, that is, and extend the production season. Because with value-added products, Mr. Speaker, I just mentioned, for example, hot pepper, to be processed into pepper sauces. I also talk about guavas that can be processed into jams and jellies. Of course, that is extending that particular product into other forms that generates money at every particular step. So, Mr. Speaker, during the upcoming fiscal period of 2022, some of the objectives of the agro-processing unit will be to provide training and technical assistance to our agro-processors, and the creation and expansion of small and medium-sized agro-processing enterprises. As I said before, I do believe that this area provides us with a golden opportunity to provide additional employment and the establishment of businesses. So the agro-processing unit will also focus on product research and development for the transformation of local produce into value-added agricultural products, as well as the transfer of technology for agri-business development. Mr. Speaker, I will say at this juncture that we must plant and fish our way out of COVID-19 and its difficulties. And why I say plant, I have always stressed plant. And if you plant something today, plant some more tomorrow, or plant the day after. I am just insisting and imploring our people to plant something, whatever it is. And I always say as well that you may not reap anything in a year or in 2 years' time. But here's the interesting thing. Many of the trees that we now reap a bountiful harvest from, we didn't plant them. I'm talking about mango trees, for example, jelly, or coconut trees. Many of these trees that we reap a bountiful harvest from, we did not plant them. Someone would have planted them for us or before us. And if we're thinking about sustainability, if we're thinking about food security going into the future, what we do now will impact the future of this country. And that is why I insist that we must plant and plant some more. And I did say we have to fish our way out of these challenges that we face with COVID-19, but it must be done in a responsible and sustainable way. That is why the Department of Marine Resources will continue to provide the assistance to our fisher folks to ensure that all that is done in the fishery sector is done in a sustainable way. Mr. Speaker, in order to ascertain what we have done over the last 12 months, it is good to look at data, because data help us to plan. Data give us a perspective, or some perspective as to where we are, what we have accomplished, and where we should be heading to. So I'd like to look at some of the data that we would have collected over the last 12 months at least, or to be more specific, up to October of this year, from January to October of this year. And these data, Mr. Speaker, will provide us with some insight as to what the stimulus package, for example, which we would have implemented last year, and we did so swiftly because we understood that persons in the farming and fishery sector are some of the most vulnerable among us. They are the ones who face some of the difficulties and challenges that we have with our weather systems, or drought and well, of course, lack of rainfall and climate change, for example. So those are the most vulnerable. I will say this to you, Mr. Speaker. A farmer can plant a crop, an acre of whatever it is, carrots, pepper, today, and expect to reap a bountiful harvest in 3 months. Something happens along the way. It is infested by pests or certain diseases, or predator larceny, which is a major issue as well. And they lose the entire crop. So their efforts would have gone in vain, and that is why I say they are the most vulnerable among us. Mark you, when they make money, they don't want to appear as if they make money. They don't say. But I know for sure there are times when I sympathize and empathize with our farmers, because there are certainly times that they are exposed to some of the challenges and difficulties out there. But the numbers that I'm going to present to you, or the data that I'm going to present to this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, speak volume to some extent. So here we go. Let me start with fishery, the fishery sector. Fish landings for the reef and demersal species, and these include snappers, hine, butterfish, etc., doctorfish, for the period January to October 2021 amounted to 370,610 pounds, with an overall landed value of $4,02,280, and I'm speaking Eastern Caribbean dollars. This represents a 12% increase compared to the same period in 2020, where fish landing amounted to 329,740 pounds, with a value of $3,737,710. Mr. Speaker, the increase we will submit was attributed to the provision of resources like fish trap, wire, made available through the COVID-19 stimulus package for the fisheries sector to target reef and demersal species. So there you go. You ask about the impact of the stimulus package. That is one example. And I'll go on further, Mr. Speaker. Fish caught in the coastal pelagic fishery. This includes ballyhoo, gar, jacks, etc. amounted to 46,350 pounds, with an overall landed value of $376,500 in January to October of 2021. Unfortunately, or to our disappointment, this represents a 19% decrease from the same period in the year 2020, where fish landing were 57,470 pounds, valued at $493,300. But however, Mr. Speaker, this decrease can be attributed to the reduction in the fishing effort by our fisher folks using net fishing gear. The coastal pelagic fishery is dominated by elderly fishers who are leaving the industry because of the inability of their bodies to take the rigors of the ocean environment or due to their mortality. Therefore, the younger generation of fishers require additional support from the ministry, and we intend to engage in training of these younger fisher folks to teach them how to mend these nets and basically how to utilize that particular skill to ensure that we can see some increase in these numbers come 2022. So that is an area that requires some attention, and the ministry is prepared to do so. Mr. Speaker, fish caught by the ocean pelagic fishery, I'm speaking of tuna, marlin, swordfish, mai, etc., amounted to 38,970 pounds, with an overall landed value of $473,500 from January to October of 2021. This represents a 35% decrease from the same period of 2020, where fish landing in this particular area was 60,130 pounds, valued at $729,460. Mr. Speaker, the decrease can be attributed, and we can safely say, it was as a result of the reduction in the number of fishing aggregate devices, or FADs, which then resulted in the decreased fishing efforts from our fisher folks between January to August of this year, 2021. Additionally, we can also say that there was a decline in the demand for these type of fish because of the difficulties that COVID would have posed to the tourism industry. However, the Department of Marine Resources is supporting the deployment of FADs. We would have deployed a FAD, or our first FAD, in the North Atlantic on the 17th of September. And of course, this was done with the assistance of folks in the fisheries sector. So at least there's some coordination and some collaboration between both the Department of Marine Resources and the persons who would be impacted by the deployment of this particular FAD. We intend to deploy more FADs over the fourth quarter of this year, Mr. Speaker, because we are seeing an increase in the demand thus far for coastal pelagic fish as the tourism sector rebounds, as our hotels and restaurants see increased demands for this type of fish. We will see increased returns for fisher folks as well. So we'll see over the fourth quarter some improvement in those numbers, and those will be reported accordingly. So those are two areas that show some decrease, Mr. Speaker, but from here on you will hear more about increases. For example, the total landing for conchs fishery amounted to 72,990 pounds, with an overall landed value of $729,900 from January to October 2021. This represents a 16% increase from the same period in 2020, where conch landing were 62,920 pounds, with a value of $629,200. The increase was attributed to an improvement in the fishing effort as a result of the relaxed restrictions that were in place up to a certain point in 2021. In 2020, my apologies, there were some restrictions that were in place, but once those were relaxed, then we would have seen our divers or fisher folks go out and would have done a tremendous job in ensuring that we would have had a 16% increase over a similar period or the same period last year. Mr. Speaker, in terms of lobster, we would have seen 89,970 pounds of lobster which was reported, and an overall landed value of $1,349,550 for January to October 2021. And Mr. Speaker, this is of note. This represents a 134% increase from this previous period of 2020, where lobster landing were 38,520 pounds, valued at $577,800, just over $500,000. But, of course, as I reported, between January to October of 2021, we would have seen an overall landed value of $1,349,550, and that is for just about 89,970 pounds of conchs. This is phenomenal, Mr. Speaker. And we attribute this increase to the provision of resources such as fish trap and wires, which were made available once again through the stimulus package that was offered through the fisheries sector. Mr. Speaker, in terms of overall fish landings, we saw 618,890 pounds of fish that was landed over the period under review, that is January to October of 2021. This amounted to $6,931,730. Of course, this represents a 13% increase from the previous period in 2020, where fish landing was 548,780 pounds, valued at $6,167,470. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, what is obvious is that the most significant increases were seen in the reef and demersal fishery and also the lobster fishery. We are pleased with this, Mr. Speaker, because these numbers, in my opinion, and the opinion of my ministry, can only get better as circumstances continue to improve here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and as the demand increase for fish and fish products. This, of course, we believe will lead to an improvement in our food security, sustainability, and the nutrition security that we are seeking to accomplish. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the fisheries sector. I want to move to the livestock sector, or the livestock production here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Now, during the period January to October 2021, the combined dollar value of crop and livestock production rose by about 17% when compared to the corresponding period in 2020. And Mr. Speaker, let me be clear, I'm spending time on these numbers because they are important to the discourse. Because once you would have invested in your people, once you would have invested in these sectors, you look for returns. You hear about return on investment? These are the returns that we are looking for. And that is why over the presentation of the budget yesterday, you would have heard there are increased monies that have been, increased monies that would have been placed into this particular ministry and sector, so as to bring about the transitional results that we are seeking to accomplish. So, like I was saying, Mr. Speaker, 17%, there was a rise in the percentage of the dollar value of crop and livestock production under the period that we are looking at, January to October 2021, when compared to January to October of 2020. And in terms of the dollar amount, though, we would have seen an increase of $9.2 million that was realized from crop and livestock production in 2021, as against $7.8 million in 2020. Now, these numbers, in my opinion, are excellent numbers. These numbers can only get better. But let me go and do some, look at these numbers, in their specific areas in terms of crop, and then we look at livestock, for example. Let's look specifically at crop, Mr. Speaker. The total crop output for the period under review amounted to 2.2 million pounds versus 2 million pounds in 2020. This represents a rise in output of about 10%, which corresponds to an 18% increase in estimated value from just over $6.5 million in 2020 to $7.7 million in 2021. But, Mr. Speaker, as is typical for the drier months, production in several of the crop areas have tapered off, while there, of course, would have been some appreciable gains during that period of time. But this is quite This is quite exciting, though, Mr. Speaker. For example, during the same period or this period under review, we would have seen an increase of up to 643% in the production of cabbage, cantaloupe, carrot, squash, sweet potato, tomato, watermelon, and yam. Those areas would have seen a huge jump in the percentage of production and the corresponding value of the return on these particular production. A closer look, Mr. Speaker. Let us look at the month of October, for example, just to put things into context. In October, there was an increase of up to 150% in the production of cantaloupe, cucumber, peanut, pumpkin, squash, sweet pepper, sweet potato, tomato, and watermelon, as compared to the previous month of September. Pumpkin, of course, was the best performing crop for the month of October. Pumpkin would have realized 66,150 pounds was reported, a 150% increase compared to 26,460 pounds in September. Mr. Speaker, when we hear that nothing is happening in agriculture, when we hear that agriculture is not going anywhere, some people use those taglines. The number is in the details. The details is in the numbers. The numbers don't lie. The numbers speak volume to the effort that we have placed into agriculture here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. So, Mr. Speaker, in this period of achieving agricultural transformation in the Federation, we are addressing transformation of our agri-food system and moving away from a high prevalence of subsistence and small-scale farming to high productivity as to bring about food security. Thus, our policy reform is essential to help this agricultural transformation that we speak so glowingly about. We must no longer lag behind and use the opportunities afforded to us to advance our agenda for greater food security. Mr. Speaker, despite the great challenges we face, we have forged ahead with our plans to increase production in this all-important sector. Overall production performance is still positive despite multiple challenges experienced throughout the year. The additional resources made available through the Farmer Assistance Program and the ongoing support of the ministry continue to help farmers enhance their operations. Mr. Speaker, our Farmer Assistance Program is designed to support farmers in their efforts to improve agricultural productivity, expand their production, and ensure a stable supply of produce. To date, Mr. Speaker, 220 farmers have applied and received assistance with the provision of 1. Building materials for construction of water harvesting sheds, farm storage sheds, bathrooms and farms, construction of pens, and, of course, fencing materials. 2. Agriculture inputs such as seeds, chemicals, fertilizers, ground cover, plastic mulch, drip, irrigation system, etc. 3. Oilers for tick control. 4. Tagging machines and tags. 5. Materials and wire for construction of structures for feral control. Mr. Speaker, as I speak of feral control, we're speaking of feral predators such as monkeys and pigs. These continue to be a major problem in the sector, and they have a devastating impact on crop production as well. I said before that a farmer can plant an acre of peppers, tomatoes, or whatever the case might be, and expect to reap a harvest in 3 months or up to 6 months. And then this is one of the challenges that they would certainly face, where feral predators and other issues may arise. But in terms of feral predators, we continue to exert much effort in this area, whereby we continue to provide those persons who are in this particular area and assisting with the mitigation of the challenges that are faced here. We continue to provide wire and other construction material that are needed to construct traps and so forth. Mr. Speaker, moving on with the other assistance that we have been providing, land preparation, of course, medicine for livestock, wires, poles, ropes, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, these efforts have been well appreciated by our farmers. Moving along, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on the FOIS extension of FOIS Outreach Center, because that area was somewhat dormant for some period of time. And when I say somewhat dormant, there was some production taking place. But the ministry have sought to undertake every effort to rehabilitate the area, to bring it under production once again, to ensure that we are meeting our targets, to ensure that we are moving one step closer towards food security and sustainability. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have engaged in a production program for roots and tubers in the FOIS area, and some 12 farmers have benefited from assistance at the FOIS Outreach Center. And as I speak further about the FOIS Outreach Center, in October, we would have empowered in excess of 20 farmers with land lease documents, Mr. Speaker. This has given them land tenure, and that has empowered them to the point where they can now go and plant with that level of assurance that no one will interfere with them in terms of their land or taking away the land, because they do have that lease that they can certainly use as one of those assets, or one of those things that can provide them with that level of comfort as they go about their production. This has never been done before, but we saw the need for this, Mr. Speaker, because we do believe that if we are stressing the importance of agriculture, stressing about the pivotal role that agriculture can play, we must support our stakeholders, and in this case our farmers who are willing to plant and want to plant, and they must be provided with the necessary tools that they can use to do their production. So that land lease and land tenure that they now have in their possession is important to their future existence down there at the FOIS Outreach Center. And some good things will happen there, Mr. Speaker, because over the next year and beyond, we'll continue to have training there. We'll continue to have some of the implements and the seeds and seedlings that are needed by the farmers in the area. Remember, I just spoke about the root and tubers that we have invested in, and we're putting in place all of the necessary infrastructure to ensure that our farmers there at the FOIS Outreach Center are comfortable and are given the necessary support for them to farm, and to farm at a level that can be beneficial to all of us. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, 7 farmers from the Sandy Point area, from the Sandy Point farming community, are involved in the Farmers Feed School Training Program, which is designed to expand the root and tuber production system there in Sandy Point. All the planting material have been provided under this program to the participating farmers. And the value of this assistance that have been given is just over $500 million. To be more specific, $540,000. That is the value of the assistance that was given to those farmers there in the Sandy Point area. And I want to say this as well, Mr. Speaker, these same root and tubers, we are saying to farmers throughout the Federation that cuttings will be made to farmers who are interested in planting these root crops, cuttings will be made to them in the ensuing months. Once we would have gotten to that level of production and maturity of that crop, we certainly will do that, because the more persons that get involved, the more production that will take place, and the more we'll be able to feed ourselves, of course. Mr. Speaker, this is a significant point in time for this ministry, the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resource. It is a significant point in time because just a few months ago we would have launched what we feel is an important process that will see the transformation and growth of the sector here in the Federation. It is called the Agricultural Transformation and Growth Strategy 2022 to 2031. And we are working with the Food and Agriculture Organization to implement this particular strategy. But what we hope to accomplish with this transformation and growth strategy, Mr. Speaker, is one, to increase the income of small-scale crop farmers, and also small-scale livestock farmers and fisher folks. And I say small-scale, Mr. Speaker, because we start small, and the thinking and the thrust should be to expand to the point where farmers become medium-scale and even, in some areas, large-scale farmers. 2, increase agricultural output and value addition. 3, improve the infrastructure and the various farms so as to bring about sustainability in water storage and supply, as well as to provide access to irrigation systems. 4, boost household food resilience. 5, strengthen research and innovation by using data to drive decision-making and performance management. 6, implementation of policies to mitigate against food system risk, such as food sustainability, climate change, pest and disease, and global price shock as well. So, Mr. Speaker, this policy, we believe, or this growth strategy, we believe, will seek to transform the sector, and it is my hope as the Minister of Agriculture that we will receive the support of all of the stakeholders, whether in the private sector, public sector, or farmers, fisher folks, vendors, agro-processors, academia, and all stakeholders who have an interest in seeing this sector realize its true potential. So we would all have to step up to the plate if we are to address the challenges that we face in this sector to bring about real and meaningful reform. In saying that, Mr. Speaker, I also want to, at this point, solicit the support and as well thank the various regional and international agencies that have given us support over the years. I'm speaking of the Republic of China Taiwan Technical Mission, right here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. International and regional agencies such as AICA, FAO, CARDI. We are certainly seeking their support as we implement this growth and transformational strategy that we are seeking to implement, because we do believe that their effort in the past and in the future will see us realize the potential that we are seeking to accomplish. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that the sector, or this sector, is highly vulnerable to climate change and increased incidence of natural disasters and other extreme weather events. But I am absolutely certain that once we are to implement the strategy that I'm speaking of, we will see the strengthening of the agricultural sector and the resilience to climate change and natural disasters. All these factors, I believe, can be addressed in this strategy, and that is why I reiterate once again that the support is needed by all of the various stakeholders in order for this strategy to be implemented and bear fruit. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, ultimately, our investment in this sector, I'm absolutely certain, will see the realization of employment creation, economic growth, poverty reduction, and overall national development. Mr. Speaker, if I may move on to our veterinary services. So I'm going to look at our livestock sector to some extent and report accordingly, as we would have seen some developments in this sector over the last year, or the period under review, which I am certain will be important to our stakeholders, or farmers, livestock farmers, that is. Mr. Speaker, the veterinary division will continue to provide technical support to the livestock sector with a view to maintaining a healthy livestock population and to prevent the transmission of animal-borne diseases to humans through early detection. This division will continue to serve and increase its operations and efficiency as an early warning mechanism that will facilitate prevention and or establishment of transboundary animal diseases. Mr. Speaker, the veterinary division's mandate is to ensure the development of an efficient alert system that facilitates the early detection of animal diseases which are of economic importance or interest for public health, as well as swift intervention to limit their establishment. Thus, creating an environment in which livestock can thrive in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. The capacity of the veterinary laboratory, diagnostic and food quality control will be increased. And so, Mr. Speaker, the work program for the livestock unit for 2020, let's look at that. The livestock unit for 2020, their work program will include, 1, the training of livestock farmers in production and financial management. 2, the introduction of methods for the control of odor in poultry pens. 3, development of breeding programs for cattle and swine on farms and also at the Bayford Center for Excellence. 4, bringing farmers together to supply mutton and beef consistently to supermarkets as a collective body. 5, seeking out alternative feed sources for poultry and swine and experimenting on a rational grazing and rationalized grazing, and trellised grown legumes. 6, a program to manage access road to farms will be reintroduced, along with projects on paddock rehabilitation. And Mr. Speaker, these areas that I just mentioned, these 6 areas, along with other areas, will receive the full attention of the ministry over the ensuing year, so as to ensure that our livestock sector, an area that we are committed to ensuring that there is transformation in that sector, continue to see the results that are envisaged over the ensuing year. I want to touch quickly, Mr. Speaker, on the Bayford Livestock Center of Excellence, because I do believe that the Bayford Livestock Center of Excellence is a dramatic and significant transformation of some 183 acres of land into a livestock center of excellence, which will directly benefit farmers and the country as a whole. The program that will be undertaken there will see the establishment of breeding programs to maintain and support sustainable improvement in livestock production. It is an area that was dormant for many years, Mr. Speaker, and we have taken on the challenge to revolutionize that area. And I believe if one were to go there now, they would see that type of transformation that has taken place within a short year thereabout. It was dormant since I believe about 1993. So if persons who are old enough who would have worked there in the past or who would have visited that area in the past were to go there now, they will be amazed to see the transformation that has taken place. We'll continue to work on that area because we believe that the improvement of our breeding stock here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is important for us to ensure that we are providing healthy meat supply to our population. And the types of breed that we are working on there, Mr. Speaker, will certainly provide much more in terms of the density of the meat and the quality of the meat that will be produced by our farmers to the various hotels, restaurants, and consumers here in the Federation. Mr. Speaker, there's an area that the ministry is certainly about to address in the ensuing year, and that is the area of poultry or egg production. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the establishment of the poultry sector whereby the egg productions here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis have gotten to a point where there is some sustainability and there is constant supply of eggs throughout the year, except, of course, during the Christmas and festive season. So the demands have been met over the years, and our poultry farmers must be commended, specifically our egg producers. But we have seen in some regards that there have been challenges to our egg producers whereby persons who are not bona fide poultry farmers have received a license to import eggs into the Federation. We believe it is time for us to adopt a policy whereby only bona fide poultry farmers are allowed to import eggs into the Federation. Now, on the island of Nevis, we have sought to address that issue, and it is an issue that we'll look at here on the island of St. Kitts, so that the entire Federation can have some commonality in this area. I believe it's an area that requires the support of government so that we can continue to see the sustainability of that particular area. Egg production is important to the Federation, of course, and if we are to lend support to areas that we believe can provide that long-term sustainability, I think we should do so. So I do not believe that I'll be speaking out of turn if I were to say that we will address this issue during the course of this upcoming year. It is important to do. And coming out of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, as we continue to see some improvements, we must be able to look back at this particular point in time and say we have used this opportunity to put in place certain infrastructure and certain policies to address the concerns that have been there over the years. I've said in the past that COVID-19 have certainly provided us with some unexpected opportunities and realities, of course, glaring realities. So the opportunity that we have now is to address some of these issues that have been plaguing us over the years. And that is why I do believe that it is important to address this issue if we are to build this particular area in agriculture, poultry, that is, because it is one that I do believe that we can see some sustainability, Mr. Speaker. So that is an area that we'll look at further as we go along. Mr. Speaker, let's turn to crop production. Crop production, the crop production unit will focus on agricultural best practices to improve growth, development, and yields of crops over the ensuing year. The strategy will include a combination of crop scheduling, seminars, and crop forecasting. The current production system for crop farming, more specifically vegetable production, is over 80% rain-fed. And so, Mr. Speaker, limited rainfall poses a serious threat to food security within the local farming community because, as stated, a significant number of farms are rain-fed dependent. Therefore, we will introduce measures to mitigate the problems of limited rainfall, and how we propose to do that, I should say, Mr. Speaker, is that we will implement initiatives aimed at bolstering water security, which will include on-farm water harvesting and storage, reactivating water dams, which currently lay dormant, and some of these dams, of course, have been dormant and have not been maintained for some time, so we'll pay special attention to that in the ensuing year. We'll construct new dams, of course, and we'll encourage the use of irrigation systems on farms to ensure water efficiency and the use of water in the most resilient way and the most practical way, that is, so as to eliminate water wastage. Mr. Speaker, moving along, research on different varieties of crops will be done that are drought and or flood resistant. Technology transition is an area that we would be focused on heavily during this upcoming year. As a matter of fact, we would have done some work in this area before in terms of the importation of 10 greenhouses during the year 2021. Next year, we will empower additional farmers by importing additional greenhouses. We do believe that greenhouse technology will play a significant and pivotal role in the overall development of the sector. For example, Mr. Speaker, a greenhouse that is 100 by 40, 100 feet by 40 feet, can provide the type of production that you will get in open field farming of about an acre. And indeed, open field agriculture lends itself to certain conditions that are not as impactful on greenhouse farming or that particular environment. I am very strong on this, Mr. Speaker. I'm very, it is an area that I have some passion about, because I do believe that based on the results we have seen from those who are engaged in greenhouse farming or that particular technology, I do believe if we were to have in excess of 30 farmers, for example, on St. Kitts, and 30 farmers engaged in Nevis with 1 or 2 greenhouses or even more, we can see the production of products such as lettuce, tomatoes, cucumber, even herbs and thyme. And then we talk about import substitution. That will be an excellent way to achieve such. I want to say at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, there was a point in time just about 3 months ago where there was some issues with shortage of tomatoes. Why? There were significant dry conditions in California, for example, which is the largest producing state or the largest producer of tomatoes in the United States. So with those difficulties, you had a fall off in production. We were not able to utilize that information and ramp up our production here in the Federation so as to make up for that shortfall. Persons who are engaged in greenhouse production, we will give them the necessary training to follow these trends and data that is available to them throughout the world to assist them in their production. So for example, as I'm saying, if you hear about these challenges in California, you would understand that I have a greenhouse or some greenhouses. Well, this is time for me to plant or produce tomatoes, for example. And the good thing is that in this condition, you're producing for 12 months of the year, non-stop. So it therefore means that you're able to satisfy your market demands, you're able to make money, which is the ultimate goal. And so, Mr. Speaker, over the next 12 months, we'll invest further in greenhouse technology, but we'll initially provide the training that is needed to our potential greenhouse farmers. So, Mr. Speaker, that is something to look forward to over the next couple of months. Technology and innovation in farming and the information and knowledge that is garnered must be the driving force behind agriculture if it is to realize the potential that we are speaking of. Mr. Speaker, moving right along, let us look quickly at our crop division. The work plan for our crop division at the outreach program include a variety of strategies to ensure that the full range of training services reach our farmers in all districts. I spoke about the Far East Outreach Center before, but I want to say again that at the Far East Outreach Center, we will certainly provide additional technical assistance to our farmers, training, and this will be the main center whereby these training and engagement in strategies that are going to be used to improve the sector will be done. We will work with our farmers to fully supply local demand for sure, once we are able to empower them to the point where they are producing. Mr. Speaker, how much time I have? I'm almost done.
12 minutes.
12 minutes more? Wow. Mr. Speaker, moving along quickly, just to report further on the policy and planning unit. This was a unit that we felt from the onset could play a major role in the work at the ministry. And so the policy and planning unit work program includes establishing, operationalizing, and maintaining a system that is geared towards the collection of data, analyzing that data, storage of that data, and disseminating it to our stakeholders. The unit will be responsible for the agricultural census that will be undertaken in the new year, 2022. The policy and planning unit will work with our farmers, fisher folks, agro-processors, allied institutions, and other relevant ministries and stakeholders to harmonize the agricultural sector policies, plans, and strategies within the Federation. These actions will be in alignment with the growth strategy that we intend to implement in February of 2022. And indeed, the policy and planning unit certainly is a unit that has certainly provided this ministry, the agriculture ministry, with all of the support that is needed to ensure that the ministry's work program as well is implemented in a way that is satisfactory to all. So I want to commend all those who are working in this particular unit, because we have felt the impact in a short period of time. And what you see coming from the Ministry of Agriculture has certainly been as a result of their effort. Mr. Speaker, as the economy rebounds, I'm going to move on quickly to the Department of Marine Resources quickly. As the economy rebounds from the negative effects of the pandemic, the development of the blue economy is significant to support our sustainable income generating services for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. In 2022, we propose to further strengthen and develop enabling legal and policy frameworks to ensure the sustainable use of the ocean's resources safely and efficiently. The Department of Marine Resources will continue the training activities for officials Basic fisher training courses are again planned for 2022. These courses will teach fishers how to fish sustainably to improve production while addressing their safety and general business concerns. We have repositioned ourselves, Mr. Speaker, for the enhancement and improvement that is ahead. The Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resource Program is aligned with the government's commitment to ensure a brighter future post-COVID and to put our economy back on track. Mr. Speaker, as I go into a wrap-up phase, I want to just quickly touch on just a few things quickly, because at least there are some capital projects planned for next year that I'll just highlight quickly. Of course, we'll continue with the construction of the veterinary lab. Rehabilitation of the Old Road Fisheries Complex will come to a close, we're hoping, in 2022. Of course, agricultural supports project will continue. The Bayford Livestock Center of Excellence will continue to see some work and improvement. Hopefully in 2022 we'll see the completion of those works. And indeed the pest control program will continue in 2022. And even as I say that, Mr. Speaker, and even in these challenging times, we have seen the ministry continue to fulfill its obligations and payments to the various international and regional institutions such as FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, the Caribbean Agriculture Research and Development Institute, CARDI, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation and Agriculture, ICA, and also the Caribbean Agriculture Health and Food Safety Agency. Of course, the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism. All these areas, all these institutions continue to receive the support of the Ministry of Agriculture here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, as we get their support as well. It is a process whereby we pay and they reciprocate their effort by providing us with the necessary training and other support that are needed. Mr. Speaker, quickly as well, we'll see work continue on the improvement and expansion of the Bastia Abattoir facility. And indeed, throughout this year, we would have seen significant work done on the Bastia public market. It is indeed a wonderful sight to behold now, Mr. Speaker. I've heard of some glowing reports about the facility there. I have gone there and I am pleased with the aesthetics and the overall transformation of the Bastia public market and the services that are being provided there. And I want to commend all who would have been responsible in bringing that particular facility up to the standard that we can all be proud of. And while I'm at that, I will want to say as well and invite the entire Nevision and Kittitian public to the Bastia public market next Wednesday, the 22nd of March. Where am I going back to March? No, there is something about the 22nd of March, I remember now. But the 22nd of December for a night market. It is something that we started last year, December, under COVID conditions, Mr. Speaker. And the support we received then was tremendous, even during the restrictions that we were encountering at that time. And we've had quite a number of them, maybe I say quite a number, but about 3 or 4 of them throughout the year. But this coming Wednesday, next week that is, the 22nd of December, we will see the first anniversary of the hosting of that particular event. And I expect the turnout this time to be twice as large as last year. Well, the restrictions have been eased, but we still encourage persons to adhere to the necessary protocols. But that particular event, I'm inviting persons to come to the Bastia public market next Wednesday, the 22nd of December, for that night market. It is one that is catching on. And why it is important, Mr. Speaker, is because our stakeholders, our farmers, our fisher folks can come and sell their produce and make some additional cash, some additional monies. Because ultimately, you plant your produce or your products, you plant them to ultimately sell them. And that is an avenue through which we have provided for our fisher folks and our farmers to come and sell some of their products. So I'm inviting one and all to come to that. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe my time is almost up. So let me go into a wrap-up phase and say to you that agriculture in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, I can safely say it's on a road to recovery. It's on a road where we feel that the momentum that we have at this point in time can only be increased, and we'll ramp up the production of food in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. We will continue to solicit the support of all of our stakeholders because they're the ones we continue to depend on. So I want to say that this budget, Mr. Speaker, is one that will lay down the foundation for the construction of and the transformation of our country through agriculture. But before we reconstruct, we must ensure that the foundation is strong. And this is the reason why the government is putting so much effort into ensuring that our budget return, or the returns from what is budgeted, is there to show at the end of the budget cycle come 2020. I believe that the transformation is on its way. I can feel it, and I am a part of it, so I would know that we are feeling that transformation in the sector. So I want to, at this point in time, extend my sincere appreciation to the members of staff. So the Permanent Secretary, as I said before, Mr. Ron Dublin Collins is here. The persons at the Planning and Policy Unit, persons at the Department of Agriculture, Veterinary Services, all of the supervisors and workers, or PEP, or not PEP, but our STEP workers, or persons who are part of the peace program who continue to partner with our ministry. I also want to acknowledge the Director of the Department of Marine Resources, Dr. Mark Wilkin, and his staff for their effort in the fisheries sector. I also want to commend them for Mark Williams, yes. and I don't got a couple of cases here. Yeah, Dr. Mark Williams, sorry, and his staff there at the Department of Marine Resources, and also commend him and the entire staff for their vision and effort to transform that sector as well. So, Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I want to give my heartfelt thanks as well to all of our general auxiliary workers. Sometimes they go unnoticed, but we want to say that we embrace them because they're just as important as, established workers. All of them put out human service on a daily basis to make sure that their efforts are being felt. So even those down at the FOIS Outreach Center, I want to commend them for their effort. When you go there, FOIS is a transformation of what it once was. You go up to Bayford, like I say, I want to commend the staff there as well. Mr. Miguel Fleming for his effort there as well. And all those who continue to press on in this particular ministry to ensure that our efforts are felt and the entire Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis continue to be proud of us. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I lend my overwhelming support to this budget. I believe it is one that is visionary, transformational, and one that will see the tremendous efforts on the part of this government bear fruit in 2022. And also, I want to say that I myself have been proud to be the one that has been charged with the transformation of agriculture. I want to thank my staff for supporting me over the year, and I will reciprocate that support as we go along on this journey. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I once again wish this bill safe passage and every success. as we look towards 2022, when we'll see much more being done in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis to the betterment of our people. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Nevis 11, Alexis Jeffers. Honourable Members, as I think you'd realise, I'm without the assistance of the Deputy Speaker today, so I'm sure you would have no difficulty with us taking a 10-minute suspension. This Honourable House stands suspended for 10 minutes.
Tourism Minister of the Century. You can be century now.
Seated, thank you. House resumes. I recognize the Honorable Sean Richards, member for St. Christopher 5, and before he begins, I should advise the Honorable House that I've been advised by the Honorable Leader of Government Business that Honorable Member Richards will be the last presenter for this evening. So just to give you some advance notice so you can begin to plan your evening. Mr. Richards, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise, of course, with your permission, to make my own contribution to the budget debate in respect of the finances of the government for the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, it was only yesterday morning that the mover of the bill would have outlined in his budget address the areas of priority for the government in respect of the year 2022. In my view, Mr. Speaker, we have been presented with a budget that is realistic and one that caters to the needs of the people of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Mr. Speaker, budgets are presented by governments to achieve a number of different objectives. Some of the objectives that a government has in mind when it presents a budget would be the reallocating of the resources across the nation. And of course, a number of different factors are taken into consideration when doing so. For example, one may look at some of the different ministries and what are the goals, what are the programs for that particular ministry, and decide to allocate resources accordingly. As such, no ministry, when compared with the next, you're probably going to see the same amount of resources allocated. Again, you're looking at reallocation, and it depends on priorities and a number of other factors at play within the Federation, within the ministry, etc. And so you would have seen some of that in the budget in respect of the individual amounts allocated to the different ministries. A next goal of budgeting by government is bringing down inequalities. And so when you begin to look at inequalities between what we term as the rich and the poor, that of course is one of the goals of a government presenting a budget. If you examine what has been presented yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that you would agree in terms of trying to bring down some of the inequalities. The budget has sought to do so. For example, you heard, Mr. Speaker, that persons out there who haven't been working for a number of months as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic will be offered further support by the government. Again, Mr. Speaker, in an attempt to bring down inequalities between those who have it and those who are suffering in particular at this point in time. Even as you look at the budget, Mr. Speaker, there was much discussion this morning by the member for number 6 as to an increased amount which has been allocated in respect of the salaries of personal emoluments, etc., for next year. And again, Mr. Speaker, if there is an increase next year, again, that is part of an attempt by the government using the allocation of resources to help to decrease those particular inequalities. What perhaps also stands out, Mr. Speaker, is that quite often when persons hear that a government is presenting a budget, they become a little anxious as they begin to wonder whether or not that budget will bring hardship upon them in terms of the imposition of new taxes. A budget was presented yesterday, Mr. Speaker, which clearly outlines that there is absolutely no intention of bringing any new taxes to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And again, if you put that into perspective, Mr. Speaker, part of it is decreasing the inequalities amongst the different persons here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Paving the way for economic stability. That is also one of the objectives of the budgetary process by the government. I don't think that anyone can say that in terms of economic stability here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, that it is lacking. Certainly, yes, we have international shocks, etc., that from time to time would affect us here because we don't live in a vacuum, we don't live in a world which isn't affected by the global economy. And so as you have those particular shocks, Mr. Speaker, of course, the economy may waver. But in terms of economic stability and what has been presented, the budget attempts to do exactly that. You don't see a budget with taxes, and so because of that, you expect that come next year, you're going to have a high rate of inflation. You don't see a budget, Mr. Speaker, which proposes an increase in water rates. And so because of that, businesses then begin to feel the effects of it. And so you have economic instability taking place. And so I repeat, Mr. Speaker, that throughout the budget, you don't see any area which would lead to any economic instability. Now, Mr. Speaker, since the election of 2020, I have been assigned the portfolio of for the Ministry of Public Utilities, Post and Urban Development. And I want to spend the majority of my time this evening focusing on that particular ministry and the plans for the ministry in respect of 2022. An amount of $59.1 million has been allocated to the ministry for 2022. If you recall, you would have heard that in 2021, an amount of 66.3 had been allocated to the ministry, and you heard a big song and dance as to the decrease in the allocation to the ministry. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will give some attention to that because I think it is important for the public not to be misled and to get the full details as to the amounts allocated to the ministry. The ministry is a very important one, Mr. Speaker. There is absolutely no question about that. And I suppose it is because of the recognition of the importance of the ministry why the member for number 6 would have highlighted the decrease in budgetary allocation to the ministry. It is a ministry that touches every single individual. When you look at the ministry, you're speaking about roads, Mr. Speaker. And just about all of us will utilize the roads. The former minister quite often said in this parliament that water is life. We all use water, whether it is for drinking, whether it is for cleaning, whether it is for economic activity. Every single one of us utilizes water, Mr. Speaker. Contract administration also falls under the ministry. And when I say contract administration, Mr. Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear that contract administration isn't just for the ministry itself. that is a contract involving the ministry. So a contract for roads, a contract to do with water. No. All government contracts, just about all government contracts, Mr. Speaker, they would come to the Ministry of Public Infrastructure once those contracts involve public infrastructure. So for example, Mr. Speaker, you're building a school, it is administered by the ministry. You're building a health center, Ministry of Health, public infrastructure is involved. The Ministry of Tourism is doing a project in, let's say, as was done over at Black Rocks, the ministry involved in that. You're building a new police station to ensure that the police are more comfortable, and certainly they have been more comfortable under this administration. Because I think, Mr. Speaker, within the last 6 years, you have had more police stations being built than you had in 20 years under the former administration. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, maybe with the exception of the Derby police station, I'm not sure that I can think of a next police station built under the former administration at a time when crime was at the highest ever in the history of this federation. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, that the Public Works Department would be involved in the administration of all of those contracts. And that will come more to the fore, Mr. Speaker, as I get more into my presentation. The maintenance of government buildings, Mr. Speaker, that also falls under this particular ministry. And so whether it is, Mr. Speaker, that you come in here into the Parliament and you have a leak of some sort, the lights not working properly, whatever it is, those generally would fall under the ministry in terms of effecting the maintenance of public buildings. Schools. We help to maintain schools, the hospital, every single government entity. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, you would know, because you know you would have had a conversation about this, that after the onset of COVID-19, and we needed to reconfigure the Parliament to provide for social distancing, to ensure the safety of persons right within this Parliament, that it was the Public Works Department that was engaged to make the necessary changes right here within this Parliament. And I dare say that the Public Works Department did an excellent job, Mr. Speaker. Vehicle maintenance. The government has a number of vehicles, and it is the responsibility of the Public Works Department to maintain those vehicles, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we build furniture because some of the very same desks that we're using were built by the Public Works Department. You go downstairs and you see the glass shields which have been built since COVID-19. You go to the courthouse, you see those, all done by the Public Works Department. And I think the staff there should be commended for the excellent job that the staff has done in terms of helping to protect our citizens in the midst of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, many of us have been engaged in building homes. We need stones and other materials from the government quarry, which also falls under the Public Works Department. So again, you see the importance of public works in terms of the construction sector. So we go now somewhat beyond the scope of the operations of government itself, and you recognize public works is again playing an integral role. When you go to Old Road Bay, for example, and you see the 5-ton and the 10-ton and the 20-ton rocks there, produced by the government quarry. Postal services, Mr. Speaker. You may not like to receive the bills when they arrive in the mail, but the next important service offered under this particular ministry. We also have responsibility for urban development. So be it in the Basti area, be it in the Sandy Point area, we have that particular task within the ministry. And of course, we also have the energy unit, and I will get more to the energy unit because you also had a big song and dance as to what the budget says in respect of renewable energy. But one of the first big song and dance that you heard this morning, Mr. Speaker, is that, as I said earlier, the ministry has received some $6 to $7 million less than it had received relative to the year 2021. The first thing I want to point out, Mr. Speaker, is that in 2021, in terms of capital projects by the government, you had a total of $192.6 million being allocated for capital projects. In respect of 2022, the amount allocated is $180 million, $12 million less than allocated in 2021. But there are reasons for that, Mr. Speaker, and some of these reasons I will outline to you. As I said earlier, and that is why I made the point of looking at what a budget is intended to do, allocation of government resources. And so how do you determine how to go about allocating the resources? So whether it is recurrent expenditure or capital projects, you have to make different decisions. And the government isn't fortunate. And no government is that fortunate to be able to collect all of the revenues it would want in any single year to do everything that it would like to do. And so you have to accept the realities in terms of what you can reasonably expect, and then you budget accordingly, Mr. Speaker. This is specifically what has been done. So, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, with respect to capital projects for the Public Works Department, the entire ministry, you have a total of $37 million being allocated. The amount allocated last year, Mr. Speaker, well, this year, $44 million. And the question has been asked, why the decrease? Well, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite has been the Minister of Finance from 1995 up until 2015. And so one would think that he knows the budgetary process. He knows how to go through the different volumes, volume 1, volume 2, examine the figures, analyze the figures, and recognize what are some of the critical differences in terms of the amounts allocated. And he has been here for the last 6 years, so I would also think that he has access to the volumes for the previous years, so that if he can't find something in these particular 2 volumes, that he has access to those 2 other volumes to go and to find the information, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let us look at some of the major changes that would account for this $7 million. And it's not difficult to find, Mr. Speaker. Not at all difficult to find. Anyone who needs the information can access the information because it's public information. Mr. Speaker, this year, if you look at E12, which is the ministry, you would recognize that in respect of the Island Main Road, you have the Island Main Road project, you have $10 million being allocated. It has been perhaps the single largest capital project under the ministry over the last 3 years, budgeted at some $71 million. And the second largest one under the ministry, the Old Road Bay Rehabilitation Project, and I think that one, Mr. Speaker, has been budgeted at $45 million. So if you take these two particular projects, which have been ongoing for quite some time now, you're speaking to roughly about $111 or so million, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Now, as I said, $10 million allocated for each one in respect of 2022. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2020, there was an amount of $16 million spent in respect of Old Road Bay. In respect of the Island Main Road, sorry. 2020, $16 million spent in respect of the Island Main Road from the $71 million allocated for the entire project. In 2021, to date, we have spent approximately $10 million for the Island Main Road project. Mr. Speaker, if you look whether it is this year or last year, you would recognize that $17 million was allocated. $17 million was allocated for the Island Main Road project in respect of the year 2021. A difference of $7 million, Mr. Speaker, between 2021 and 2022, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, why is there a difference of $7 million? The project is substantially completed, Mr. Speaker. And with the project being almost substantially completed, Mr. Speaker, then why would one expect the same $17 million to be allocated in respect of the Island Main Road for the year 2022? Had I come in here, Mr. Speaker, or had the member for number 7 presented a budget indicating that the Island Main Road is almost substantially completed and still a next $17 million allocated for it, it probably would have been a different song and dance as to why do you need $17 million for a project that is substantially completed. And so, Mr. Speaker, in respect of the budgetary process, of course you look at the life of a project, you look at where the project is, Mr. Speaker, and you budget accordingly to take care of the expenses that you can reasonably expect for the upcoming fiscal year. So, Mr. Speaker, when you look at just the Island Main Road alone, you have a difference of $7 million, and that basically accounts for the difference that you're seeing in terms of the amount allocated to the ministry. It is simple as that, Mr. Speaker. Nothing hidden. It is there for everyone to see. And so no one has to come in here with any theatrics about no theatrics, Mr. Speaker, that the ministry has been allocated $7 million less. This is an important ministry, a ministry that is going to help store economic activity. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has been doing exactly that, and the ministry will continue to do so. But why budget the same amount of last year if the same amount is not needed, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, in respect of Old Road Bay, in 2020, $6.1 million was spent. In 2021, thus far to date, the ministry has spent $6.3 million. The estimated amount for expenditure for 2021 this year is $10 million. And Mr. Speaker, I want to point out two things to you. That one, we budgeted $17 million for 2021. To date, we have spent $10 in respect of the Island Main Road. For Old Road Bay, we budgeted 10. To date, we have spent 6.3. So that when you look at the fact that both projects are substantially completed, it also means, Mr. Speaker, that we are bringing in the projects On the budget. On the budget. That is what it says to us, Mr. Speaker. We are bringing in these projects on the budget. And so, Mr. Speaker, if you look at 2019 in respect of the Island Main Road, you had $32.5 million spent. 2020, 16 million. So far for 2021, 10 million. A total of 58 million against a budget of some $71 million. And as I said to you, Mr. Speaker, the Island Main Road project is substantially completed. Old Road Bay, $45 million in total, 16.9 spent in 2019, 6.1 in 2020, 6.3 2021, to give a total thus far, Mr. Speaker, of some $38.3 million. And we expect the projects to come to an end in 2022. So even if we spend the full $10 million allocated for 2022, that's $38 million for Old Road Bay against a budget of 49. A difference of some $7 million. There are savings of $7 million, Mr. Speaker. You look at the Island Main Road, we have spent 58, as I said thus far. It is budgeted for $71 million. So if we spend the full 10, Mr. Speaker, comes in at 68, less than the budgeted amount. And these, Mr. Speaker, are perhaps some of the things that the member for number 6 should have pointed out to the public, that the government is recognizing a saving on some of these particular projects. Because he asked about the double salary and he said more persons would like to be able to benefit from it. But the government is able to give the double salary because the government has recognized the savings, Mr. Speaker, on some of the projects that the government implemented. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to take it even further. I said to you that the Island Main Road is 95% completed based on the information which has been provided to me, Mr. Speaker. So what do we have left to do? When I got up this morning on the point of order, I did indicate, Mr. Speaker, that we have some work left to be done in respect of 2 bridges. One is in the Cranston area and the other is in the Stonefort area. Mr. Speaker, why are we doing work on those? Because you have a situation when you have heavy rains, when you have flooding, you are not able to cross those particular gaps. And so part of the Island Main Road project has been to improve the road network, to make the road network safer for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. So you have those to be done. And one of the other substantial pieces of work is that we have decided to undertake as in respect of the Island Main Road, Mr. Speaker, is the westbound lane at the airport roundabout to widen it. Mr. Speaker, when you're coming from the Connery direction, Cayan direction, in particular very early in the morning, you have a bottleneck in terms of traffic there. So what we're doing, the intention is to widen the area there by the roundabout, by the National Heroes Park, so that if you're going towards Boardwalk, going towards the Frigate Bay, rather than having to stay in the same lane as traffic coming into the Bastille area, you will have a lane further on the left for those persons to be able to go straight to the Boardwalk, to the Frigate Bay area.
Mr. Speaker, just a point of order. Thank you. Minister, I want to suggest that some of the savings from the roads project be put towards creating a walkway between Parsons and the Dirt Bay, because is there any consideration for that? That's the point of order.
Senator Opposite?
I'm asking for clarification.
No, that doesn't come across as a clarification. I'm sorry.
Oh.
You're making proposals which...
Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. I retract.
I think she has put it quite correctly, Mr. Speaker, in terms of during your presentation tomorrow, you can use that time to make that particular recommendation. And of course, we welcome all recommendations. As a matter of fact, it's good to see that the opposition can now come with recommendations rather than the criticisms that we are accustomed to seeing. That's why it's good to have change, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that is one of the changes that we're making in respect of the Island Main Road, easing the traffic congestion coming from that particular area in the morning. I am quite sure that the members for number 7, number 8, who traverse that road almost daily, would quite gladly welcome that particular change, Mr. Speaker. In terms of Old Road Bay, Mr. Speaker, we have had some delays in terms of the 10-ton racks, but I think within the last few weeks, that is now just about 95%, 98% completed, Mr. Speaker. And so in terms of outstanding work, we have some signage to put in, we have the cutters to put in, which are those things that you put in the center of the road that give the reflection so that you are able to keep on your side of the road. We have the guardrails to put in on both sides of the road. We currently, if you have been in that area, you would recognize that in terms of where Spratnet is located, we are doing some realignment there. What would have taken place there, Mr. Speaker, is through negotiations with the owners for Spratnet, the government was able to provide them with the materials to be able to do the realignment. They agreed to move their bar in particular further towards the sea, so that that sharp turn that you had to make there and really can see much of the oncoming traffic, Mr. Speaker, that is being corrected. And so, Mr. Speaker, you would recognize that the work has been quite comprehensive with regards to those two particular capital projects. Mr. Speaker, before I go on though, I want to make 2 additional fundamental points, Mr. Speaker. The first of those 2 points, Mr. Speaker, would be the source of funds for those capital projects. Because we hear the ministry has received less money, we hear questions as to whether or not the revenue projections are going to pan out as indicated within the budget, Mr. Speaker. But it is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that these 2 capital projects are substantially being funded by revenue generated by the government, Mr. Speaker. $71 million in respect of the Island Main Road. And not a cent of that $71 million, Mr. Speaker, borrowed from any bank. No loan taken in respect of that project, and the project is substantially completed, Mr. Speaker. In respect of the Old Road Bay project, we have received development aid from the Republic of China and Taiwan. Not alone, Mr. Speaker, not alone. When you look elsewhere throughout the region, Mr. Speaker, a number of different governments right here within the region have either had to put a halt on capital projects, or they have had to turn, Mr. Speaker, to a number of financial institutions to get financial assistance, not necessarily for capital projects, but even to carry on the day-to-day operations of those governments, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, the facts are there, Mr. Speaker, to give credence to what I am saying, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have an article here. And the article produced by the World Bank, and it says World Bank response to COVID-19 coronavirus in the Caribbean. And it says during the past year, $716 million has been provided for COVID-19 emergency assistance and resilient funding to Caribbean governments. And so it asks, What is the World Bank doing to support the Caribbean response to COVID-19? I don't intend to read the entire thing, but it says here that the World Bank is now moving to its next phase of support, helping countries address the social, economic, and financial impacts of the crisis and prepare for a resilient and sustainable recovery. And it lists a number of different islands. It says the Bahamas on November 25th, the World Bank approved US $100 million to support the country's efforts to provide COVID-19 relief and lay the foundation for a resilient economic recovery. This government has announced a recovery package, Mr. Speaker, and we haven't said to a single individual that we're getting the money from World Bank or any other institution to help them. Local funding, Mr. Speaker. Revenue generated by the government. Dominica, April 20th, received US 6.6. June 26th, additional financing of US 3 million. June 30th, additional financing of US 3.6. In August, annex 5.2. On March 18th, annex US $25 million. Grenada, June 1st, 2.5. June 26th, 2.5. December 17th, US 25. Jamaica, the US $150 million Jamaica COVID-19 response and recovery development policy loan approved March 18th, 2021. US $150 million, Mr. Speaker, for Jamaica. St. Lucia, April 30th, 10.5. June 26th, 5 million US. January 14th, the next $30 million US dollars. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, US 4.5, given initially June 26, an additional $4.5 million. And it goes on, Suriname, Haiti, Trinidad and Tobago, $20 million, received US, Belize, Guyana, Mr. Speaker. What it doesn't list, Mr. Speaker, is St. Kitts and Nevis. No money given to St. Kitts and Nevis to assist St. Kitts and Nevis as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of money? Oh, you left a lot of money? You left a lot of debt too? How much debt did you leave? And how much debt? And what? How much debt did you leave? How much debt you left?
Debt was being taken care of.
How much debt did you leave?
The debt was being taken care of.
Mr. Speaker,
let us be frank, you know.
Yeah, let us be frank. You left $900 million, but how much debt did you leave?
The debt was to be taken care of with time.
With time.
That is why it came down to 70% of GDP.
You mean a haircut?
70%.
You mean a haircut?
In case you don't know,
You know what people get
70% of GDP.
And so, Mr. Speaker,
That is what it came down to.
Mr. Speaker, not a single cent borrowed by the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. No money borrowed, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the budget address. And in particular, I want to turn to page 6, because I think it is instructive. That page 6 says, the second line, this coupled with the revenue foregone from some of the stimulus relief measures and an overall reduction in the level of imports caused the government's total revenue and grants of $707.5 million for 2020 to be 17.4% below the target. Total expenditure, on the other hand, amounted to $770.9 million by the end of the 20 fiscal year. It means, Mr. Speaker, that expenditure was more than revenue by some $63 million. Again, Mr. Speaker, not a single cent borrowed, but yet the capital projects, they continued, Mr. Speaker. Not interrupted. You may have had an interruption in terms of some of the days because of the lockdown. But not that the project came to an halt, Mr. Speaker, any of the projects came to a halt as a result of COVID-19. Government with a deficit of some $63 million in 2020. But as I said to you, Mr. Speaker, in 2020, in respect of Old Road Bay, we spent 16 million. And in respect of $16 million for the Island Main Road and 6.1 for Old Road Bay. $22 million spent in 2020, despite having a deficit of some $63 million, Mr. Speaker. It means that in terms of savings, we were able to have savings from which to do so. It also demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, that we recognize the importance of capital projects, especially at a time of a pandemic affecting the economy, Mr. Speaker. And so that, Mr. Speaker, takes me to the next point. As you look throughout the world, Mr. Speaker, a number of governments not only had to shelve capital projects, but some sent home people, Mr. Speaker, and some reduced expenditure on a number of different things. And Mr. Speaker, even in the big US of A, you have millions of persons, and so in terms of the resources far more than the resources of St. Kitts and Nevis. You have a number of different things being done, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I refer to an article. Cities have never seen a downtown like this, and things will only get worse. And the article was written on May 20th, 2020. It says, the coronavirus has taken a hatchet to municipal budgets everywhere, forcing cities and towns to lay off librarians. Not a single librarian in St. Kitts sent home. Park workers, General and park workers sent home. Not a single one. Even first responders like police and firefighters. Not a single police or firefighter lost a job here in the Federation. From big cities like Detroit to small towns like Oxdenenburg, New York, workers are being followed, programs are being cut, and major capital projects are being shelved. Houston, which has been hard hit by the drop in oil prices, is grappling with a sharp drop-off in sales tax and fee revenue that has left the city with a deficit of almost 170 million. The virus has had a much deeper adverse impact on the city of Houston than Harvey did. And Harvey was a hurricane, Mr. Speaker. When more rain fell on this city than any other city in the history of the country, says Mayor Sylvester Turner. Turner recently proposed a budget that would temporarily follow all city employees except for police, firefighters, and solid waste department employees, and delay incoming police cadet classes. Well, it's just today, I'm seeing an invitation for police passing out ceremony come next week, Wednesday, over at Marriott. Big Houston had to delay courses for police cadets, but small St. Kitts and Nevis, because of good economic management, we have still been able to bring in and train additional police officers who are supposed to be passing out come next week, Wednesday, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while many cities have tried to spare first responders from job cuts, the International Association of Fire Chiefs and nearly 1,000 firefighters have been laid off, and projects that 30,000 positions could eventually be affected. The downtown for cities has been as sudden as it is severe. Las Vegas has asked city workers to accept pay cuts. Well, instead of getting pay cuts, people getting an extra month's salary. Extra month's salary. No pay cut being given to anyone. Pardon? Public servants. Yes, thanks for the correction. Public servants receiving a double salary. But I think you understand the comparison. Because while the city itself is giving pay cuts to persons. This government, this city, giving a double salary to its public servants. That you will also benefit from, member for number 6. That's the age you told me this morning. I don't know if you finish paying off your travel allowances.
No, you have $300,000.
You want it when tomorrow?
No.
You made a claim for it?
I have the receipt.
You have the receipts? You made a claim?
The file has been returned to me.
The file has been returned to you?
Yes.
Okay, we'll discuss that.
Because I don't want to get back in court while I'm not there.
Okay.
If I have a strong case, the receipts are there.
We'll discuss that a different time.
I will write it. Submit it to Ms. Herbert. You know that. You don't know Ms. Herbert?
And Mr. Speaker, one of the final points that I want to make here, Mr. Speaker.
What happened to the file?
Member for number 6.
Send back to me.
Member for number 6, I would like to continue. Thank you. Projects like these are meant to help lure businesses into the city, and cancelling them could hurt the city's economy long term, he says. And so, Mr. Speaker, basically that is an admission of the importance of capital projects. But those particular cities have found themselves, Mr. Speaker, in a situation that while they recognize the importance of capital projects, they simply cannot afford to implement those capital projects. They recognize that it's not just the capital projects and persons not being able to benefit from them. Let's say you're building a road and so you have that new infrastructure. But in terms of the domino effect in the economy, they recognize that, Mr. Speaker. This government also recognizes the importance of the capital projects. But because of prudent financial management, Mr. Speaker, this government has been able to continue with the capital projects. And so we continue with them. The member for number 6 in his presentation this morning was not able to say that the capital projects have been substantially removed from the budget. He referenced $7 million, which is quite explainable in terms of the level of work that is left to be done, which simply accounts for that difference of $7 million, Mr. Speaker. And so it is important that the public understands that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, capital projects important. And so when you look at our road safety, that is one of the reasons we have continued with these capital projects. You look at the Island Main Road, you see sidewalks being built. I mean, in some places I never imagined that you could have found the space to put in a sidewalk. Almost every single place in Sandy Point now has a sidewalk, Mr. Speaker. And so persons can now traverse the roads, commuters, in a much safer manner. We have put drains where you never saw drains before. And you had persons who used to complain, vehicles pass, water messing them up. I mean, you have a sidewalk now in front of your house too, you know.
Always was there.
You always was there. You paid. It's better now than you had before. More comfortable for your constituents. And elsewhere within constituency number 6, you had drains being built, sidewalks being put in Sadlers in particular, number of sidewalks, a substantial improvement. 20 years you had and you never did it. But we have been able to do it. Mr. Speaker, even in constituency number 6, again when you leave in Newton Ground and you're going into St. Paul's, major realignment of the road, Mr. Speaker. So less corners to turn. Traffic safer now. I sure the member for number 6 feels more comfortable driving on that particular stretch of road.
I paid taxes.
And he has admitted it. He's more comfortable. And he's also saying that he has paid taxes. So he appreciates the fact that his taxes are being put to good use by this administration, Mr. Speaker. He appreciates it. And so throughout his constituency, you see the changes. We have been able, Mr. Speaker, to take some of the water mains and change them so that in some instances, every day, every week, you had water mains being burst because they were old, dilapidated. We have attempted, Mr. Speaker, to change some of them, and some of them we still do intend to change. Of course, not by cutting the Island Main Road, but by putting them more to realign with the railway track, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Old Road Bay, you know how many persons used to tell you they don't want to drive Old Road Bay in the night? Some may want to drive during the day, some don't want to drive during the night, because on one hand, you have the seaside, on the other hand, you have rocks falling. And so after many years, a decision was taken to bring that particular situation to an end. The safety again of our citizens, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in some places when you're driving, you got dip in the road here, and if the shocks and the vehicle ain't too good, you feel the effects of it, or eventually you have more wear and tear on your vehicle than you normally would have. And so part of the project, Mr. Speaker, has been as much as possible to eliminate some of those dips within the road. Vehicles, Mr. Speaker, traversing the roads now in a more comfortable manner. And I want to appeal to the drivers, Mr. Speaker, that though the road is much smoother and safer, it doesn't mean that persons should be speeding and causing unnecessary accidents. We would want persons to be mindful of that. One of the little things, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps I should point out as part of the project, because several persons have said it to me. All of us don't have the best of eyesight. And it's surprising for persons to come and say, the painting of the white lines along the center of the road and to the edge of the road has made a significant difference for them in being able to see which side of the road they are supposed to be on. And as simple as that might appear to some people, Mr. Speaker, some of us appreciate it more than others. Economically, Mr. Speaker, it has created jobs, especially for persons within the private sector. You have Rock and Dot, who has been able to hire persons in respect of that job. You have truckers who have been able to take stones to the site. And so quite a number of persons benefited from these projects, Mr. Speaker. And when they go and they buy concrete, they buy it from the St. Kitts Masonry, they buy it from Contact, and so the workers there, Mr. Speaker, not directly working on the project, but they benefit from it, Mr. Speaker. Taxes. Those businesses have to pay taxes. And so when they pay taxes, it is why the government is able to offer support to persons who have been out of a job. So you get the economic benefit also of the taxes which are being paid, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it can go on and on in terms of the benefits, which have the economic benefits which have accrued. Mr. Speaker, we talk about investors. And investors, when they come to the Federation, they look at several things. They look at the public infrastructure. They want good roads. The Ramada Hotel, located in constituency number 6. You're taking tourists there. Tourists don't want to be driving on a road with all kind of pothole and be inconvenienced. And so we recognize the importance of attracting investors and having the type of infrastructure that would make investors want to come to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. If you take, for example, and it was mentioned in the budget address, that the cable has also taken the opportunity in terms of putting its fiber optic wiring underground as part of the project. Again, to improve internet reliability, to have top-of-the-line service. Is so that when my friend from number 6 wants to get in touch with his partners in Dubai, he has a more reliable service in which to do so. Investor, we have to ensure that we build investor confidence, and that is one of the reasons why we decided to continue with those projects, and again, all from local revenue. And I understand these things, you know, but you had to make a presentation, and I guess you were speaking for the public.
I'm glad you realized that you buy a t-shirt. You will never forget this.
Mr. Speaker, tourism. And I want to take the opportunity to congratulate the Minister of Tourism for being voted the #1 Minister of Tourism in the Caribbean for 2021. But part of the reason, Mr. Speaker, why we have been able to attract the tourists is because of the development of our infrastructure. Whether it is they want to go to Brimstone Hill, they want to take an island-wide tour, they want to go to Black Rocks, they want to go to the Strip, we have ensured that they have better roads to be able to use as they go about visiting the different sites here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so, Mr. Speaker, I've ensured that I've spent quite a bit of time with regards to those two particular projects to, one, indicate the difference in the amount allocated to the ministry, to show, secondly, that the government hasn't borrowed any funds in respect of those capital projects, Mr. Speaker, because we consider those capital projects to be rather important, Mr. Speaker. And the third point, Mr. Speaker, was that in terms of the particular projects, Mr. Speaker, we did not bring any of the projects to an end, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, this isn't all which is being done by the Public Works Department, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a list in here of some of the other projects. Because, as I said to you, Public Works has responsibility for quite a number of projects. We have the Phillips's Slope Stabilization Project. And that is a project, Mr. Speaker, where you have rocks again threatening the safety of persons. And so, in terms of that particular project, so far, it has gone out to tender, Mr. Speaker. The tenders have been returned, and it is now being reviewed by Public Works Department. And the next step is to take it to the procurement board for a tender to be awarded for the work to begin, Mr. Speaker. Rehabilitation of all those fisheries, Ministry of Agriculture. But Public Works had oversight for the project, and that project has been completed and taken over since the 9th of October by the government. Again, the next project completed under COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. Construction of the Sandy Point Police Station, and we have the opening ceremony for that police station next week, Wednesday. Project didn't come to an end because of COVID. Project completed and now ready for the police officers to occupy that particular police station. Next week, Tuesday. Thanks for the correction. I would think the member for number 6 got an invitation. But, Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were at the opening of the annex, and I think it was the senior magistrate in his presentation outlined the importance of having that police station reopened and helping to relieve some of the stress on the Gateway Police Station. Again, in terms of our capital projects, we look at the benefits and we implemented, Mr. Speaker, and we continued with the capital projects. Rehabilitation of the pharmacy building, completed. That again, Public Works had a responsibility for, but it's also a project under Justice and Legal Affairs. Judicial Services expansion, Public Works again, Mr. Speaker. Replacement of NEMA Windows project completed, supervised by the Public Works Department. We still have the New Bastia High School campus, and we heard about it this morning. but we're working diligently in terms of starting the construction. We have had some issues in terms of the insurance that is necessary, and so we're working to get that in place. So no, the project hasn't been shelved. We still intend to pursue the Bastille High School project. And, you know, sometimes when I hear persons complaining about Bastille High School, and we agree that the new school is needed, but we must also agree that in terms of the temporary facilities which have been provided, Bastille High School performing just as good as any other school in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, so that the children have not been disadvantaged from an education standpoint, Mr. Speaker. Installation of traffic signals in Bastille, and you have had persons asking about those, Mr. Speaker. We have 7 different intersections that we have placed additional traffic lights. We have had some legal hurdles that we are still attempting to overcome, Mr. Speaker. But even as you drive to the Boardwalk Junction, Mr. Speaker, you would recognize that some substantial work is being done there in terms of widening the road. We dig up your sidewalks, we're going to put them back in. Don't worry. But it was necessary in order to do the work there. Just as I spoke to the air coming out of Canary, what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, we're putting in some slip lanes up there, so that if you're going towards Central Bank, for example, rather than waiting in the line of traffic, you're able to take the slip lane and go directly to the Central Bank area without having to wait for the traffic signal. Similarly, if you're coming from the Boardwalk and you're going onto the Bay Road, a slip lane is being put there so that you just take the slip lane and you come onto the Newtown Bay Road. Again, it is about having vision, Mr. Speaker. Artisan Centre in Fortlands. The drawings completed and the bill of quantities completed, and we are now ready to put that out to tender. A new traffic department building. The design has been completed and the tender document has also been completed, and that is also ready to go out to tender. Because you have had persons complaining about when you go up St. Johnston and the facility up there, and that's old facility. And we have decided, we have taken a decision to build a new traffic department. And so work on that has commenced, Mr. Speaker. Rehabilitation to the Charlestown Police Station. We are now awaiting approval from the tender board in terms of starting the work there. Mr. Speaker, National Security Training Facility. A building that we inherited down in the Limekeel area. That work stopped on since, I don't even know which year. Remember for number 6? You know which year the work stopped on that building?
Well, I think it started under me.
But it stopped under you too?
No, it stopped under you.
No, it stopped under you.
I'm telling you, trust me. It
stopped under him.
No.
And so we're now working, Mr. Speaker, towards getting that particular building in place. And so, Mr. Speaker, you have the St. Peter's Health Center, Ministry of Health project, but administered by the Public Works Department. You go over to Tabernacle, Mr. Speaker, and when you go over to Tabernacle, work being done over there in terms of pavilions, etc., administered by the Public Works Department, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from an administrative standpoint, you also have some changes being made from an administrative standpoint. For example, you would see a new position being provided for a personnel officer for the ministry. The ministry has about 200 pensionable staff members and maybe close to the next 200 in terms of government auxiliary employees. And so rather than putting the strain on human resources to deal with all of the personnel matters affecting the ministry, a new position has been given to the ministry for a personnel officer within the ministry, and someone has already been identified, and the person began working in terms of dealing with the personal affairs of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I now want to turn my attention to water services. What have we been doing in terms of water services? I know that water services has been quite a vexing issue to various persons for different reasons, Mr. Speaker. However, I wish to assure the public, Mr. Speaker, that the Water Services Department has been working diligently to make a number of changes that the public will benefit from. Mr. Speaker, we had, for example, in 2021, we did major work on a tank that we had in Connery that was leaking for more than a year, Mr. Speaker. I can now report to the public that we have undertaken the necessary repairs to that water tank. Installation of new services connections to new customers. And Mr. Speaker, I am happy to tell you that 557 new connections were made in 2021. 557 new connections made in 2021. It means persons have been building homes and have been making applications to the Water Services Department to get their connection of water to their homes. We're doing disconnections too, yes. We have done disconnections and I will speak to that too. I am not afraid of speaking to it. You got yours disconnected? Maybe out of spite, it sound like you got it disconnected. No, I didn't. Okay. So we have had 500 and something new connections, and it means that persons have confidence in the economy they are building. They are coming in to get connections, Mr. Speaker. We continue to replace defective meters, and this is ongoing. And this year we were able to dedicate a crew to this particular activity, Mr. Speaker. Improve revenue collection, including disconnection for arrears, through auditing of water consumers and updating of billing information. Mr. Speaker, the total arrears of the Water Services Department is approximately $20 million. $20 million. Yes, $20 million. And some persons upset with me, upset with the department, because disconnections have been made. But the fact is that persons have been getting a service from government. The service comes at a cost. As a matter of fact, the cost of water in St. Kitts is cheaper than elsewhere throughout the region. Even in Nevis, water costs more. Sometimes you get a bill, $20. And when you look and you see persons in arrears for $3,000, $4,000, that kind of money, it means that these are persons who have not been paying for years. You have senior citizens, Mr. Speaker, who every single month make the effort to pay their water bills. Make the effort and the little income that they have. And then you have persons, Mr. Speaker, working every month, some making thousands and thousands of dollars, Mr. Speaker, and not paying. Wow. And something has to be fundamentally wrong with that, Mr. Speaker. If the water goes off, persons complain, what happened to their supply of water? When government allocates new lands for people to construct homes and they can't get water connected, they complain about it. But it is the revenue that allows the Water Services Department and the government to be able to supply persons with water. The water isn't expensive, and so we're appealing to persons to pay. And even before the disconnection process began, Mr. Speaker, we made an appeal to persons to come in and pay. We made an appeal to persons to come in and work out a payment plan. Because that isn't our intention, to disconnect anybody, but that culture where persons feel that it's because it is a service from government, they don't have to pay. That culture must come to an end, because just as you expect government to be able to supply you with basic services, government needs the revenue to be able to supply those services. When you have to drill for wells, millions of dollars being spent to drill for those wells, and so persons must pay their share. Not one set of persons carrying the burden for some persons. That can't be right. And so I stand by the decision of the Water Services Department to make these connections when persons haven't been paying for months and for years. It's not right. When they go to floor and they go to the cable, etc., and they don't pay, they lose their service. And they find the money, Mr. Speaker, to go and reconnect the cable, and they find the money to top up their phones, Mr. Speaker. Likewise, pay the water bill. Pay the water bill. Electricity is a similar story. Similar story with electricity. Persons owe $20 and $30 and $40,000 for electricity. And when you go and you do the checks, people ain't pay for 10 years. That can't be right. It cannot be fair to those who make the effort every single month to go and pay their share, to go and pay their bills. It cannot be right, Mr. Speaker. There is a cost to supplying electricity. And if the electricity goes off tonight, they want to know what will happen to the electricity. And if it stays off for too long, they say the government incompetent. The government cannot keep on the electricity. But it comes at a cost, and so I'm appealing to persons to pay. One person asked me, they said in terms of your political career, you aren't afraid that you're going to lose support and you're going to lose friends because you're supporting the policy of the electricity department and the water services department. And I said, no, I'm not afraid of that, because right is right and wrong is wrong. People ought to pay. I see old people come up by the water department almost every single day to pay their bills. Same thing at Skelec. And if it is the persons are making an effort, then you're able to work with those persons. But when you see that persons are making absolutely no effort, it becomes a totally different story. And so if it is that persons want to be upset, then so be it. But the discipline must change. Some of these persons receiving the $500 a month from the government, and that $500 is intended to be able to help persons to live more comfortably, but you don't take the $500 and you find everything else to do with it. But in terms of basic services that you enjoy on a daily basis, you pay scant disregard to it. And then when you lose the service, you want to know why you lose it. And you begin to argue, and everybody wrong. The water department wrong to disconnect you. Skelec wrong to disconnect you. But what have you done to put yourself in a better position for Skelec and Water Services Department to be able to work with you? You have business places, don't pay. Business places are open every day. You can't go to Rams every day and take items for your business and continue not to pay, and you continue to go to Rams, and you still continue to get credit from Rams. They will stop you, and if you don't look sharp, they take you to court. So why must it be a different mentality when it comes to water services and it comes to electricity? The mentality has to change. And I've spoken quite a bit about that because I strongly believe what I'm saying, and I'm passionate about it. Mr. Speaker, people need to pay. The member for number 6 made the comment, we're disconnecting persons. Yes, we have disconnected persons. I ain't hiding from that. I'm not running from that. It is you who said one time that when you see an electricity bill, you almost bawl. Cry. You increase the rate of electricity by 85%, you added a surcharge that we have removed. So we have made it more affordable for persons. We removed the surcharge, more affordable for persons to be able to afford the electricity. The price of diesel has increased, but there is no increase in terms of the rate that you pay for the consumption of electricity. It means that essentially the cost is being subsidized. by Skelec being subsidized by the government. And yet, persons still do not appreciate that. If we were to come in here and increase the rates, it would have been a different song and dance. That the government wicked, the government bad, the government says it's doing so well. The government doesn't like poor people. Imagine at a time when you have COVID-19, government increasing the bills. We haven't increased any, all we're asking persons to do. You use it, simply pay for the service. And if you're having a problem, you go into the customer services department and you make an arrangement with the customer services department. You go down courts. You just leave me alone.
Water, 600%.
You go down courts and you take the goods and you ain't pay. Courts come back for their goods. They come back for their goods. The water ain't free. There is a cost. One of the things that we're looking at in terms of doing for 2022, we have some pumps that don't have any generators. And so we need to purchase generators for them so that when electricity goes, you still have your supply of water. That comes at a cost. We have to ensure the water is chlorinated. We don't make it chlorine. It comes at a cost. And just about every single thing that we have been able to do at water, it comes at a cost, Mr. Speaker. And so again, I appeal to persons to pay their water bills. We are upgrading our billing system. We have piloted supervisory control and data acquisition. SCADA. What is SCADA? SCADA allows us to remotely monitor the sources. So for example, if you have the source in Stonefort, for example, through computer we can tell how much water is in the well, how much water in the reservoir, so we know what actions we need to take. Rather than somebody having to go every day to see the level of water. That comes at a cost. Because when we have to do water rationing, or the water goes off suddenly and we aren't able to say anything to you, you want to know what has happened. But these things that come at a cost. And we can only be able to do these things if we are able to collect the revenue. One of the vexing issues, of course, is to do with the Kayan and the supply of water in Kayan. And we have already, Mr. Speaker, entered into a contract in terms of that. The company was actually here during the course of this year. COVID-19 affected the operations of the company, Mr. Speaker, but the company is supposed to be returning in January, and we have said to the company that Kayan is a priority for this administration in terms of digging for a well in Kayan. I must also add that a desalination plant is also being looked at for the Keys area, and that is through the support of the UAE. It has a solar component to it, but that is also supposed to help bring some relief to the Keys and Kayan communities. So that particular situation, Mr. Speaker, we are very mindful of it and working quite diligently in terms of resolving it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the energy unit, because again, you had much being said that renewable energy, and you had an article from SKN Vibes, and this is what SKN Vibes said about solar and the La Planche project, but yet no mention in the budget in terms of renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, before the actual budget debate, each member of parliament was presented with a package. The package contained the order paper. It contained volume 1, volume 2. The only thing you basically didn't get in the package was the report of the audit office and the budget presentation given by the member for number 7. But Mr. Speaker, this alone doesn't represent the budget. is basically just a synopsis of the budget, because you cannot fit all of the details in how many pages? 42 pages. You know that. You have presented many budgets with the exception of maybe 2-3 budgets. But you know that everything cannot be written in this document. I mean, when you look at the volumes, look at the thickness of these compared to this. And so when you get these, Mr. Speaker, you look at these for the details. You look at these for the figures. You look at these to see all the different projects being undertaken by all of the different ministries. For example, Mr. Speaker, I could put in the budget that we will be pursuing renewable energy. Okay, so I put in here, I mention in here, to satisfy the member for number 6, that the government will be pursuing renewable energy. But where do I get the necessary information that I need to support what it is he's saying? Because this really tells you not much in terms of the details. You couldn't necessarily look in here and see how much money being spent in this ministry and that ministry, because just as when you made your presentation, you use the very same volumes to tell me that I'm getting $6-7 million less. You use the same volumes to tell the Minister of Tourism how much money he's getting, which means that there is a recognition and acknowledgement by you that if you're looking for details, you look inside here. So didn't you look inside here to find anything relative to the energy unit? So, Mr. Speaker, there's an energy unit within the ministry. And one sentence, 2 sentences would not have done justice in terms of the energy unit. And the energy unit has been quite an effective unit. As a matter of fact, one of the first things that come to my mind is just on the weekend we were doing some reconfiguration of our office space to accommodate someone from Taiwan, an expert from Taiwan, to help us in terms of our trust into renewable energy. Does that sound like a government that doesn't have renewable energy as a priority? Does it sound like that type of government, Mr. Speaker? A whole expert coming in, being housed and stationed at the ministry to help us in terms of our trust into renewable energy. But that isn't all that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, it was only Monday morning. I was late for cabinet because we had a prize giving ceremony because we just had Energy Month. And as part of Energy Month, we engaged school children, primary level and secondary level, in 2 competitions. And for all of the competitions, the focus was on renewable energy because we also want our children to begin to have that mindset towards renewable energy. And interestingly, they had 5 themes that they concentrated on. Hydro, which is using water for energy. And I spoke about the desalination plant just now, and while that itself isn't about energy, I spoke about the solar component to it because they also focused on solar energy, wind energy, bioenergy, which is using waste to convert the waste into energy. And the 5th one is that of geothermal. And interestingly, the students did an excellent job. Because even given my presentation, went to each student and asked them to explain what they learned from the project. And I was pleasantly surprised in terms of the answers. But that was one of the objectives of having the competition, to get our students to recognize these sources of renewable energy, but not just to recognize them, to think of them in terms of career paths. And not necessarily to work at Skellecott, to work at Nevlec, but to become entrepreneurs in those fields, to become innovators in those particular areas. So renewable energy has been a priority for this government and also for the ministry, Mr. Speaker. And so in that respect, a number of different things are being produced and pursued by the energy unit. Geothermal project, we didn't make much progress in 2021, but part of that is when we began looking at it, we recognized that we don't have the expertise that is needed in terms of negotiating and developing it, and so we reached out to CDB in particular to assist us with identifying someone to pursue geothermal. Wind farm project. In terms of wind farm, Mr. Speaker, we now have a draft PPA, which is before SCELEC for review. And we are hoping that we can sign that during the course of 2022. The solar farm project, the land has been cleared. One of the principals was here just this month. And so significant advancement has been made in terms of that project. Waste to energy, that is being pursued in conjunction with solid waste, and just about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I had a meeting with a gentleman with regards to that particular project. And so discussions with solid waste commenced in 2020, and we hope to have a contractual agreement in 2022. I already spoke to the desalination project. The LED lighting project, I'm sure you feel more comfortable driving on the roads, not just because of the work done on the road itself, but in terms of the lighting. Because we have changed the lighting to LED, and now SCELEC has already entered into contracts in terms of changing out the lighting on a number of the different sporting facilities to change those lights to LED lights. The feed-in tariff project, Mr. Speaker. What is the feed-in tariff project? We recognize, Mr. Speaker, that as persons pursue solar and other forms of renewable energy, they may have some excess energy. And they have a desire to be able to sell that excess energy to SCELEC. But how much do we pay them? How much does SCELEC pay those persons for the energy that is supplied? And so we need to develop those particular tariffs, and that is what we refer to as the feed-in tariff, and that is being worked. And we applied to CARICOM for a consultation to aid with the implementation of a feed-in tariff, and in 2020 we were successful. And so very soon we expect to be able to buy back power from persons. Central Bank, for example, has already written to us because Central Bank has undertaken a major project in terms of solar, and Central Bank is expecting to be able to sell some of the excess power to SCELEC. You had the low emission analysis platform, which is looking at emissions into the atmosphere, and so we have had some training for staff members in that. We have the energy efficiency building code training, and again you had persons who were able to benefit from that training. Greenhouse gas inventory, we have already undertaken that particular inventory during this year, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, quite clearly, in terms of renewable energy, and I must say that that particular unit only staffed by 2 persons, but quite a lot of work being accomplished in terms of our trust into renewable energy. And in that respect, I say a very special thank you to Dr. Brown and Denacio Franks, who work in that unit. You know, interestingly, Denacio returned home after completing studies, and the gentleman wasn't working. And he came to us and he said, I want to volunteer my services. I'm not expecting to be paid, I'm looking for the experience and everything. And he came back and he worked for us for quite a number of months, and now he has been able to find full-time employment within the energy unit in the ministry. I say that because I think that should encourage other young persons, because sometimes we go out there and we feel that we have studied a particular area and we come back, and because we can't immediately find a job, we decide we're leaving. And so you have the brain drain, especially in critical areas that we are in need of. But part of it sometimes, volunteer your services. You never know what it may lead to. But it also gives you that practical experience that perhaps you were not able to receive in school. So it develops your reservoir of knowledge. You're giving back something to the country that gave you something, the country that nurtured you, the country that contributed towards your education. And education is basically free in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. So I want to encourage more persons to pursue studies in that field. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
You have 3 or 4 minutes to finish your first 90 minutes.
First.
Mr. Speaker, I am going to wrap up shortly because I recognize that the speakers before me, they have stuck to the 90 minutes. And I don't want to break the record for others to come behind me and feel that they ought to do the same, such as the member for number 9, and in particular, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Attorney General.
No comment from my
I don't want to give him license to speak for more than the 90 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I think the only 2 areas which I haven't gone into any depth in terms of would be urban development and post. Postal services, just a few days ago, we launched our website, and now that website is going to offer a number of different services online. You want to track a mail? You can do it online. You want to apply for a mailbox? You can do it online. You want to get an additional key for the mailbox? You can do it online. You want to pay for certain services? You can do it online. Bringing the postal services into the technology that is available. And in that respect, I must thank the IT department, who did a fantastic job in terms of assisting the postal services in creating the website to be able to offer those services to our consumers. Urban development, Mr. Speaker, I must say a very special thank you to Mr. Ron Body, the only person who has been staffing that unit for a number of years. I am, however, pleased that the Ministry of Finance has found it fit to give us an additional staff member for urban development for 2022, because it is an important department within the ministry. Mr. Speaker, just recently, for example, when you had the issue of the vendors, the street vendors, and we needed to identify space for them, one of the reasons why we were able to do it so very quickly is that Mr. Body had already done some work in terms of identifying a spot. So it was a matter of putting the necessary resources together to make the spot available to the vendors, and that is the spot there on North Independence Square Street. There are a number of other projects that we will be looking at for 2022. If you go across to Independence Square, you would recognize that the fountain over there has been upgraded. It's now looking much better than it has looked in a number of years. That again is part of the work of the Urban Development Unit. So again, Mr. Body has been doing an excellent job, and we want to continue to encourage him, and we're hoping that with additional staff, that persons would see even more coming from the Urban Development Unit. Mr. Speaker, I think my time has expired, and so I wish to repeat that a budget has a number of different objectives, whether it is in terms of decreasing the inequalities, whether it is in terms, Mr. Speaker, of reallocation of resources and all of the other factors that I would have mentioned. This budget which has been presented clearly, Mr. Speaker, has met those particular objectives. It is a budget that is people-centered. I am waiting to hear from the member for number 1, because he did an interview and he said he expects a budget that is people-centered. Well, a budget that gives a double salary, in my view, Mr. Speaker, is people-centered. Because even though it is being given to public servants, businesses welcome it because they will benefit from it, their staff will benefit from it. Persons who have bills outstanding, they're able to be in a better position to take care of those particular bills, Mr. Speaker. And so in all of the different ways that you look at the double salary, the economic benefits will come back to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. We have spoken about giving an additional 3 months in terms of the stimulus package, the $1,000, again, people-centered, because it recognizes that you still have some persons out of employment, it recognizes you still have some persons working 1 or 2 days a week, and so we will continue to give support to those vulnerable persons, Mr. Speaker. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, it is a budget which has placed no additional tax burdens on the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. So it's not that we're giving you on one hand and we're taking it back on the next hand. No 600% increase in water. No 85% increase in the cost of electricity. No haircut. For what? I'm finishing now, member for number one. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that intervention by the member for number one who doesn't want me to take the record, and I'm sure he will not, because the others to come after me, who I know will speak longer than I have. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for St. Christopher 5, and just to place on record that you did go 5 minutes into that 30 minutes allowed, even though you did not request it. So, just for the record. Honourable Members, I propose a 10 a.m. start tomorrow. So the question is, this Honourable House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Lonely nations rise, join the triumph of the skies. With an angelic host proclaim, Christ is born in Bethlehem. Come to hear an angel sing, glory to the newborn King. I love the